Ah, give me just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. Just one moment. Let's roll this in. Roll it. Roll it. Roll it. Whoa. My camera's a little higher than normal. Camera's pointing up a little higher than normal. That's fine. What's up? Oh, we popping into the red. That's all right. That's all right. I think this mic is going out. I think I need a new mic. I told y'all this is a cheap mic. It's a cheap mic. What's up, everybody? It's Monday night. Kicking the week off right. Welcome to the Dreadedconservative show. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it. We got a dark show for you tonight. A dark show. A dark show. We're going to be talking about, well, first, we're going to start off with not something so dark. We're going to wait and get into the dark stuff a little later in the show. We'll start off my final thoughts on the GOP Summit that happened. We live stream, reacted to all the interviews with all the upcoming GOP candidates. I'll give you my thoughts on it. Who performed well at the summit? Who took giant F's, giant L's? Who definitely took L's at the summit? And then we'll go into a little bit. I said during the stream that I believe Trump needs to debate, and that if he doesn't debate, I think that looks bad, and I don't like that. Now, I'm going to revise what I said a little bit, because apparently it's not, he's just talking about the primaries. He hasn't declined to debate in the final presidential debate. But to get to that point, you got to get through the primaries. So we had a big reaction from the chat when I said what I said. And so I was like, all right, I want to do a little piece on this. So we're going to talk about the importance of debate, not only in these presidential elections, but the history of presidential debates and candidates who said no to debates, as well as the importance of debate in general, and do a little Bible thumping about, why the Bible supports debate and in some ways is against debate. We'll talk about all that stuff. So it's the debate episode. I love debate. So I like to think of myself as a master debater. No, I'm just kidding. I really don't have a lot of experience in debate. I'm just an argumentative person. And I'm very opinionated. But I like debates. So we'll talk about all that stuff. And then we'll get into the darker side of the show. We're going to look at Sound of Freedom. Sound of Freedom's out. We're going to talk about Sound of Freedom, my thoughts on the movie. I saw the movie, my review of the movie. And then we'll get into some of the media's reaction to the movie. Some of our corrupt, liberal movie critic media, what they're saying about the movie. We're going to get into some conspiracy relating to Operation Underground Railroad, which is the guy, what's his name? I got the article right here in front of me. I just forgot his name. Tim Ballard, his organization, Operation Underground Railroad, based out of Utah, which I actually raised money in a birthday fundraiser on Facebook like 3 years ago for them. There is some theories, and I'm going to present it to you. I'm going to present the theory to you, and then I'll leave it up to you guys to decide what you think about it. Well, I'll give you my opinion as well, but I don't want anybody, when I start talking about that, to think, oh, Josh is like pro child beep. It's too early in the show for me to even say that word. If you notice in the title, you're not even allowed to like put that name in titles and stuff. Child blanking or all these things that are important topics that we should probably talk about in society. For some reason, we're not supposed to talk about them. Isn't that interesting? We're not allowed to say SA, sexual blank, that, like that word. We're not supposed to say that word. Kind of ridiculous. But we'll get into, we'll talk about all that stuff. The conspiracy, and then we'll just look at some statistics, some stats on that illegal thing, that horrible illegal thing. I'm just going to say it, child trafficking, child sex trafficking. It's a horrible thing. For some reason, we're not supposed to say it on YouTube. It's not advertiser friendly, I guess. I guess the advertisers are like pro that. So if you're against it, they don't like that. We'll talk about that stuff. Then we'll take a break from the darkness. We'll do the memes, the reels, the rapid fire news, lots of little random news stories. And then we'll end the show. It's kind of links into what we did last week, talking about secret societies. We're going to look at cults, the most notorious, the most dangerous, the most infamous cults throughout recent history. Religious cults, sex cults, all the weird stuff. Talk about the main identifying signs of a cult, and then we'll look at all these cults. I got a long list of them. We'll talk about them. A lot of it ties to the secret societies that we talked about last week. But before we play our opening song, I want to say happy White History Month to everybody, guys. It is still White History Month, you know. Next week will be the last White History Month show of the month. I'll make sure to wear my White History Month shirt. Happy birthday to James Hake. Happy White History Month. It's his birthday. Great month for a birthday. My little brother's birthday was a couple weeks ago. White History Month birthday. Shout out people with White History Month birthdays. If we have time, maybe we'll do it in the rapid fire news segment. We'll talk about a White History Month honorable person, a great man in white history. And yeah, that's the show plan for you guys. So let me start off with a song. What's chat saying? What's up, B-Wise? What's up, Larry? Sex trafficking is 3 times higher on Native American reservations. Is that a fact? Wow. Please talk about Cambridge and Analytica cult. I do not have that one on my list. I'm going to write it down right now. Maybe we'll do some live. Cambridge Analytica cult. Analytica cult. What's up, Larry? Never met you. Nice to see you. Shout out B-Wise. How was that pie? How was that pie? What kind of pie was it that you made the other night? I just saw Andy No posted a picture of a MAP activist who wrote an opinion piece on Bloomberg talking bad about the sound of freedom. Yeah, we're going to get into all that stuff, all the media calling it a QAnon conspiracy and all that stuff, all that bullcrap. But then I'm going to present you with something you may not have heard about. And, you know, some people, you might be like, well, why are you even bringing this up, Josh? This is, maybe it's a hit piece. I'm just trying to be thorough. I'm going to be thorough, and I'm going to present you something that Stubborn One sent me, and we'll see what we think about it here live on the show. But let's get into our opening song. Tyson James, relevant to the topic at hand. Let's go. This is taken from Tyson James, and actually, he made this song probably 2 years ago, and just recently, after Sound of Freedom dropped, this song of his, he posted that it was removed from some music platforms and Facebook. They removed this song. Why would they remove this song? I'm about to play it. You can tell me if you see anything in it. I mean, there's maybe one line when he talks about, you know, bursting on the person doing the hurting. But really, this is a very strong message in this song. There's no reason this song should be banned anywhere. And the fact that we're not allowed to say these things and these songs are getting banned and removed is ridiculous. It's very telling. It's very telling, that's for sure. So let's play our opening. Let's play a song as everybody rolls in. Let's go. This is taken from. But anyway, I was gonna say they removed the song on a lot of platforms, but he just released the video. And this has Trevor Wesley, who does the White History Month song. So let's go. Let's get into this song. Sad song, sad song.
No one hears the cry. Just left in the world alone.
God, Monday night, hit the like button as you're coming in.
No one's asking why. God, let the truth be known. Let the truth be known.
Oprah gon' get it. The
Clinton's gon' get it.
Epstein, he got it. Giving God all the credit. They some sick individuals. Trafficking subliminals. They've been doing satanic rituals. This
I like this video.
In the whirlwind. This perverted generation is discouraging. I'm determined with the burner to run up on the person doing the hurt. And I'm learning, I'm firm, and I know God'll open the curtain. Expose Hollywood. If I could light a match and burn it down, I probably would. I can make a difference, and I'm trying, even though I'm just a rapper. But I'ma say that all lives matter. Pray for the kids.
Pray for the kids.
No one hears the cry. Just left in the world alone. Left in the world alone. No one's asking why. God, let the truth be known. Let the truth be known.
Half of Hollywood, a bunch of pedophiles. They a bunch of dogs, throw 'em a bone and they will sell a child. I don't watch Disney, I can tell it's foul. They're bowing to the beast, they're worshiping the devil. I just wanna save the kids, I know I'll see them in the sky. They will have a day in court and he will make it right.
Why are you silent?
See their violators taken from the light and given to the fire. We're living, they will die. God's in the midst. I know that he is big and I know that he exists. I know if you step over the line, you gon' see my fist. 9 milli hollow point if you ever touch my kids.
9 milli hollow point if you ever touch my kids.
No one's asking why. God, let the truth be known. Let the truth
Why don't our lives matter?
Be known. Let the truth be known.
Nice. Powerful song right there from Tyson James. Shout out Tyson James. All right. So that's deep. Why don't our lives matter? Sex trafficking is not a QAnon conspiracy. Wow. All right. We're going to get into that stuff, guys. First, let me just do my little recap of the summit. It was great. I'm not a huge Blaze fan. They're all right. But, you know, isn't that Stu guy gay? Like, I don't know what's conservative about that. I don't know why every conservative, big conservative company has to have, like, a token gay. TPUSA's got to have Rob Smith. Blaze got to have Stu, whatever the heck his name is. But, Sarah Gonzalez, she kind of fine. Glenn Beck, he a Mormon, but he alright. He nice. Speaking of Mormons, there's strangely a lot of Mormon cults. Odd. Isn't that odd? But, so big performers, the ones that I think did well, top dog performance-wise, besides like his background, his weird un-American name, I'm going to say Vivek. Vivek stole the show. Vivek been stealing the show. Strictly based, if you never saw him and you never heard his name and you just heard what he said, he's saying some pretty base stuff. Nothing new, but he's saying the things that none of these other politicians are talking about. Tucker really honed in on the Ukraine stuff throughout the debate. And most of these warmongering Republicans, you know, they couldn't give good answers. They dodged questions, professional question dodgers, a lot of them. But Vivek had a great showing. DeSantis, DeSantis was all right. He had an okay showing. Tim Scott, surprisingly, had a decent showing. I didn't like his performative antics on stage, the way he kind of went black preacher on us with, hi, wow, yeah, jumping around and like, I got to stand up. I got to move around the stage and like dancing. Like, bro, just sit in the chair. What do you have against a chair, dude? Just sit down, calm down. But Tim Scott did all right. Was it Nikki Haley? She was forgettable. I don't even want to talk about her. Worst showings by far. Asa Hutchinson. Who is this clown? Just be a Democrat, bro. He didn't answer the question about his Vaselines. He didn't answer the question about his question was unsatisfactory about child sex changing. about how he vetoed the bill to prevent that. He said, well, it's about parental rights. We need to make sure the parents have their rights. It's unconstitutional. No! Those parents are crazy. They don't get rights. The Constitution is for immoral and religious people. They don't, Satan worshiping, child gender changing parents don't get protected by the Constitution. No. Sorry about it. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, it doesn't apply to demonic freaking PDF files. No. Sorry. You don't get to talk. You don't get to have a gun. I don't want these atheists running around with guns teaching our children. No. And neither did the founding fathers. They didn't want that either. But they didn't know we were going to have Marxism creep into the country around the 50s and the 60s, and we were just going to, open up our borders and start letting everybody in. When they were talking about freedom of religion, they were talking about different Christian denominations. They weren't talking about the Muslims and the atheists and the Hindus and all the cults. All these cults are protected. They're nonprofits. And that's when we get into the Operation Underground Railroad stuff. The reason I'm questioning it is because you can't trust these nonprofits. You can't trust these groups. So, anyway, where was I at? Oh, and then last we're showing Pence. Let's get into a clip. This is the most egregious. I got two clips. One is a short from Lord Bibby. First, let me check out what chat's saying. Tyrone, long time no see, man. 10 shuck and jive Scott. Yeah. Listen, his answers to the questions were decent, but he was shucking and jiving all over that stage. He was dancing. Praise Jesus. Who's Jalen Wesley? Is that JC? Seaside, you always keep me laughing. We've been visited by. Oh, it was cherry pie. Nice cherry pie from a cherry tree in your yard. That's from scratch, man. That's an American trad wife. You making your husband at midnight. You're making your husband dang cherry pie from the garden. That's some George Washington stuff. You go out to the cherry tree in the front yard, pick you some cherries. Did you make the crust from scratch? Dang, that's crazy. Ooh, okay, what else chat saying? Child trafficking is rage bait. Rage bait? Child trafficking is rage bait. So you're saying that they push it out to make people angry? Yeah, but I mean, is it any less egregious? Is it like it is a horrible thing? It's something to be enraged about. I think if there's anything justifiably enraging, does that make sense? If there's anything justifiably that is justifiable to be raging about, it would be children sex trafficking, right? No way in hell I would ever let my kids play somewhere without me watching them. And that's, I mean, I get it, C-Sal, but that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad because when I was a kid, all the kids were outside and none of the parents were watching. What are you talking? We didn't have cell phones. We were out in the woods, 10 miles from the house. We ride the bike, stop by the construction site, bunch of Mexicans working on the house, and we're stealing wood. We're stealing plywood. We're walking barefoot through nails. Tetanus. What's tetanus? Who the heck needs a tetanus shot? That's whack, man. We were immune to tetanus. We were immune to mosquitoes. We didn't need bug spray. We were immune to sunlight. We didn't need sunscreen. None of that. We had our shirts off, no shoes, on a construction site, stealing plywood from the dump, from the trash pile. So it wasn't actually stealing. They said we could have it. Taking plywood, putting it on our shoulder with tetanus nails up in it, riding a bike into the woods, going back into the woods. Nowadays, if those woods probably got a bunch of hobos living on it, people shooting up meth, and we ride out there, build a tree house. We had a 3-story tree house that was not up to OSHA standards. I promise you. That thing, you looked at that thing, you're like, dang, that's a death trap. Like, it's a good thing we didn't weigh more than like 90 pounds soaking wet because that thing was not safe. if we just kept going higher and higher. We built another platform, third level, 30 feet in the air. No cell phone. Parents 10 miles away. It's a sad world that we can't do that no more. It's kind of whack. But I get what you're saying in this world. In this modern day world, in poor red states. Not sure what Larry's talking about. What's up, Larry? You can deal with the child sex trafficking without watching television for political information. Okay. I don't watch television. I don't think anybody in this chat probably watches television. Who watches television anymore? Is that even a thing? We've been visited by some Mormons lately. We were polite, but had to tell them to stop bothering us. They got a bit pushy, but Stubborn One put an end to that. Oh, no. Were they pushy? Huh. I don't know. Mormons have never really been pushy with me, but probably because I kind of entertain them a bit. What else we got? Seesaw, did Nick cancel it? Tonight? He usually doesn't do a Monday night show. I do a Monday night show. Extra butter on top crust makes the whole pie come together. That's what's up. All right. Seesaw is super overprotected. No, she's a modern mother. You gotta be. In this day and age. You gotta be. I'm currently watching a TV show. Oh, well, of course he is. He's like the snake in the chat, so of course he's watching TV. Normal people don't watch TV anymore, dude. All right, let's play this clip. Let's get into the clip. Clip 1. This is the worst, most egregious thing about the.
All right, Mr. Vice President, I know you're running for president. You are. Thank you.
Most egregious line of the whole thing. Right, Shaw. This is the worst showing of the night. Warmonger Pence out here justifying all our money going to Ukraine while Americans are suffering. And what does he have to say about it? Well, let's take a listen real quick.
All right, Mr. Vice President, I know you're running for president. You are distressed that the Ukrainians don't have enough American tanks. Every city in the United States has become much worse over the past 3 years. Yeah. Drive around. There's not one city that's gotten better in the United States. And it's visible. Our economy has degraded. The suicide rate has jumped. Public filth and disorder and crime have exponentially increased. And yet, your concern is that the Ukrainians, a country most people can't find on a map, who've received tens of billions of U.S. tax dollars, don't have enough tanks. I think it's a fair question to ask, where's the concern for the United States in that?
Well, it's not my concern.
What?
Well, it's not my concern.
That's not my concern? I didn't catch that when we're streaming this. I don't know if I was distracted talking about something or what happened, but I did not catch that. And then I saw it later in clips. What? That's not my concern? Wow. Don't these people aren't these people supposed to be good speakers? What are you talking about? That's not your concern.
Tucker, I've heard that routine from you before, but that's not my concern.
It is your concern.
President of the United States because I think this country's in a lot of trouble.
But that means it's your concern.
I know you're running for president. You are distressed.
One more time.
The Ukrainians don't have enough American tanks. Every city in the United States has become much worse over the past 3 years. Yeah. Drive around. There's not one city that's gotten better in the United States. And it's visible. Our economy has degraded. The suicide rate has jumped. Public filth and disorder and crime have exponentially increased. And yet, your concern is that the Ukrainians, a country most people can't find on a map,
one more time,
tens of billions of U.S. tax dollars, don't have enough tanks. I think it's a fair question to ask, where's the concern for the United States in that?
Well, it's not my concern.
Wow.
Well, it's not my concern.
So, yeah, it's unbelievable. If you read that was his response to that question, if you didn't watch this and you just read it, you'd be like, nah, that's a hit piece. That's BS. They're taking it out of context. Blah, 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 blah. No, that's the context. He said that's not my concern. And then he doubled down. He repeated it. And then he expanded on it and repeated it again. What? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Now, I will say Asa Hutchinson's showing was worse, but I was expecting more out of Pence. I was expecting a little more out of Pence. I've heard he was a warmonger, but I didn't know it was like that. What the? That's crazy. That's wild. Absolutely killed his 0.4% chance of winning. I know, he's done. I'm not a snake, Medusa. How? Oh, God. Why am I reading this fool's comments? All right. So we got one more little clippy clip. One more little clip. Let's get into this clip. This is Asa getting dunked on by Tucker.
How many COVID shots did you take, and how do you feel about it now, in retrospect?
How many COVID shots did you take? 0.
Da 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 da. It's the motherfucking deal. Double G. Oh, I meant for it to play back.
How many
one more time
shots did you take, and how do you feel about it now, in retrospect?
How many COVID shots did you take? 0.
Ooh.
So my older brother very.
How many COVID shots?
Okay, stop. Get out of here. Okay, get out of here. All right. So, just yeah, that Asa Hutchinson guy's a tool. We should call him butter knife because he is not the sharpest tool in the box. But yeah, so that was the summit. My thoughts on the summit. Vivek did well. I think Vivek did the best based off the answers to his questions, strictly only the answers to his questions. I've already said, I think he's too young. He's too green. I don't know enough about his background. Where'd he come from? There are some rumors that he had some Soros backing from back in the day. I don't think I ever on any of my shows talked about that, but I did read into it, and he does have an explanation for it. Apparently, he was part of like a management group that was helping him, and that management group was getting funding from Soros. And so he denies the claim that he directly received any assistance from Soros, and he's not with that company anymore. So he has addressed it. And also, a lot of times these are like smear campaigns, so we always got to take it with a grain of salt. Like when they say Clarence Thomas went to Bohemian Grove, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, though. Just like we're about to get into the Operation Underground Railroad stuff. The problem is that I don't know if it's a spear. I don't know if it's a smear campaign because this stuff is old news. This stuff happened years ago with the Operation Underground Railroad. But I get ahead of myself, so let's stick to the show plan. Of course, you're gonna defend Asa. You're a contrarian. You're gonna go against whatever I say. Tyrone is savage. Okay. Yes, Tyrone is savage. All right. Let's move on. Well, kind of part of the same vein. We're going to talk about Trump. I got a big reaction from the chat when I said that I would lose a lot of respect. Maybe not respect. I would be very disappointed if Trump did not show up for the debate. Why? Well, here's why. There's 3. Well, first, let me read this. AP, Trump revives threat of skipping GOP presidential debates. The Republican former president have privately said that a debate in August would be too early and he would not participate, according to 2 people familiar with his concerns who insisted on anonymity to detail private discussions. He also has stepped up his public complaints this week, suggesting that his poll numbers were so high he has no reason to compete with the rest of the field. Now, this is from April 27th. Since then, DeSantis is climbing in the polls. So I wonder if DeSantis is ahead of Trump in the polls, if he would resign to debate. Now, if we keep reading here, I see that everybody is talking about the Republican debates. This is a quote from Trump. But nobody got my approval or the approval of the Trump campaign before announcing them, Trump said in Tuesday post on his social media network. Trump repeated the idea at a campaign event in New Hampshire on Thursday afternoon, showing a slideshow of his recent poll numbers among the GOP contenders and saying that debates, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you debate? if you're winning already. The emerging spat is a preview of the potential tensions that could lie ahead as the Republican National Committee works to oversee an open, competitive primary process while Trump aims to establish himself as the undisputed leader of the party who doesn't need to engage in such traditions. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that. We're going to talk about why. It's an echo of his previous campaigns when he often dangled the potential of skipping debates, which this is a good sign, and sometimes followed through with the threat. In the process, he kept the spotlight on himself and turned the GOP establishment and news media into a foil that resonated with the party base. For now, the RNC is moving forward with the debates, which is slated to be held in Milwaukee and broadcast on Fox News, a network that has up and down relationship with Trump. In a Wednesday interview on Fox, RNC chair Ronna McDaniel asked about Trump's public complaints regarding the RNC's debate plans and whether she had spoken to him about his concerns. I talk to President Trump all the time, McDaniel said. We've talked to all the potential candidates. We've let them know the schedule. We've announced the debate, but every campaign and every candidate is going to have to make a decision, she continued. He's going to have to make that decision. I think he'll do it. So it's not for sure yet. You know, who knows? I hope he will debate. I think if DeSantis gets ahead in the polls, he will definitely be debating. Now, why do I care so much if he debates? Because a lot of the chat was saying it's not important. It's not necessary. Here's why. Trump was not supposed to win in 2016. Nobody thought Trump was going to win. Nobody did. Why did he win? He won because of the debates. He won because he got in that arena. There's three aspects of becoming the president, okay? Maybe four. Or maybe two of them can be, okay, there's campaigning, interviews, and debate. Those are the three aspects. Campaigning is fundraising and touring. Fundraising and talking to the people. Raising money, going out, talking to the people. Trump does that amazingly. So much so that his campaigns have almost gotten boring because everyone is just like a script and it's getting repetitive. Nobody watches. I mean, maybe some super Trump fans watch every single campaign, place that he does. I don't watch them all. You can watch one every month, and you're gonna get pretty much the same thing from them. I'm not saying they're bad, and if he came to Salt Lake City, I would be there, and I would be cheering him on. But campaigning is only one aspect of it. He's great with the campaigns. Next, interviews, and also fundraising. I'm gonna lump in with campaigning. He's got the fundraising. He's got his own money. He's got the campaign. Interviews, he does great in interviews. He had one interview recently a lot of people said he did bad in. I think those people are biased and, they are looking for any reason to hate Trump. It's DeSantis fans and liberals who said he did bad at that interview. It was the interview with, who was that interview with that he did recently? They said he did a horrible at that interview. But I think it was a fine interview. I think Trump does great in interviews. People love his interviews. They get tons of views. So he's got two. The last is the debate. I would argue the debate is the most important aspect of becoming a president. The debate is the arena. We call it the political arena. If you're scared to get into that, that's like the octagon. That's the octagon of the presidential candidacy. You got to get in there and go toe to toe, and you got to body slam. You got to take down your opponent. You got to put him in a chokehold. Trump did that amazingly. That's why he became president, because he bodied everybody at the debate. So I think he needs to debate. As far as Biden saying he's not going to debate, from ABC News, no incumbent president has participated in a primary debate since Ford. Democrats want to keep it that way. A lot of Republicans are pushing for Biden to debate in the primaries with the Democrats. Now, that would be untraditional. I'm not going to jump on that bandwagon because I'm a conservative. I want to stick to tradition. And so Biden doesn't need to debate, but I get where they're coming from. What they're saying is basically, we don't know if he's all there mentally. So if he can't get on the stage and debate his ideas with his opponents, should he really be the incumbent, the rightful next candidate automatically? It kind of makes sense, but it's never happened before. So if he doesn't show up for the debate, I won't be surprised. What's chat laughing about? Gino Ernest, stop bullying Seesaw. Who's Gino Ernesti? Shout out Gino Ernesti. What's up, Tar Baby Yoda? Hey, we got 12 viewers and only 4 likes. Time for a call to action. Why don't y'all hit that like button? Smash it. Smash it. Smash that like button. What the? I highly doubt that Clarence went to Bohemian Grove. I agree, Tyrone, but there was a report about it. Probably a hit piece. But I just talked about it to be, to cover it. I don't really care what Jalen's saying. Bully Seesaw, I'm making cherry crisp next. More cherries to use up. Cherry scones. Speaking of food, should I eat pizza or ribs? Pizza or ribs? Both are good options. I'm more of a pizza guy. Ribs kind of annoy me because it looks like so much meat. Pause. And there's just not that much meat. You hear Theo Vaughn talking about a black person eating ribs. He's like, what'd he say? He's like, I'm surprised there's not more black bone doctors, because have you ever seen a black person eat ribs? He's like, man, by the time they're done, they could dunk that rib bone in a fish tank and no fish are even gonna swim up because there ain't nothing left on the bone. Messages, we got messages being retracted. What the? Eat pizza, boy. It helps the industry. JSR, it's Lord Spike Protein. This is my other account. Can you wrench me on this channel? Yeah, I can, but can anybody else vouch for Gino Ernesti so I can make sure that it is actually him? If it is you, no offense, Lord Spike, I'm just a paranoid person. Like, somebody could have came in and we'll hit it up, and then if you start doing weird stuff, then I'll know that you're not you. How do I do it? Add as moderator. Managing moderator or standard moderator? Oh, this is new. This is what you were telling me about. So we can make lower level moderators. Can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. Can manage blocked words and chat. I'm going to do standard moderator because I think that's what everybody else is. I have to look more into this. Porpagino or Guesty, alter ego. Jalen would beta block everybody. Josh didn't read all my message. Which message? I haven't gotten there yet. Where did it go? Spike, thank you. Wrench me on this channel. Thanks, Yoda. Ribs it is. Don't wrench him, Josh. Sup, Tyrone, my brother from another mother. Yeah, wrench me too. Probably not going to happen. Stop bullying, C-Cell. Can you imagine JC being a mod? I can only imagine. I mean, that would be like the end of the world. What up, though, y'all? What up, Mr. Mad? Josh wouldn't have any subs left except Freddy. Right. Smash that like button like Jalen would imagine smashing Freddy. Pause. I'm listening to 2 streams at the same time. Nice. It's like stream inception. Speaking of Mr. Mad and Freddy, I've decided we got to get back into the show. I'm getting sidetracked. But I've decided from now on, the Saturday streams, the UFC streams, where we open the Discord and we hang out and people be getting drunk and we get into some crazy topics and some not very Christian discussions sometimes. If you want to catch those streams, you need to be there live for the magic, because as soon as those streams end, I'm going to make them members only. So if you want to see those streams, those old Saturday streams where we get into some crazy stuff sometimes, then you're going to have to become a member of the channel. That way, if like liberals or, these mass reporting type losers come into the chat or come to my channel, they can't go in there and they can't find things that we said and clip it and get me banned unless they pay me for it. So if you want to see that stuff, you either got to be there live to catch the magic in real time, or you got to become a member of the channel. Plus, it gives some members only exclusive content. It incentivizes people to become members of the channel. So consider joining. Hit the like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. Where was I at? Debates, why it's important to debate. One other thing. Where is it at? So I want to make sure we're not having a double standard here, because we remember when, what's her name? The girl who's up against Carrie Lake, who won, Katie Hobbs. Katie Hobbs never debated. She didn't debate against Carrie Lake. And she won. She won probably because it's not a very trustworthy system down there in Arizona. All the swing states, they're going to have the most corrupt systems. But this lady won and she didn't debate. Now you could say, Josh, well, that kind of disproves your point that they need to debate. Well, no, because she's a Democrat and the system is rigged. So maybe that's why. So if Trump wants to win, I think he definitely needs to debate, because that's the third aspect. That's the octagon of the election. And Trump is the best at debating. That's what won him the election. Like, I want to see him body every one of his opponents. And then when the moderator is being biased, I want to see him do what he did at the State of Union address. You're a very nasty, nasty woman. You're a nasty, nasty moderator. You're a very biased moderator. You look like a pig. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Because if Trump doesn't do that, he's only got 2 of the 3, and they say 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Listen, that's not true. 2 out of 3 is 66%. That's a failing. That's an F on the test. At least when I was a kid, that was an F on the test. They changed it. I think now 66% is like a D, but D is not good either. So he needs to get an A+, not a D, not an F, not 66%. We need 100% Trump. I need to see Trump step into that arena and dismantle his opponents. It's legendary. His debates with Hillary were legendary. Now, he is only talking about the primaries. I'm assuming, even if he doesn't show up for the primary debates, if he wins, I'm pretty positive he's going to show up for the presidential debate against whoever ends up being but a debate Biden against Trump, I don't care. Who wants to see that? Like, that's like a dead person against anybody. But, that's not impressive. I want to see Trump body DeSantis, and Tim Scott and Pence. I want to see Trump versus Pence. Trump on that stage going after Pence. Oh, that's going to be fire. That's going to be fire. So let's do a little bit more on this. Let's just read this article from CNN. When candidates said no to debates. Who can ever forget the electrifying series of presidential debates when Lyndon B. Johnson, outlining his Great Society program, went head-to-head in 1964 with Republican nominee Barry Goldwater, who boldly stood his ground on rock-solid small government ideals? Or the 1968 debates that America couldn't take its eyes off of. Richard Nixon trying once again to make it to the White House, toe-to-toe with Vice President Hubert Humphrey in what was shaping up to be a close election with starkly different platforms. The 1972 presidential debates, of course, Nixon, who was by then the incumbent, trading verbal body slams with his Democratic challenger George McGovern against the backdrop of the Vietnam War, were like a professional wrestling grudge match with each excited camp of viewers at home pulling for its men to triumph. It's an intriguing footnote to modern political history. Televised presidential debates, the first one of this year's general election, will be held in Denver, Colorado on Wednesday, have become so much a part of the fabric of autumn campaigns that many people assume that the famed John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon debates of 1960 became an uninterrupted string. But in fact, after the 4 Kennedy-Nixon debates, it would be 16 years before there was another debate between a Republican and Democratic candidate. Kennedy-Nixon, for a long stretch, was the anomaly, the exception to the rule. Before their debates, no presidential candidate and general election had debated on radio or television. There had been intra-party primary season debates, but never one after the end of the summer convention. It is part of political lore that because of Nixon's pale, perspiring look in the first of those 1960 debates, he suffered in comparison with the tan, confident Kennedy, and the TV cameras did him in. Key to the shorthand narrative is that Nixon, not fully understanding the relatively new medium of television, declined to wear makeup. Kind of base, but he lost because he looked pale and frail. He looked pale and frail. Trump don't look pale and frail. Trump gets in front of those cameras and he's charismatic. He's boisterous. He's on them like white on rice and a glass of milk and a paper plate in a snowstorm. And that's what we want to see. He's going to make all those other people look weak. Trump knows how to work the camera. That's why he needs to debate. There's more to that story than that. Largely forgotten is that Nixon had been hospitalized for 2 weeks in August when he hoped to be out, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, Nixon lost because he didn't look good on camera at the debate. There was another factor arguing against presidential debates in the 16 years after Kennedy-Nixon, the Federal Communications Commission's equal time provision, which mandated the inclusion of all candidates, fringe ones as well as nominees of the major parties. It had been suspended for a year in 1960 when Kennedy and Nixon debated, so the major candidates could use that as an out if they preferred not to debate. In 1968, Humphrey wanted to debate Nixon, but Nixon, still stung by 1960, said no. And in 1972, when Nixon was the incumbent and far ahead in the polls, he barely deigned to say McGovern's name during the fall campaign. Yeah, but the incumbent doesn't have to debate, much less debate him. In 1976, a way around the equal time rule was found. If debates were sponsored not by television networks, but by outside groups setting their own criteria, they could be considered news events and thus not required to include minor party candidates. That year, President Gerald Ford, having entered office after Nixon resigned, agreed to debate Jimmy Carter. He may have wished he hadn't. It was one of the debates that Ford said there is no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe, a misstep that changed the course of the election. Today, debates between the candidates, even when one of them is the incumbent, are all but mandatory. A candidate would be seen as a chicken for not agreeing to debate. Yeah. If you thought Clint Eastwood's empty chair at the Republican National Convention this summer caused conversation, just think what a candidate who agreed to debate would have to say about the empty chair of an opponent who declined. Right. How are you going to defend yourself? If at the primaries, if they all challenge Trump to the debate and they all show up and he doesn't show up, it's going to be a dog on Trump. It's going to be, even if he's ahead in the polls, all they're going to do is talk trash about Trump at the same time. And he's not going to be able to defend himself. So that's all I'm saying. I think he needs to debate. I think he needs to show up. I'm going to be sad if he doesn't. I'll probably still vote for him. I'm not going to not vote for him because he doesn't debate, but I'm really going to, it's my Super Bowl. It's my Super Bowl. I want my team to show up. I'm going to stream it. I'm going to stream it. We're going to watch it live. I'm going to have popcorn ready. And I just want to see Trump come out there and say, he looks like a pig. Oh, look at Ron DeSanctimonious. Oh, look at Mike Pence, the warmonger, saying he doesn't care about America. Oh, look at this biased moderator. What do you work for CNN? Fake news, fake news. That's what I want to see. I want to see blood sports. Okay? All right. I think that's all I got on this. I'm not going to read all these articles. The end of debate. Republicans draw the curtain on political theater. It's time-honored tradition, but as the U.S. midterms loom, many Republican candidates are ducking out of televised debates. So Republicans and Democrats are ducking out. I don't like that. I think that's the most important aspect of it. And I explained to somebody that said something in chat the other day. What does debating have to do with being president? I'm like, everything. You think presidents don't pick up guns and get in a dang Apache helicopter and go fly into war? Presidents fight with their words. They fight with their words. They talk on the phone. They sign a bill. Somebody comes into the office. They have a meeting. They have a discussion. We know Trump is good at this. But the way Trump handled Putin, the way Trump handled Xi Jinping isn't necessarily going to be the same when he gets in there after a Biden terror reign. Right now, these countries are geared up to go to war. China's about to take Taiwan. Russia's trying to take Ukraine. It's going to be a whole different political landscape. So Trump needs to stay sharp. Trump needs to know how to debate. He's going to have to debate these people. It's the art of the deal. So I just want to see him in the debates. And as far as biblical, you might hear like some Christians say, well, we shouldn't be involved in politics and debating's bad. In some translations of the Bible, there is a verse, I believe it's in Revelation, where it's going through the list of all the things that will keep you out of heaven. Idolaters, adultery, drunkards, effeminate, etc., etc. In some translations, in one of those verses, I forget which one it is, it says debaters. I'm not sure what the Hebrew word is, and I couldn't find it, and I didn't take enough time to look into it and figure it out. In other translations, it's not the same thing, but I did get some Bible verses that do show that debate is it's not forbidden in the Bible. Here's a couple verses. Titus 3:9 says, "But avoid foolish controversies, genealogies, dissensions, and quarrels about the law, for they are unprofitable and worthless." So there's a verse saying, arguing about the law, maybe arguing about politics, unprofitable and worthless. That's kind of interesting. So that maybe that is what they mean by debaters. But in other verses, we see, as for the one who is weak in faith, welcome him, but not to quarrel over opinions. But that's Romans 14:1. 1 Peter 3:15 and 16. But in your hearts, honor Christ the Lord as holy, always prepared to make defense to anyone who asks you for a reason for hope that is in you. Yet do it with gentleness and respect, having a good conscience, so that when you are slandered, those who revile your good behavior in Christ may be put to shame. So that's endorsing, debating, standing up for the word and for what's right. And I think political debate is standing up for what's right. The reason we debate, I debate from a moral standpoint. So when I'm debating the law, it's our Christian foundation that says murder is wrong, stealing is wrong. If you're an atheist, you can't justify any of these things. So if you're debating from, basically, I think what the Bible is saying is, if you're debating from the stance of Christianity, of Christ, of being of God, then it's okay. If you're having querulous debates about nothing, which is like what happens when I talk to Freddie a lot of times, which is not good. I know it's not good. We do it for entertainment on this channel, but I really don't take anything he says that seriously, guys, just so you know. But all scripture, 2 Timothy 3:16, all scripture is breathed out by God and profitable for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and for training in righteousness. And then in Isaiah, we got some scripture that supports debate. Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall be like wool. Let us reason together. This means talking. This means using our words. If you can win the argument with your words, you never have to go into combat. And I think that's important for a president to be able to do. Isaiah 41:21, present your case, says the Lord. Set forth your arguments, says Jacob's king. Present your case and set forth your arguments. Okay? But then we have another verse again. So people will say, well, this sounds like contradictions. No, it's saying if you're of God and you're arguing from a position of a follower of Christ, then it's okay. But you need to be kind and you need to do it respectfully. You need to stay calm. But then in 2 Timothy 2:23, the converse, stay away from foolish and stupid arguments. You know that these arguments grow into bigger arguments. As a servant of the Lord, you must not argue. You must be kind to everyone. You must be a good teacher and you must be patient. You must gently teach those who don't agree with you. Maybe God will let them change their hearts so that they can accept the truth. The devil has trapped them and now makes them do what he wants. But maybe they can wake up to see what is happening and free themselves from the devil's traps. So it's saying, don't argue with a fool. Don't suffer a fool. Don't argue about stupid, meaningless things. But when somebody disagrees with you, you be kind and you take your time with them. You be gentle with them, and you still want to argue your position. You still want to get your position across, and maybe one day you can pull them out of that hell that they're in. But that's all I got on that. That's the end of that part. Let me catch up with chat. What's chat saying? I haven't looked at it in a minute. I was on a little ranty rant. Press 1 if Freddie looks like Floyd. Oh, God. Seesaw, keep your lessons for your husband. Oh, God. What are y'all saying? Bully Seesaw, are you making tacos tomorrow? Austin Powers with dreads. Have you guys ever heard of the Mandela effect? You want to know an interesting Mandela effect? What does Austin Powers say? This is not part of the show. This is just something I thought about earlier. What does Austin Powers say about the man dressed as the woman? We always say, that's a man, baby. Right? That's what everybody thinks he says. Listen.
It's a man, baby. It's a man, baby.
I looked when I was trying to find that soundbite. I Googled, that's a man, baby. That's what I found. I Googled most quotable lines from Austin Powers. That's what comes up. He doesn't say that's a man, baby. He says there is a man, baby, which is weird. Just wanted to throw that out there. Mandela effect. Trump's tan and the man. Josh is a fantastic reader. Thank you. You can't read very well, can you, Jalen? Not all, but most can't either. Black excellence like a mug. I'm shocked. I didn't think Josh would be such a good reader. Guess you just can't judge a book by its cover. Okay. The only good thing Trump has ever done were stimulus checks and The Apprentice. No. Oh, God. This weekend, my husband's family is coming over, making them carne asada, tortilla salsa, and the whole nine. They white. Yoda, you want to get blocked again? Who's going to block Yoda? Naturally for you, Jalen. He black. Sounds like a great time. Ranchera? Of course. JC loved the stimulus checks. Right. See, go. I didn't like the stimulus checks because you know why our that led to a lot of the inflation and a lot of the crap we see now. But Trump only did one stimulus check. Or did Trump do two? I'm pretty sure Biden did two and Trump did one. Like one was enough. Stop it then. Stop it now. I think he was kind of doing that. Just to win some votes. I'm not justifying it as the right decision because he didn't win. People were pissed off about COVID. Everybody was blaming Trump. When he put things in place, they said he was doing too much. He's xenophobic for putting a travel ban out. He got the vaccine out quick, and then everybody, they were hypocrites. The media, the liberals, the people who turned on Trump, they were all hypocrites. And I think he was trying to buy some votes with that stimulus check. It didn't work, unfortunately. You can't buy off a fraudulent system. So go eat a watermelon, boy. We were like, no, don't give us that money. You'll tax us 10 times more in the future. Lo and behold, everything's going to cost more. Gas prices go up. Food prices go up. Who would have thunk it? Anybody who's not an idiot. Let's see. Sal, I want tacos now. My family knew it was a Trojan horse. Yep. Sal, did you send it back? Do you think that was an option, Jalen? Do you think there was like a send back option on the stimulus check that was direct deposited into my account? Do you think that there was a send back option? Are you stupid? Yeah. Yeah. Wish we could have. Yes. Sal knows. Rika Trika in the chat. Where's Freddie? I don't even see him. Oh, there he is. He said, "What's up?" Shout out. Real indeed. Did you see my comment about CJ? Oh, okay. I don't think anybody cares. Press 1 if Freddie. Oh, we already saw that. I'm tired of these glitches in my system. Well, you probably got Obama internet. That there is a man, baby. Oh, is that what he says? That there is a man, baby. Oh, I just don't have the. Still, I thought he said that's a man, baby. There's a man, baby. Xenophobia because terrorists never came from the countries he banned. Well, it wasn't. We're not talking about the Muslim ban. We're talking about the travel ban due to COVID. We're not talking about the Muslim ban. Genius. Trump didn't know anything about COVID. I'll give him that. What do you mean? He was like one of the first people to do something about it, and then they called him xenophobic, and then Pelosi said, well, we're dancing in the streets in Chinatown. What are you talking about? Y'all are stupid. See, Democrats are just stupid. They're really dumb. Glitches as in the Mandela effect. I might be wrong. I bought an AR with my stimulus. I bought this laptop with one of my stimulus checks. What did Man Godson say that he said he might be wrong about? That there is a oh yeah, I don't know. I just thought he said that's a man, baby. He All right, let's move on to the next segment. Sound of Freedom. Sound of Freedom. This is the child sex trafficking episode. I haven't ever really talked a whole lot about this stuff because it's high level evil, you know. Even just talking about it, I feel like so we need to do our spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. We need to we need to put on that full armor of God when we talk about this stuff because it's opening up some dark portals, I think. But Sound of Freedom came out, movie, and it was a movie about child sex trafficking. I watched the movie. My thoughts on the movie: great movie, well done, good acting. Yeah, I really liked it. Tyson James said this in one of his streams. I was wishing for some like beat down scenes or like some like light everybody up with machine gun scenes, all the pedophiles, but that didn't happen. It was based off a true story though. Really just sad movie. The way it opens, there's a woman who when I started watching the movie, I didn't know that it was actually based off of a true story. I thought that the woman, the black lady with the nice dress, she was a beauty pageant winner. Her name was Giselle. I thought she was supposed to represent Ghislaine Maxwell, but actually she's a different woman. And it's funny that they're very similar names, both, attractive women. And she basically, the single father, he's struggling for money. She finds he's got a son and a daughter, and she goes to the father and she says, these kids can be stars. They can be stars. They can be celebrities. And he's like, oh, wow, really? They can make money. Wow, we're going to get out of poverty. This is amazing. And she says, yeah, bring them by this place so we can make them a portfolio, do some pictures, and make a portfolio for them. He shows up, and he's trying to go into the place, and she says, no parents are allowed in while we're doing this. You need to go home and come back at 7 o'clock tonight. So he leaves. They bring the kids in, and then there's a scene where they're taking a picture of all the kids, putting lipstick on the girls, making them look more adult, adjusting the boy's collar and stuff. I just undid my button. And it's just, it's really sad. And then they take them. They load them into a van and they take them. Dad comes by later that night, knocks on the door, starts banging on the door, busts open the door. Everything's gone. They took them. And then the story is about this guy, Tim Ballard, who is behind Operation Underground Railroad, which is a Utah-based nonprofit that is trying to stop child sex trafficking. And Jim Caviezel, who played Jesus in The Passion of the Christ. Mel Gibson was involved in this movie. Based Mel Gibson. I watched Conspiracy Theory last night. Again, still one of my top 5 favorite movies ever. Since I was a little kid. Probably why I am the way I am. The opening scene where he's cutting out newspaper articles and highlighting newspaper stuff and putting them in files. I was like, that's me every Sunday when I'm putting this show together. But anyway, Jim Caviezel, how do you say his name? Caviezel was the star. And anyway, this movie was made like 5 years ago. They couldn't get it released. Netflix wouldn't buy it. Netflix wouldn't pick it up. Originally, it was acquired by Fox. And then Disney was gonna buy it, but then they ended up not buying it. But I wonder, was Disney looking into buying it so that they could just shelf it and keep it out of our view? Just buy it and then not ever release it, just to keep it from coming out. I think that could be potentially why Disney was looking into it, but they didn't get it. Nobody wanted to buy it, which is odd. The Epstein thing happens. COVID happens. People are at home watching movies. Everybody's talking about hashtag save the children. Hashtag save the children. These people who are okay with abortion and they're okay with child drag shows, but they'll still put hashtag save the children on their profile. Bunch of hypocrites. But anyway, why wouldn't they release the movie then? It would have been a great movie. Well, there has to be a reason, right? They wanted to let the hype die down. They didn't want people talking about this too much. But the movie drops 5 years later. 5 years later. And the media's reaction, the left side, the movie critics, these liberal critics, come out with their reviews of the movie. Rolling Stone's headline: Sound of Freedom is a superhero movie for dads with brain worms. This is what Rolling Stone said. Save the Children. Sound of Freedom is a superhero movie for dads with brain worms. The QAnon-tinged thriller about child trafficking is designed to appeal to the conscience of a conspiracy-addled boomer. Let me read that one more time. The QAnon-tinged thriller about child trafficking is designed to appeal to the conscience of a conspiracy-addled boomer. What kind of bullcrap is this? This is Rolling Stone. I can't read you the article because they want me to pay for it. You think I would pay for this crap? You think I'm going to pay to subscribe to this propaganda bullcrap? No. Let's see. Is there any relevant chats? Shout out. Okay. Movie sounds gross. Yeah, it's what's that? Jalen Wesley, take a shot with me. How did you get that little one with the balloons on it? What does that mean? Oh, it's your first super chat. Celebrate your first super chat from Jalen Wesley. Hey, the $2 super chat. Thank you, Jalen. That means I'm going to get like $1.30 in 2 months. Let's go. I don't condone violence. Take a shot with me. I don't want you to do push-ups. That would only be like a push-up and a half. No, I'm not drinking. I don't have anything to take a shot of. I got water. I got coffee. I'll take a shot of coffee. Hold on. You guys hear that? Where'd my sound effects go? Where did my, can you guys hear that gong? Hold on 1 second. Technical difficulties. Give me 1 second. My soundboard's not working. Taking headphone. What the heck? Why can't I hear it? Can you guys hear the sound effects playing? You hear beta? Every dollar is valued 100%. Yes. I was just messing with Jalen. Thank you for the super chat. You hear it? I can't hear it. I wonder why I can't hear it. Anyway, I wasn't playing beta for you. I was just playing in beta to test it. The gong is the super chat sound. Gong. Gong. I don't know why I can't hear it. You're going to get tore up. Chug it. No sound effects? You don't hear it? Some people hear it. Some people don't hear it. Let me see something. If I can tell you if it's making a sound right now. No, it's not. You don't hear anything, Jalen. What are you talking about? I would see it. What the? Not everything's always... There's always got to be some problem. No, I just opened the wrong thing. Hold on. Give me 1 second. So yeah, the movie comes out. It is a sad movie. It has a happy ending. I thought it was a good movie. I think it's worth seeing. But the media's reaction is what really pissed me off. They're saying it's a QAnon conspiracy. Child sex trafficking is a QAnon conspiracy. And Jim Cazaville or whatever is a QAnon guy because he's talked about adrenochrome. I don't know why it's not working. It was working earlier. Let me see if I have other sounds. Let me see something real quick.
From the top row.
Well, we have audio. Huh. Well, I guess we have no beta. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Okay. Nice. Nice. All right. They're saying it's a QAnon conspiracy. Crazy. I don't like that. But let's see. BBC, Sound of Freedom, an unlikely and controversial summer hit movie. What's controversial about it? It's only controversial if you're a degenerate who supports child sex trafficking. Summer at the movies is a time for big budget blockbusters, but this year an independent drama with religious undertones. And this is the real reason they don't like it. In one scene in the movie, the main character sets up a PDF file and has lunch with him, and he actually pretends to be a PDF file, a pedophile. Let's just use the words. Forget it. Who cares? Jalen gave us a super chat, so we can say the words. He pretends to be a pedophile, talks to another pedophile, sets him up. They meet at the diner. As soon as the guy gives the main character, Tim, as soon as the pedophile gives Tim the information that he's looking for of where this van is going to deliver this kid, he tells him, better a millstone be hung around your neck than you offend one of these little children or one of God's children, which is from the Bible. And the guy's like, what? And then the cops rush in and they throw him on the ground. And I was like, let's go base. And then later in the movie, somebody's like, why do you care so much? And he said, because God's children aren't for sale. So there are a lot of religious, I mean, it's Mel Gibson, it's Passion of the Christ. Like, you know, this is a Christian movie. And it's not a QAnon movie. It's a movie for Christians. And that's why the critics don't like it. Religious undertones, says BBC, is both competing with the likes of Indiana Jones and causing a political stir. Sound of Freedom tells the story of a government agent who busts a child sex abuse ring operating in Colombia. The main character is based on Timothy Ballard, a former Department of Homeland Security agent who founded an anti-human trafficking organization. They spelled organization wrong, by the way. Well, actually, it's BBC, and I know they spell stuff weird out there. Operation Underground Railroad. He goes undercover in some of the gritty action scenes in the Colombian jungle wouldn't look out of place in more conventional Hollywood flick. The review aggregation site Rotten Tomatoes gives the movie a critic score of 77%. But this is not a typical summer blockbuster. A string of conspiratorial comments by the leading actor, Jim Caviezel, and the movie's themes have turned the film into a cultural war flashpoint. Mixed reviews. Rolling Stones called Sound of Freedom a QAnon-tinged thriller. Star calls QAnon a good thing, but those QAnon references are not entirely spurious. The film star Caviezel has talked repeatedly about some of its more bizarre themes. Caviezel attended a QAnon-themed conference in 2021 and has appeared a number of times on Steve Bannon's podcast, recently calling QAnon a good thing. Like I said, it was a good thing until it got infiltrated by ops. It got infiltrated by a bunch of ops who discredited it by putting out a bunch of fake stuff to make it seem like nonsense. But the basic concept that there is a cabal of powerful pedophiles who want your children that's not a conspiracy theory. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's a real thing. I know some people just want to brush it under the rug and it's tough to talk about, but it's real. Oh, it's real. And those elites didn't like that QAnon was calling attention to it. So that's why the critics are having backlash against it. It's crazy. Anti-trafficking groups have already said that QAnon hinders their efforts, and the film revolves around the baseless panic that vast trafficking rings are waiting to snatch up American kids. Okay, well, we're going to look into the stats. We're going to look into the stats here in a little bit. And We'll see what the stats say. Is it really a problem or is it nothing? We'll see. The film is marketed to Q believers in much the same way as Q works through the fear of trafficking and appeals to emotion. He says, but Mr. Ballard hit back at the critics, telling Fox News that those citing conspiracy theories make zero connection to the actual story. He told Fox it's going to be very awkward when the mainstream media comes after these trafficked kids next and accuses them of being part of some conspiracy, when in fact they were rescued from a life of rape. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in the media, perhaps. It's not bizarre when you understand it. When you understand that these elites who run media are in on it, it's not that bizarre to think that they would want to silence it. But it's having great box office success. It's going to hit up to $100 million this weekend, or this past weekend. It's nearing $100 million in box office. From Forbes, surprise hit "Sound of Freedom" moves up in box office rankings, grossing $85 million despite controversy. So they're all pointing out this QAnon controversy stuff, but it's doing great. And it's also surprising because there was no marketing for this movie. I never saw any commercial or ads on YouTube. I never saw any ads on Facebook. I didn't even know anything about this movie until like 3 days after it came out. All of social media was talking about it. Everybody's saying we're going to see Sound of Freedom. We're going to see Sound of Freedom. I'm like, what is Sound of Freedom? I have no idea what this movie's even about. So there was very little marketing, and it's doing great. But that's my thoughts on the movie. That's my thoughts on the QAnon critic bullcrap smear campaign that they're doing. But now we're going to get into one other little conspiracy theory. And I don't know if I believe in this yet. Stubborn One sent me a video from this channel. The guy seems pretty based. I don't really watch it a lot. I subscribed to him. I checked it out. What's it called? Is Stubborn One in here? Off the Grid with Doug and Rosa or something like that. What's this channel called? Oh, the shot's going up. Better you had a millstone around your neck than harm any of these children. Let me get my bottle. Oh, Mr. Matt and Jalen gonna take shots. You didn't see ads because you don't watch TV. I watch YouTube TV. I watch YouTube, and they have ads. So, what is T.W. Samuels? T.W. Samuels. Cheap whiskey. Ew. All right. Last part of this topic. There is some controversy related to Tim Ballard and Operation Underground Railroad. There is a little bit of controversy. So I had heard nothing about this. And again, I think I raised like $150. I did one of those birthday fundraisers on Facebook. After the Epstein stuff happened on Facebook, I did a birthday fundraiser for Operation Underground Railroad. I did not know they were based out of Utah. That was kind of cool to find out. So I've raised money for them, okay? But I didn't do any research into the organization. I just thought, well, they're against child sex trafficking. That's a hot button issue right now. Let's do this fundraiser for them. But apparently, there's a little bit of controversy. And you know, we got to be wary of these nonprofits, these charities. And we got to look into this stuff. So just to be fair, I'm going to cover this. I don't necessarily agree with this clip that I'm about to show you because after looking into it, I think some of it rings true. Some of it not so much. Let me play this clip. And then we can read some articles and talk about it.
With the financing of Carlos Slim. Here's Tim Ballard telling you that right from his own mouth. Oh.
So this guy's like an off-grid YouTuber, but he's got like 1.15 million. He's got a lot of subscribers. He's got like 1 million subscribers. Off-grid YouTuber. How off-grid are you if you... I mean, maybe he just records the videos and then he goes into town to upload them. But, I mean, if you have internet, are you really off-grid? I don't know. But But he covers a lot of like conspiracy theory type stuff and seems pretty based. But this story here, I don't know. It almost seems like he's believing a smear campaign, because I don't know if I agree with what he's saying in this stuff, but we're going to look into it. And you guys can come to your own conclusions, but take a listen. He's talking about one of the main financiers of Operation Underground Railroad, which is Tim Ballard's organization, which is supposed to be stopping child sex trafficking. And he's talking about one of the main financiers being a man named Carlos Slim. Carlos Slim was the richest man in the world. He's Mexican. He was the richest man in the world from, I believe, 2007 to 2013. Currently, I think he's like the 7th or 12th richest man in the world. And just listen what he says about Carlos Slim here.
With the financing of Carlos Slim. Here's Tim Ballard telling you that right from his own mouth.
Who's paying for this movie to come about?
I think Jim's. Aren't you from the bill? A great group of people have come together to invest in this production. Some of them, the Carlos Slim family is involved.
Really?
From Mexico.
In the Times is Carlos Slim. Now, Carlos Slim, as you know, comes from Mexico. He's given many millions of dollars to the Clintons and their initiative. So Carlos Slim, largest owner of the paper from Mexico. Reporters at the New York Times.
He actually bought a large chunk of New York Times. So he's currently one of the main owners of the New York Times. And everything so far is true. He was very heavily involved in the Clinton campaign. He is one of the main owners of New York Times currently. But let's keep watching.
They're not journalists. They're corporate lobbyists for Carlos Slim.
Hunter Biden used Joe's vice president perks to pursue deal with Carlos Slim. Press release: President Bill Clinton, Frank Guistra, and Carlos Slim launched $20 million fund for small and medium-sized enterprises in Haiti.
And for Hillary Clinton.
Who's Carlos Slim? Well, some say he's a Mexican drug lord.
Now, here, Mel Gibson is a highly compromised coke rat with IDF bodyguards and a fetish for Russian Israeli hookers in Mexico City with Mr. Carlos Slim and Mel Gibson. Now, here's the thing. There's a character in the movie who is there's a rich guy from Mexico who basically buys an island so they can set up a fake child sex trafficking hotel. And that's where they do this sting, and they save like 150 kids, and they catch a whole bunch of these sex traffickers at this hotel that they build. The financier in that movie, I think he may be representing Carlos Slim. Now, if that's true, you would need a very, very rich, influential person to buy a whole island so that you can catch child sex traffickers. If that's the case, maybe this Carlos Slim guy isn't so bad. Maybe this is a bit of a smear campaign on this guy's name. And maybe, he was involved in some politics that he shouldn't have been in, and that's bad and stuff, but he's still not a bad guy. He's against there's a lot of maybes here. It's kind of like how Trump was a New York Democrat for a long time. A lot of times you kind of gotta, these high ups, if they want to do something good, they gotta play with Satan a little bit. You gotta you gotta deal with Satan in order to defeat him. Maybe that's what this Carlos Slim guy is doing, or maybe he's a bad guy. But I don't think Mel Gibson is a highly compromised coke rat with IDF bodyguards and a fetish for Russians. I think Mel Gibson's based. So when I see this, it seems like a smear campaign hit piece. And I'm not saying that the off-grid guy is doing the smear campaign. I'm just saying the off-grid guy is doing the same thing I'm doing right now, reporting on something, putting it out there for the viewer so you can see it. I want to be thorough. I want to cover all the bases, and then you can come up with your own conclusions. Do you think it's a smear campaign? Do you think it's all true? What do you think?
Some say he's a human trafficker. I'm about to show you a video clip where a woman hysterically outside of a hotel in Mexico is yelling to help get people's attention to tell them that Carlos Slim has people in an underground bunker. And I will let you know that the police took, and she was never heard from again.
All right. A little bit melodramatic there, but so this is a video from a woman that claims to have escaped from one of Carlos Slim's underground bunkers. And this is some pretty crazy stuff right here. Foulness. I was not aware of anything. In other words, the murders. I guess they have eaten humans. Humanos! They smell of human flesh. They killed a lot of people. Death to that kind of human. They ate humans. I did not do anything. They had eaten humans. Don't take me away until this is resolved.
So now we got that out of the way. Tim Ballard admits Carlos Slim is the financier of the movie. Carlos Slim is in bed with the Clinton Foundation and the Clintons and with the Gates Foundation. The Clintons, believe it or not, are in on this stuff.
Oh, well, I believe that for sure. I definitely believe that. So, I mean, that is kind of damning. They did say that Carlos Slim, and there is evidence that Carlos Slim was involved with the Clintons. So, but does that necessarily mean that Carlos Slim is evil, or was he just dealing with the devil in order to beat the devil type of situation? Sometimes you got to play their game a little bit so that you can beat them, which is exactly what they do in the movie, by the way. In the movie, they basically pose as sex traffickers. They get a very rich financial backer to buy an island, to build a hotel, and then they approach this Giselle woman and her sex traffickers. They approach her and they say, hey, we like little kids. We have an island. We're building a hotel. We need you to bring us 100 children. Or she's like, how many? She said, we need you to bring us children to stock our place. We're basically going to have a membership-only hotel where they can come and they can have an all-you-can-eat buffet of lots of options. We want there to be lots of options. And she said, how much is the membership? And they said $100K a year, $100,000 a year for these rich people to join this exclusive club on an isolated island, just like Epstein. And they literally built a place on an island. They paid for the island. They built a place. They went there to have a meeting, and they said, bring all the kids. And then this lady brought like 100 kids to the island, and then there was a sting. People came in and saved all the kids. So that kind of goes to my point that in order to catch the child predators, they had to pretend to be child predators for a little while. You could say that Carlos Slim was potentially doing the same thing. Maybe Carlos Slim got in bed with the Clintons in order to catch some of this crap. Maybe Carlos Slim is a good guy. Maybe he's evil. Maybe he's a demon. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there, being thorough. From Deseret News, which is a local news station here in Utah, Davis County attorneys, and this is from May 12th, 2023. Davis County Attorney's Office closes investigation into Operation Underground Railroad. So there was an open investigation, but that investigation is closed. Operation Underground Railroad was acquitted. So assuming Utah has a based legal system, which I think we do, we're one of the most red states. I think we got a pretty base system here in Utah. So if it is a legit system, they acquitted Operation Underground Railroad of all these charges. Davis County Attorney's Office has closed its investigation of Operation Underground Railroad and will not pursue any potential charges related to the organization, according to declination statement obtained by the Deseret News. The end of the investigation, dated March 28, 2023, in a document marks roughly 2.5 years since David County Attorney Troy Rawlings first publicly concerned that he was looking into the Utah-based nonprofit, which says it works with local law enforcement to combat sex child trafficking. Tim Ballard, the founder and CEO of Operation Underground Railroad, says the investigation harmed the organization's reputation. The review's charges by Rawlings' office included communications fraud, witness tampering, and retaliation against a witness, victim, or informant, according to a declination statement which Rawlings confirmed was authentic. The determination to close the investigation came after Rawlings' office received and reviewed financial audits of Operation Underground Railroad and information supplied by law enforcement agencies, including the Utah Attorney General's office, the document says. Rawlings' office also took into account details provided by Operation Underground Railroad about the organization's domestic and international initiatives and the current prosecutorial priorities of the Davis County Attorney's Office in making the decision, according to the document. In sum, the Davis County's Attorney's Office does not believe that the decision to pursue charges against O.U.R. or any individuals associated with O.U.R. is prudent. The declaration reads, Rawlings' investigation of Operation Underground Railroad was first made public in a Fox 13 news story published in October 2020. So that's talking about how it was the investigation was shut down. We do have that Fox News report. I actually meant to play this clip before I read that article. This is the Fox News report. Let's play this. I was supposed to play this clip and then read this report that says that so we're going backwards here a little bit. I screwed up. My bad, guys.
During the 5 years, whistleblowers are coming in to Utah, and they're telling the prosecuting attorney there, where Tim Ballard's company is, that he's fabricating a lot of his stuff, right? He's like basically lying so he can get more donations, okay? And so the prosecuting attorney is looking into Tim Ballard and his organization, and they're finding out that, you know, he is not, his company and him have not personally went in themselves for a raid. They're piggybacking in with other government agencies and then making it look like the Underground Railroad was in charge of the whole operation.
Tonight, Fox 13 News has confirmed there is a criminal investigation into the Utah-based nonprofit
allegedly,
Operation Underground Railroad.
The organization,
DJ on Paul, yes, allegedly. That's what they're kind of alleging here. Well, no, Carlos Slim didn't make the movie. Tim Ballard made the movie. Tim Ballard runs the organization Operation Underground Railroad. Operation Underground Railroad, from the mouth of Tim Ballard, was financed by Carlos Slim. So the accusations, and I don't see any evidence that Carlos Slim is a sex trafficker. I do see evidence that he owns New York Times. Trump didn't like him, and he was involved with Clinton campaigns. Clintons, I believe, probably have some demonic stuff going on with them. So it's not a good look. But that's what they're alleging. It looks like Jalen and Mr. Matt are just talking about drinking and chips.
works to rescue.
Oh, did the audio cut out again?
Here in Utah, Fox 13 News investigative reporter Adam Herbetz joins us now with what we know so far. Adam.
Yeah, Bob Kelly, because this is an ongoing criminal investigation, both sides are very limited in what they are saying. But Fox 13 News has learned that prosecutors are looking into several allegations. Now, Fox 13 News has learned the Davis County Attorney's Office has opened a criminal investigation into Operation Underground Railroad. According to Davis County Attorney Troy Rawlings, quote, "We've received complaints and are in the process of reviewing those complaints to answer questions about the nonprofit." The Davis County Attorney's Office is also saying little about its case, but Fox 13 has learned County Attorney Troy Rawlings posted a series of messages on his personal
said you were double
Instagram
dipping the
account
chip
last month. Quote, "Please beware of any individual, entity, or organization who solicits your money and may be claiming credit for work to protect children that is actually done by our task force. They have had absolutely zero involvement in any of these arrests and successful prosecutions you see on display on the wall of shame in the Davis County Attorney's Office. According to public records, the nonprofit's revenue has more than tripled over a span of 4 years.
Let's do it, man. We're going to answer the controversial questions right now. Oh, there's some big ones.
O.U.R. posted this video online last week, which did not address the investigation.
The sooner we answer these questions,
So you didn't answer the controversial questions.
the sooner we can all join together.
Earlier today, we received this brief response from Operation Underground Railroad's legal counsel, Adam Becker, who says he spoke with the Davis County attorney today, who told him there is no investigation. We also reached out to the Attorney General, Sean Reyes. His office says they aren't aware of any investigation.
Now, there was definitely...
He wouldn't comment, even if he was aware of one.
So that's fishy because there was an investigation. There's an interview with the DA, with the Davis County attorney that I watched. I don't have any clips from it, but essentially he says there was an investigation and they were acquitted of all charges, and the fact that people are spreading this and talking about this is hurting it's hurting the image of them, and they are helping children. So just throwing that out there.
Bob, Kelly?
So,
Double
Adam,
one.
Is there an investigation going on then?
Yeah, I mean, based on all of the documents we've received, based on the quotes...
Stubborn One is the one that sent me this story. So you missed some of it, Stubborn One. I was saying I don't know. I don't think from the research I'm doing, I don't see any real evidence of foul play. The Carlos Slim guy is kind of fishy, but I don't see any evidence of him being a child trafficker. And I was saying that maybe this Carlos Slim guy was doing exactly what they did in the movie, which is buddying up to the devil in order to defeat the devil. I was saying that in the movie, they pretended to be pedophiles to catch the pedophiles. Maybe this Carlos Slim guy is actually a decent dude, and that's why he's financing these things, because he's actually against child sex trafficking, and he's in Mexico, and he knows it's happening, and he's sick of it. And maybe that's why he's buddying up and, giving some money. He's one of the richest men in the world. It's nothing to him. Maybe he's buddying up to people like the Clintons in order to expose some of this stuff. Could be. So I want to look at both sides of it, and I'm presenting this, not saying that I agree with it, but just trying to be thorough and show some of the stuff that people have been saying.
We've heard from Troy Rawlings, the Davis County attorney. We firmly believe there is an investigation going on here. We cannot answer or speculate why O.U.R.'s attorney would send us a statement stating that there isn't one, but we're confident in our reporting, which is why we're here tonight.
Adam, this is a bomb.
Right. So, and as we just read, there was an investigation according to Deseret News, but they were acquitted on all charges. And again, there is an interview with the Utah DA on YouTube, and it's like an hour-long interview talking about this. And he's saying, yeah, there were charges brought up. They were acquitted of all the charges. It's a bunch of bogus stuff, and we really don't want this being spread around. That's why we denied it, because it's hurting their cause, which is a just cause. So, again, I want to throw out there that I'm just being thorough. If this is a good organization, then God bless them, more power to them. But you always need to be cautious. You need to do your due diligence. You need to look into this stuff. So I appreciate the Stubborn One sent me this. I don't think I agree with the off-grid guy. I mean, I think he's doing the same thing I'm doing. I don't know if he really believes all this stuff too, but he's just presenting it like here's an idea. See what you think about it, and that's okay. But I don't know. I think that from what I'm seeing, I think Operation Underground Railroad, Tim Ballard, Carlos Slim, maybe not so much, but Tim Ballard and Operation Underground Railroad based. Carlos Slim, maybe based, maybe not, but I don't think he's a sex trafficker. And I think it's possible that he was in bed with the Clintons to expose some of this stuff. Because now we talk about that the Clintons were involved in sex trafficking. Maybe Carlos Slim had something to do with that. Maybe Carlos Slim had to do with Epstein getting caught and Ghislaine Maxwell being caught. You know, maybe that's why he's not the richest man in the world anymore. He's like the 12th richest man in the world now. Here's him. Little info on Carlos Slim. Mexican business magnate, investor, and philanthropist. From 2010 to 2013, he was ranked as the richest person in the world by Forbes Business Magazine. He derived his fortune from his extensive holdings in a considerable number of Mexican companies through his conglomerate Grupo Carso. If you go to his Wikipedia, he was involved with the Clinton campaign. He did give them some money, but again, maybe he was just trying to get close to them so that he could expose some of this stuff. Maybe he really hates child sex trafficking. Maybe that's why he financed Operation Underground Railroad and backed them financially, and then maybe he gave money to the Clintons to get close to them to expose them. You know, they murdered a guy.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Yeah, basically. So that's the little conspiracy theory. That's, I think, the real interesting stuff, not the, oh, it's a QAnon, the media and the critics' reaction to the movie saying it's a QAnon. No, that's bullcrap. But that was interesting. But I don't see anything egregious enough to actually believe that this is a corrupt group or anything like that. What someone was saying. What I heard is that the movie is legit, but they're only pushing it now to put fear in parents so they will agree to government tracking and eventually microchipping children. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. I mean, the Tim Ballard guy did lose his job with Homeland Security. Maybe he got it back once he saved all those kids. But they did save a bunch of kids in Colombia. That did happen. And I think Operation Underground Railroad is a based organization. The Carlos Slim guy, I don't know enough about it. I don't see any evidence that he was involved in human trafficking, but he is one of the elite. He is one of the elite. He was the richest man in the world, but he's not anymore. So maybe he's a good dude, and they had to knock him down a level because he was starting to expose some things he shouldn't be exposing. As far as this microchipping and stuff, that could be a thing too. Yep. Interesting. I didn't even think about that. Shout out Norm McDonald. Yep. Chipping no bueno. Yep, chipping no bueno. Yeah, it's a thing. They're already doing it in Sweden. They're putting microchips in your hand right here, and you use it to get into buildings, buy stuff. You put your money on it, your identification on it. It's happening. It's a real thing. But let's look at, before we move on, before we wrap up this first segment, let's look at some actual, since they say it's just a QAnon conspiracy theory. Let's look at some statistics, some numbers. From World's Children Child Trafficking Statistics. 27% of trafficking victims are children. The majority of human trafficking victims are involved in forced labor. Labor trafficking involves the use of fraud, coercion, or force in order to get a victim to provide labor or services. I've been trafficked for labor before. More than 2/3 of trafficking victims fall into this category, including more than 100 million adults and nearly 4 million children. 4 million children. That's a big number. That's a big number. It's not like a huge percentage of the population gets child sex trafficked. But, when we have nationwide riots over police brutality against black people, and then you find out that the number of unarmed black people killed by police every year is usually around 9 to 12. Out of 330 million people in America, 9 to 12 black people, unarmed black people, are killed by police every year. 9 to 12. Not 900 to 1,200. Not 9,000 to 12,000. But we have riots all over the country, billions of dollars in damage, over 30 casualties because of 9 to 12 deaths of black people at the hands of cops a year. Do you think that 4 million children a year is not pretty egregious? Is not something we should probably be up in arms about? We should probably be doing something about this, don't you think? 4 million? The International Labor Organization reports that forced labor generated U.S. dollars 150 billion in illegal profits per year. Specifically, 51.8 billion U.S. dollars in forced labor process come from the Asia Pacific region. Now, this is specifically about labor trafficking. Children are 4 times more likely to be trafficked for labor rather than sex. Children who are trafficked for labor purposes might be removed from their families and forced to perform domestic household services or work in factories or agriculture. Guys, when I talk about how I'm not with child labor laws, that's communist. That doesn't mean I support forced child labor. I'm saying if a kid is 13 years old and he lives on the farm with mom and dad and he wants to go work in the farm, let him do it. But labor laws will prevent you from, or if a kid is 13 years old and wants to go get a little job doing newspapers, labor laws will prevent that from happening. That's communist, okay? If kid wants to work, he can work. Forced labor is a different thing altogether. And trafficking and forced labor and kidnapping, no, that's bad. That's not what I'm talking about when I say children labor laws shouldn't be a thing. Just want to make sure that's clear. Though millions of children are trafficked, there is a much larger number of children involved in child labor that is not considered trafficking. Right, so see, there's those numbers where they get kind of weird. Estimated 168 million child laborers around the world. Nothing wrong with that if it's voluntary. You know, you say kids can't consent. A kid can consent to work. If a kid wants to go work, let him go to work. Don't let him cut his wee-wee off, but you can let the kid go to work. I had a job when I was like 16. If a 13-year-old kid wants to go sell some newspapers, make a little extra ching-a-ling for his pocket so he can get an ice cream cone, let him. You know? If dad wants to have the kid go to work on the farm, that should be allowed. Hit that like button. Work that endanger child laborers around the world, with around half of them participating in what is known as hazardous work. Work that endangers the child's physical, emotional, or social well-being. So that's not good. 66% of child trafficking victims are girls. Often girls around the world are forced to drop out of school or denied access to income-generating opportunities. The resulting social exclusion can trap girls in a cycle of extreme poverty, as well as increased vulnerability to trafficking and exploitation. This lack of education ultimately limits the lifetime earning potential for girls, thus perpetuating the cycle of poverty for their own children. I don't know about all that stuff, but what can you do about forced labor? I'm more interested. We're talking about the sex stuff more than the labor stuff. 99% of victims trafficked for sexual exploitation are women and girls. Traffickers use threat, lies, violence, debt bondage, and coercion to force victims to engage in commercial sex acts against their will. Young girls who live on the streets or whose families are extremely poor are particularly vulnerable to this kind of trafficking. Again, that's shown in the movie where the dad thinks his kids are going to be stars. You know, keep the wee-wee and get a job. Yes. Countries affected by trafficking. Labor trafficking affects every country in the world, especially the Asia Pacific region, where 1 in every 250 people are victims. 1 in every 250. That's too high of a number. 7 in 10 victims of sexual exploitation in the world are trafficked in the Asia Pacific. Trafficker tricks, job recruiter tricks, the marriage dowry trick. What is that, a Muslim thing? Young man will visit a village saying he is looking for a wife and that he is willing to accept a girl without a marriage dowry, which is like an allowance. The thought of getting a daughter married without having to pay the typical exorbitant dowry is too tempting for impoverished families. The girl is given to the man thinking she will be married and taken care of, but instead she is whisked away and forced into the sex trade. I think that's probably a Muslim thing in the Middle East, because the marriage dowry is a Muslim thing. I don't know about Asians, if Asians do that too. I know Muslims do it. With your help, we can make it a lot harder for traffickers to kidnap and coerce women and girls. So there's just some facts. Child sex trafficking, the complex and frightening times it's natural around the world. It's natural that the world seems like a more dangerous place for our children than ever before. That's what I was saying earlier. Understanding the realities of child sex trafficking will help you to not only keep your own children safe, but to become an effective advocate for safety of all children and families in your country. So here's some myths. Child sex trafficking myths. Child sex traffickers usually kidnap their victims or otherwise take them by force. That's a myth. They usually coerce them into it voluntarily, or they coerce the parents. Like in the movie, we saw that myth. Parents and other adults should be on the lookout for strangers who are hunting for children to exploit. Now, why is that a myth? I think parents should be on the lookout for that. But I think what they're saying is that it's less likely that somebody's going to come up with a van with candy and take your child. It's more likely, that it's going to be done a different way. But I still think parents should be on the lookout for that sort of thing. There's a thin line between caution and paranoia. You know, you don't want to be overly paranoid. You know, you want to let your kids have some sort of freedom, but like Seesaw was saying earlier, in this day and age, it's crazy out there, and parents are frightened. I have a Mexican gardeners. I taught my kids about hard labor work. Facts. My parents used to make me pull weeds every weekend before I could go out and play. Is that forced labor? What, are they going to lock up my parents for doing that? No. Some teenagers get involved in the sex trade because these are all myths. Some teenagers get involved in the sex trade because they have loose morals. We shouldn't worry about them. It's a myth that some teenagers get involved in the sex trade because they have loose morals. I mean, in modern day, teenagers getting involved in like OnlyFans and stuff because they have loose morals. I think that's true. Which part is the myth? That we shouldn't worry about them, or we should worry about them? I mean, we worry. I don't know if we should worry about them. We should try to help them, I guess. I don't know. Myth, the only way to reduce child sex trafficking is to arrest all the perpetrators. That's a myth. Myth, all children are equally at risk for sex trafficking. Some are more at risk, apparently. Probably impoverished children are going to be more at risk. Single parent families, probably their kid's going to be more at risk. Parents with drug addiction and stuff like that is probably going to put the kids more at risk because the parents, and that's all reflective of the parents. It's a myth that all child trafficking involves sex or prostitution. Yeah, there's labor, all kinds of things. But these are not stats. Where were the stats? I thought I had a link with stats and statistics. Contact U.S. National. Where did it go? I had a link of statistics. Child trafficking statistics. 27% of trafficking victims are children. Of the 152 million children in child labor. Oh, I guess it was on the last thing. I did read some of it. 48% are 5 to 11-year-olds. 28% are 12 to 14-year-olds. 24% are 15 to 17-year-olds. This is all about labor. So there's more like labor trafficking, which is what happened to me. And it was voluntary. When I did Mag Crew, that was by definition trafficking because I was working for a fraudulent company, going door to door selling magazine subscriptions. The people never got their magazine subscriptions. Now, I didn't know that when I started. Eventually, I kind of figured it out because I'm not an idiot. But the majority of the people who were doing it, we always said Mag Crew hires convicts and dumb shits. Mag Crew puts an ad in a paper. If you want a job traveling and making good money, then join us. And then people, convicts and dumb shits, they just hire runaways. They'd hire people with criminal records, people who need to get out of the state that they're in for one reason or another. And then they'd call the ad in the newspaper. And they'd say, okay, we'll get you a Greyhound ticket tomorrow. You get on a Greyhound ticket to who knows where. You show up, they pick you up in a big white van, and then they take you to a hotel. You're in a hotel room with 4 other people. 2 people are sleeping on the floor. You're making, if you're good at it, you could make decent money. You could be making $100 a night. But on average, you're making like $10 to $30 a night in cash. And then the rest, they tell you, we pay you half in cash and the rest goes on your books. The books didn't exist. Now, most of the people they hire never woke up to this. They never figured this out, that it was all a mind fuck. Sorry, I cussed, but it was all mind. They were all messing with your mind, and it was all basically they were playing games with your mind. My mind was too strong, and I figured out this is all a scam. This is all a scam. These people don't get their magazines. This is coercive sales tactics or aggressive sales tactics. You get somebody to sign the receipt with a price written down on it before they have any idea what they're signing. And they say, okay, now you owe me this much in the circle right here. And the people say, well, I don't want to pay you. You say, well, you already signed it. So if you don't pay it, I'm going to have to pay it. And I don't have the money to pay it. I'm going to get kicked out of the thing. I'm going to get kicked out of the contest. And I'm going to blah, blah, blah. So you have to pay it. Do you normally just sign papers without reading them? It says right here that you have to pay this much and you signed it. So you owe me. And these are aggressive sales tactics. There's also theft by deception being used. And then these managers are doing drugs all day at the hotel. They're paying you chump change, telling you half of it's going on your books. You get your books paid out on July 4th and Christmas. The books don't exist. They never pay you the books. And that was trafficking. I was trafficked. I was being trafficked. And I figured it out and, got out of it. But yeah, I was personally labor trafficked. I wasn't a child. I was an adult. But it was going over state lines. We were traveling all around the country. They jump around from hotel to hotel. So anyway, I digress. I got off of, because all these stats are telling me labor stats. But just a fun story right there. I got labor trafficked, adult labor trafficked. Nowhere near as bad as child sex trafficking, but also a bad thing. So, last thing before we move on, a current article that I found related to the topic. This is from July 14th. Check this out, guys. And then I'll catch up with the chat. California politicians spiral over sex trafficking bill. Pick pedophiles or children. A leading advocacy group combating child sex trafficking declined to support the bill, saying it's unlikely to actually fight child sex trafficking. So a bill was introduced to fight child sex trafficking, and they shot it down. They shot it down. Let's read more about it. On Tuesday, Democratic members of the Assembly's Public Safety Committee initially shelved Senate Bill 14, the child sex trafficking bill in question, which was written and proposed by one of the state Senate's most conservative members. So a conservative member presents this bill that's supposed to stop, help stop child sex trafficking, and the Democrats shot it down. Big surprise there. Is anybody surprised by that? A conservative gets their anti-child sex trafficking bill, Senate Bill 14, shot down by Democrats. Is anybody surprised by that? Raise your hand if you're surprised. I'm not. By Thursday, after intense blowback, Democrats have reversed course and rushed to back the bill. Oh, so they rushed to back the bill after they got blowback, and they're like, okay, I guess we got to support this bill now, which isn't supported by one of California's leading advocacy groups combating child sex trafficking. Interesting. So is that advocacy group actually fake? Is that fake? Take a hit for me. Cheers. Longest time in jail, JS. Go. 11 months. 11 or 12 months. About a year. I did a year straight. Yeah. It was a year straight. It was between multiple jails, though, because I freaking got arrested on a DUI in Hillsborough. And then I got released on my own recognizance on the DUI from Hillsborough, but I had a warrant in Pasco, So I got held in Hillsborough until they transported me to Pasco. Then while I was in Pasco, my court date for Hillsborough came up. Pasco, there was some sort of mishap. They didn't transport me to Hillsborough for my court date for the DUI in Hillsborough. So then when I did like 9 months. So I did a month in Hillsborough on the DUI or on the hold. I only did like 2 days on the DUI in Hillsborough, and then I got held until Pasco came and got me, which took like 3 weeks to a month. Go to Pasco, was in Pasco for 9 or 10 months. During that 9 or 10 months, I missed my DUI court date in Hillsborough. So when I got released in Pasco, I thought I was going home that day, and they said, no, you have a hold in Hillsborough because you missed your DUI court date. So then I had to wait another 3 weeks to get transported back to Hillsborough. When I went to Hillsborough, I had a first appearance court, and Hillsborough first appearance court, there's like 100 people in there. And they tell you, the public defender tells you, do not say a word. If you say anything, the judge is going to hold you. And so I get up there, and he says, now, if you have a failure to appear, they will not release you on your own recognizance. I had a failure to appear, but it was because I was in jail in Pasco, so I couldn't show up to court. So when he gets to me, he reads my thing, and he says, oh, you have a failure to appear. You're going to have to stay in jail until your court date. I said, Judge, I was in jail in Pasco. He said, shut up. Now you got an extra 30 days. So then I had to do 2 months in Hillsborough. It wasn't even my fault. At the end, when I thought I was going home, I had to do another 2 months. It was BS, man. I ended up doing a year. And another funny story, it was actually between 1, 2, 3, 4. In that year, I was in 4 county jails. I was in Orient Road, 49th Street. I was in Orient Road first for my DUI. Then I went to Pasco, Land O'Lakes jail. While I was in Land O'Lakes jail, the jail got hit by a tornado, and the trustee tent got blown away. So they had to move the trustees into D-Pod. I was in D-Pod, so the low security people in D-Pod had to get transported to 49th Street Jail in Pinellas. So I went to 49th Street Jail in Pinellas for like a month while they rebuilt a new trustee pod. Then it came back to Pinellas. Then at the end, the DUI thing, ROR, I had to go back to Hillsborough. They took me to Falkenberg. So I was at Orient Road, Pasco County, then 49th Street in Pinellas, then Pasco County again, then Falkenberg at the end. So I was in 4 different jails in a year on like 2 misdemeanors, a violation of probation, and a DUI. Anyway, you asked me. You got a story. Let me finish up reading this article, and then we'll get into the fun stuff, and then we'll get back into the dark stuff at the end. Democrats have reversed court comment in large part because, practically speaking, the bill isn't going to do much of anything to combat child sex trafficking. SB 14 would categorize child sex trafficking crimes in California as a serious felony. Sounds great. Why would we vote against this? Which would add it to the list of crimes eligible for sentencing enhancements under California's controversial 3 strikes law. In other words, repeat child sex traffickers or child sex traffickers with other serious felony strikes on their records would potentially receive lengthier prison sentences and fewer parole opportunities. Sounds awesome. Sounds based. Let's do it. Why would we vote? Why would anybody vote against that? Oh, but the Democrats voted against it. Anyway, the state passed on May 25th. The state Senate passed SB 14, a 40-0 vote, narrowed to focus after it was narrowed to focus on child sex trafficking. But this week, after the Assembly's Public Safety Committee unexpectedly rejected that narrowed version of the bill and prevented it from getting a full Assembly vote, conservatives jumped at the chance to shame Democratic politicians. Rightfully so. On Tuesday, the bill's author, Republican State Senator Shannon Grove, tweeted, "I am profoundly disappointed that committee Democrats couldn't bring themselves to support the bill with their stubborn and misguided objection to any penalty increase, regardless of how heinous the crime. Human trafficking of children is growing tragedy that disproportionately targets minority girls, and California is a hotbed because of our lenient penalties." And it doesn't say this, but it's also because of your open border and how close you are to Mexico. The sad reality is that trafficked children on Figueroa Street and across California will continue to be raped and victimized until Assembly Democrats take action. Wow. So that's just typical Democrats for you. Typical Democrats for you. But that's all I want to talk about child sex trafficking. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's do some let's take a little quick break. Breaky poo. Breaky D break. Let me find a song to play. Actually, I got a song to play. Oh, American Anchor Baby's live right now. I shouldn't say that. He's live doing video editing. I've thought about doing a live video editing stream myself, but then nobody's going to want to watch the video. Like if you already see, if I did a live stream editing my camping video, why would you want to watch the camping video? There would be no surprises. By the way, I used some of the money Mr. Mad sent me to do my KineMaster subscription so that I can edit my camping video on my phone. I've been slowly editing it on the computer, but this software that I have for editing on the computer is free software. It's called Microsoft Clip Studio or something, and it's just not. It doesn't have enough stuff in it. I like my KineMaster on my phone. It's what I'm used to. And when you have the paid subscription, you have a lot more access to stuff like volume envelopes, for example. If I have my video and then I have my audio file on KineMaster, I can go into the audio file and I can adjust. I have a volume envelope, so it's like a line across the middle, and I can adjust that line. I can have it come in quiet and go up, plateau for a little while, and then have it go down and up and down and up however I want. I can't do that on the program on my computer. And I kept just running into, there's not as many transition options. So I edited up like half of the camping video on the computer. And I was like, screw this. I don't like this. But I used the money Mr. Mad sent me to get my KineMaster subscription renewed. So the camping video will be coming out soon. I'm going to edit it on my phone how I normally do. Have full access to all the cool stuff that I normally do in the videos. So that'll be coming soon, guys, if you're waiting. What's chat saying? Press 2 if you have been arrested. 22222. In the Bible, it pretty much says they should be drowned. I don't always agree with the Bible, but when I do, pedos drown. Let's go. Dang, I got 30 days, but I made it worse by putting my mat over the window because I didn't want a cell excitation. I got more time after that. I was a dummy. Huh. I got 30. We never got, like, if you were in county and you broke a rule and you got a, what do they call it? A demerit or whatever. You wouldn't get extra time. You would just get lockdown. Like, I got 30 days lockdown once for I got kicked out of the trustee pod because I was making buck in the kitchen. I was working in the kitchen, and they had these big mayonnaise tubs, like 2-gallon mayonnaise tubs, and I made buck, or like toilet wine, basically fruit, some sugar, some yeast. And like in the cells, if you made it, you would have to just use breadcrumbs. But in the kitchen, we had access to real yeast. So I just put like a spoonful of yeast in there and some fruit and some sugar and some water. And then I cut a hole in the top of the mayonnaise lid, and I had the glove to burp it. And then I hid it. There was a trash can in the corner that nobody ever used. So I took the trash bag out, put it down in the trash can, put the trash bag back, put some paper towels in there. But they never took that trash out because it was never filled up. Nobody ever used it. And then I could go into that corner every now and then. Anyway, I made the buck. I got the buck. I take it into the cooler, and I get milk cartons. And I pour out the milk, and I fill them up with buck. And then me and these other guys who were in on it all got our milk cartons. And I took my milk carton into the bathroom with me, and I'm taking a poop, drinking Buck out of the milk carton, and this CO walks in, and he's like, hey, why would you bring a milk carton to the toilet with you? He's like, that doesn't make no sense. Or no, wait, what do you say? He's like, what are you doing in here? And I'm like, nothing. And man, what happened? I can't. He thought, I think I was going to the bathroom too much, or I was in the bathroom for too long, or I don't know. But I had a milk carton in my hand when he came in, and he looked at it, and he looked at me weird, but he didn't think to say anything about it. So he left. I chugged it down, and I threw it away. Well, I guess he must have been thinking about it, and he must have been thinking, like, why did he have a milk carton in the bathroom with him? So he went into the bathroom after, like 10 minutes later, and he got the carton, he smelled it, and then I get called in the office, and he's like, I thought it was weird that you had a milk carton in the bathroom with you, and then I didn't say anything about it at first, but I thought about it, and I went in there, and I found it in the trash can. This is Buck. You had Buck. And so I got 30 days lockdown. I got kicked out of the trustee pod, and I had to stay in the cell by myself for 30 days, which I didn't care. I was like, whatever. I got books to read. I can do some push-ups. I'm good. Anyway, are we done talking about jail? I've already been arrested once when I was 13. Stubber 1, Rainbow. He changed his name back to Jalen 8. Making the chat's property value go down. I know, for real. Hold on. I bled a lot, but I never stole again. Oh, we were talking about when you stole and you got spanked with the belt. Mr. Vad was on Scared Straight. What up, Jeff Hewitt? What up, Name? Shout out Name. Shout out Jeff Hewitt. Hey, hit the like button, guys. Oh, we're pretty good. We got 9 likes, 10 viewers. Nice. Just fishing dude and a dad now. Hey, nothing wrong with that. You were supposed to buy a damn steak with that money I sent you, JS. Well, it was nighttime, dude. I didn't go out and buy a steak. I needed the Kind Master. It was more important that I get the Kind Master. It was only $10 of the money. I think I bought a beer. I got the Kind Master subscription. But no, I did not get a steak. I can't justify spending that much money on a steak. Like, a steak is like $15. There's other things I need. I got bills. I got, Daddy Jub, boy on the road, listening to the boys ski it, skitty, skatata, jakatata. I put money on his diamond push-ups and ribeyes. I don't ever want to be locked up. That's what's up. He who makes his brother strong is the strongest of all. Don't get arrested on purpose, JC. Not worth it. What is prison like? Did they really do? I've never been to prison. I've only been to county jails. I've been to a lot of county jails. From what I saw and from what I heard talking to guys in jail, it's not like the movies make it seem. There is gay sex. There's no reason to rape somebody in prison because there's plenty of guys that will give it up for free. Like, you don't need to rape somebody. If you get raped in prison, it's usually the way you don't get raped is real easy. Don't gamble, because if you get in debt and you can't pay your debts, that's one reason you might get R-worded. Don't snitch, and possibly gangs. Some people say you have to get in a gang, but I think if you can keep your nose out of trouble. Now, you definitely, I don't need to join the woods. I don't need to join the Peckerwoods, but I also can't be hanging out with the Crips and the Bloods or the Blacks. There's really not Crips and Bloods in jail. It's just black, white, brown. Those are the gangs. You'll become racist in jail real quick because you don't have to join a gang, but you also can't really be associating with the other side too much. But I kept my nose clean. I just read books and worked out. That's it. Read lots of books and worked out. Read the Bible. I would do jailhouse Bible studies, sit at the table and be my little jailhouse preacher. But yeah, if you're not gambling and you're not snitching, then you're probably not going to get raped in jail. There's enough gay people in there that they don't need to fight you and jump you. I would say stay out of gang stuff. Some people would say otherwise, say you need to join a gang. You only need to join a gang if you're an asshole. Like if you're the type of person that can't mind your own business and stay to yourself and stay quiet and be respectful, then you might need to, if you're a loudmouth, you're probably going to want to join a gang, because otherwise the other gangs are going to team up on you and take you out. If you saw American History X, though, he got the booty taken by his own side because he became friends with the black guy.
I thought that was clearly a message that there was no such thing as racism.
I agree, Weezy. I agree. I put that money on his. It's so funny when quote unquote racist people, or like skinhead type, white supremacy type, those type. I don't even believe any of those things are real. But you know, the people who like profess to be like that, like they openly say they like hate black people and they hate this group. When they say something like, "Oh, I like the movie American History X," it's like, did you watch the movie American History X? Because that's not what the movie's. The movie is not like when Nazi guys are like, "Oh yeah, I love the movie American History X." It's like, did you only watch half the movie? Because if you watch the whole movie, it's kind of not supporting that stuff. It's the opposite. It's like maybe you didn't watch the second half of the movie, but I don't know why a Nazi would like the movie American History X. It's like an anti-Nazi movie. Daddy Jub, don't look into folks' cells or they might think you're a snitch. Facts. Don't take the Snicker bar on your pillow. If somebody offers you a free gift, don't take it. It's pretty easy to not get R-worded in jail. Shout outs to Jub, my favorite urban adventures. Pause. So like Oz. Not like Oz, no. Oz traumatized the F out of me. Oz was one of my favorite shows until Breaking Bad came out. Oz is probably my second favorite show ever. Breaking Bad would be the first. American History X has a gay scene. Yeah. All the Nazis rape him in the shower because he becomes friends with the black guy. What do you mean? His poor poop chute leaked all down the drain. Yeah. See, I think people like miss that part of the movie. They like, it's like when I was a kid, I think my babysitter turned off Bambi when the mom got shot. So I was like traumatized years later because somebody told me Bambi's mom got shot. I was like, what are you talking about? Bambi's mom got shot. They're like, yeah, didn't you see the movie? It's in the first 5 minutes of the movie. And I watched it. And I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. They killed Bambi's mom? What? Somebody turned off the movie during the gay sex shower scene. Oz was pretty rough, man. There was a lot of gay stuff in Oz. I need to watch Better Call Saul. Great show. Also a great show. Very, very good show. One of my favorites. I watch gangster flicks and root for the bad guy. Turn it off before the end because the bad guy dies. That's right. Carlito's Way, Scarface. You never watch the end of Scarface. It'll ruin the whole movie. It ruins the whole movie. Just turn it off before the end because the bad guy died. I can't get past the first 5 minutes of American History X. All right. Let me play this song. Go take a quick break, guys. I'll be right back. And then we'll do meme review. What are we going to play? I was going to play this at the end of the show, but we'll play it now. This is a new song from Bryson Gray. There's a guy, Best Believe. This is the first time I've ever seen him. He's all right. Kind of, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. I'm not like this song is just, it's okay. I'm not a huge, actually, it's pretty cool. The lyrics, what they're saying is pretty cool. It's called Conservative. I like the lyrics. I don't know. I'm not a huge Fficking Blow fan. And this Best Believe guy, his flow, I don't know. Plus, they both have face tats. I'm not a fan of face tats. Sorry, Tyrone. But here's the song. Oh, we got to let the ad play. Oh, hold on. We lost the chat. What did I just do? Oh, my goodness, guys. We're slacking. I'm slacking on my Mackin'. I'm slipping on my pimpin'. I'm failing on my scaling. Create, go live. I lost the chat. What's the chat? Let me click this. All right. All right. It's a type of wheel. Forgatio pronounced Forgiato. I think it's Forgiato. I think it's actually Forgiato. Oh, yeah, you're saying it right there. Okay. I was like, yeah. I know what it sounds. I know how it's pronounced. I pronounced it wrong. But yeah, Forgiato. It's a type of wheel. I can't stand conscious rap. Well, then you're not going to like this. Sorry. Gangster rap's all right, but it's kind of degenerate. I like music that has a good message. So we're going to play this. You got to take a listen. Here we go. I'll be right back.
Label me conservative. I put my faith in a higher power and maintain my traditional family values. They hate the fact that I'm conservative and carry myself with worthiness, positive role model, just speaking words of encouragement. True to myself, my soul ain't open for purchases. God and the universe lead me to what my purpose is. Never lose faith, no matter how much worse it gets. Let's slay these poisonous serpents before they hurt our kids. 13-year-olds getting surgeries and it make me sick. Fake woke celebrities getting paid for promoting it. The same ones who called Donald Trump a racist say it's okay for a young black man to twerk on Satan. They replaced Nas and gave us Lil Nas X. Now the only way to get a deal is perform gay sex. Just a husband and a father in this new world order. Every time they try to knock me down, I bounce back stronger. Still got cities in this country without clean tap water. Military veterans panhandling on street corners. The highest crime rate and mental health disorders. Instead of real treatment, they just send you to Big Pharma. To be a good man, they call it toxic masculinity. State honest facts and they call it a conspiracy. Stripping us of our integrity, morals, and values. Voice a different opinion and watch the media clown you. Falsify a scandal and label you as the bad guy. As long as I'm alive, I put my faith in the Most High.
I'm conservative. What happened to our family values? Salute the troops, we wouldn't be here without you. I know it's hard to raise your children these days. When the public school system trying to turn your son gay. They welcome Satan in church, but I can't walk in the Capitol. Even Chick-fil-A went woke, they sold for some capital. Target put a target on your children for them pedophiles. Disney sexualizing children and they do it with a smile. LGBTQ just took over the White House. BLM was scamming, so we crossed them off a whiteout. Trump's facing life with Hunter Biden's got his pipe out. The devil's working overtime to tell you Jesus Christ, I'm conservative.
They hate me though and I don't know why. Instead of looking to celebrities, I look to the sky. They want me to believe that a woman can change to a guy. I give them the scripture out of love, cause I don't want them to fry. But if they don't change, that's their options though. Gotta establish my steps, he running plays like a stop and go. I fight like AB, but I ain't talking the honor roll. Kids following the rainbow like they looking for a pot of gold. Might not have $1 million, but I got my soul. I guess I should make music about drugs and letting that chopper go. I mean, I strap, I only use it if I gotta blow. These other Christians scared to say the truth, they know I got them though. Female rappers get on songs to rap about their vagina. Grown men angry cause they only grew up with their mama. So all they promote is destruction, making these labels commas. They took God out of culture, then they put they trust in Obama. I mean, I guess Obama's nation is aligned with Satan. He forced gay marriage, now the world accept abominations. Yeah, the clock is ticking and God is waiting. I'm finding patience. I know Jesus ain't come for the righteous, but to find his patience. Can't you see that Satan's coming for our youth? I get persecuted when I tell them the truth. But if you ain't gonna stand up, then what's the use? I see new slaves that got out of chains to get in the noose. I'm conservative.
I'm conservative. I'm conservative.
Since I'm a student in college, I use my internet for class. Also, I like to play the video game and stuff like that. Ever since I moved to Google Fiber, I've never lagged out of a game once, which has been amazing.
Sign up for Google Fiber today at fiber.google.com.
No! The ad!
Johnson, you're fired.
Get the ad out of here.
It's not you.
Stop it. That's not good. See, this is why I need a producer. I fired my producer. I fired my producer, my writers, and my editors, my sound guy, my engineers, my cameraman. I fired them all. They weren't doing their job right. It's a holiday. You can smoke. Today's not a holiday, is it? Is today a holiday? It's Hake's birthday. Shout out White History Month. All right, let's get into these memes. Hold on. I'm supposed to play that when I have them open. Memes again. Come on, do Project Bluebeam. It's all I need to win Conspiracy Bingo. You guys playing Conspiracy Bingo? I got like every box checked off. Almost. We need Project Bluebeam. That's coming. The aliens are coming. Pause. The aliens are on their way. This degenerate world. I can't say coming anymore. Every day a holiday. That's right. He said Jazz is on the crapper streaking some buck. You want Satan to give you rap music? Oh, Lord. Keto pizza. What? That's travesty. I would never eat. I don't even know what that means. Somebody said Bryson Gray sounds like Cleveland from Family Guy, and now I can't take it seriously. Yo, his verse in that song was crazy. Or Michelob Ultra. Tear tat equals someone close to them died, not that they killed someone. That's not. I've never heard that, Flat Sabbath, ever. And I think you're wrong. I think you're 100% wrong. It definitely means they killed someone. I guess it could also mean that it could mean both, but generally it's a gangster thing to show that they killed somebody. Good point, Jason. It's White History Month. That's right. I'll be your producer. How much does it pay? Nothing. It's free. It's free. Actually, you'd probably have to pay me to be my producer, to be honest. Next! Guys! I see nothing wrong with this picture. Seems perfectly fine. That's an alpha male right there. After he's done with that, he's gonna be a little handicapped.
That's true. If you see two mentals hugging, you call the cops immediately because two mentals don't make a non-mental.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, rarely do they.
You pay me $10 an hour to be my producer. You guys see anything wrong with that picture? I see nothing wrong with it. Perfectly fine. Next! 1960. Awake yet? 1960s. Oil gone in 10 years. 1970s. Another ice age in 10 years. 1980s. Acid rain will destroy all crops in 10 years. 1990s. The ozone layer will be gone in 10 years. 2000. Ice caps will be gone in 10 years. None of that happened, but all resulted in more taxes. Carbon taxes. Didn't Greta or AOC say that we had 12 years left like 4 years ago? I don't know. We're getting pretty close. What about the polar bears? Happy White History Month, by the way, guys. Did you know that polar bears' hair is actually translucent? And did you know that translucent does not mean transparent, by the way? It doesn't mean totally see-through. It just means it lets some light through. But polar bears, even when they're in the grass, they still present as white. Regardless of what their hair being translucent and their skin being black, they still look white. And white is actually not a color. White is just all colors of the white light spectrum together, reflected back to your eye. Black is the absorption of all those colors, reflecting no light back to your eye, so it presents as black. Neither white nor black are colors. Colors. Next. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got any more of that White House booger sugar? I love crack. I want a crack rock. What'd he say? What'd he say in when they won the what'd they win? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And he's like, now baby, I can get you that rock you always wanted. And he opens up the big old crack. Oh, it was Fear Factor. It was Fear Factor. They had to eat the nasty crap, and all the other contestants are dropping off. And he's like, come here, baby, help. He's like, you gonna eat all that? And he starts taking, they're like eating lard or intestines. Oh, I was just mowing down on it. He's like, come here, baby, help me eat some of this. Y'all got any more of that White House booger sugar? Let's go. Next. 2023 in review. January, we got the cop girl. We got the 5-on-1. We got the 5-on-1. She got blacked. February, we got this balloon. March. I don't even know what that is for March. What is that, guys? I can't read it. I can't tell what March is. April, Bud Light. May, Gorlock the Destroyer. Or she think a dongo dongo. That's so funny. June, we got a submarine. July, we got people seeing ghosts on airplanes. Lord have mercy. What is left for the year? What is going to be our meme news of the year? Next. By not telling us whose cocaine it is, you're telling us whose cocaine it is. Facts. Facts. The fact that the Secret Service isn't going to tell us whose cocaine in the White House, thank you. That tells us exactly whose cocaine it was in the White House. Thank you. Thank you. Next. Kings in a chess game. The other chess pieces. That's so funny. If you play chess, you know, most of the game, you're not touching your king. He's just chilling there. The kings are just staring at each other the whole game. Meanwhile, the rest of the board is going crazy. Looks like a dang street fight in Budapest. Next. Did you know Texas is so large that you can fit the United States, the moon, and another Texas inside of it? When I first saw this meme, I was like, wait, is that true? And it took me a second to realize why it was so funny. I had to do a little geographical math, crunch some numbers. I'm like, wait, is that true? Huh. That's a great meme. First season of Dave Chappelle was epic. Google it just a little bit. All you need is a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We can hit the club in a little bit, maybe pop it up a dub in a little bit. If you dropped it, you copped it. If you snorted it, you ordered it. Let's go. It'll last us weeks. It's that doo-doo, baby. It's that doo-doo, baby. It'll last. Yeah. He gave her the rock. I could get you that rock you always wanted, baby. She's like, man, we could smoke on this for weeks. I know. Next. Oh, my God. This is how this generation is going to look as grandmas. Oh, my God. It's true. It's so gross, these women. Cut it out, women. The lip injections, the breast augmentations, the Brazilian butt lifts, the facelifts, just stop it. You look fake. You look unnatural. You look weird. You look weird. Cut it out, women. Next. Money will not fix all your problems. Bitch, no offense, but money would solve literally every single one of my problems. Like all of them. I don't have a single problem that money wouldn't immediately solve. That's pretty funny. Kind of true. I agree with the first line, but also agree with the second part too. The real way to overcome this is you have to realize that nothing matters. None of it matters. Just be content with whatever you have. You could be out on the streets and be content with it. Just praise God. That's all you got to do. And then you won't have, when you realize that none of your problems actually exist and you've never actually had a problem and you just live your life, then, not having money is no longer a problem. Next, unless you want a steak, then you need some money. My toxic trait is how badly I want to domesticate a raccoon. Hey, you know, I can agree with that. Have you ever seen a raccoon domesticated? They're kind of cool. It's kind of freaking cool. I gotta say, I wouldn't mind having a raccoon. Next! It wasn't me. Oh, Hunter, did you get into the cocaine again? Hunter. Bad dog. Bad Hunter. We told you to stay out of the cocaine, Hunter. But it wasn't me, Daddy. Daddy, it wasn't me. Please give me more money. Please set me up as another shell corporation for the Ukraine or China. Please, Daddy, I need another $1 billion for more cocaine and underage prostitutes. Next. Okay. This is from Stubborn One. Stubborn One be giving me some edgy memes sometimes that I might get banned for. So I'm going to preemptively disavow this because I didn't do any research. And considering, based off the meme, it says the study was taken down. I can't even fact check it. But let's just disavow for the sake of the YouTube. Lancet study on the Coof Vaseline autopsies finds 74% were caused by the Vaseline. 74% of Vaseline deaths were caused. Wait. Vaseline autopsies find 74% of people who had the Vaseline. 74% of people who died were caused. The deaths were caused by the Vaseline. Journal removes the study within 24 hours. A Lancet review of 325 autopsies after the Coof Vaselination found that 74% of the deaths were caused by the Vaseline. Interesting. Interesting. I disavow for the sake of the YouTube, but that is interesting. Next. The Sesame Street Muppet will be the first to experience homelessness. Oh, look. They're going to have an episode where a Muppet becomes homeless. Somebody commented, Oscar the Grouch been living in a trash can for 49 years. What are you talking about, Sesame Street? You've been having a homeless Muppet since day one. He lives in a trash can. But wasn't there an episode where they went down into the trash can and he actually had like a fully furnished cave beneath the trash can? So maybe he's not actually homeless. Home is where the heart is, and his heart is in that trash can. God, Sesame Street is so dumb. And Bert and Ernie are gay now. Don't let your kids watch that crap. Next. The geese. We've talked about geese. Geese are vicious. Stay away from dangerous geese. Do not go around dangerous geese. They will tear your ass up. Okay? What's your opinion on the Talmud and Jewish faith? Atheists running away. Come on. And the geese said, come on. You have such strong opinions about Christianity. Isn't that right, though? Isn't that right? The atheist is always so quick to dog on Christianity. But then when you ask them about the Talmud and the Jewish faith, well, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the circumcisions where they suck the blood out of the wee-wee of the child. Yeah, that's a thing. That's in the Talmud. Oh, yeah, it is. Next. Why do you need guns? Just call the police force. It's all overweight, fat black women. And nerds. Nerds with glasses. We got like 3 guys. We got like 4 guys up here. They're almost out of the picture. We got Clean Latifah in the front row. Then on Shaniqua, Bonita, Tamaka, Jamal. This is the police force that's going to save you when Black Lives Matter is rioting on your street. Next! From now on, money laundering will be called foreign aid. Foreign aid. Man, I haven't practiced my Dr. Evil. Dr. Evil. Zip it. Zip it. When a problem comes along, you must zip it. Zip it good. I haven't practiced my Dr. Evil in a long time, so I need to hear him to do a good Dr. Evil. Foreign aid. 0 shout outs to the Moyles. Did I just say a racial slur? I don't know what that means, but I think I just might have said something I'm not supposed to say. I disavow. I just read the chat. Damn it, Mr. Bad. Jazz, I had a feeling you were racist, but I wasn't sure. No, there's no such thing as racism. I don't believe in racism. I just call it like I see it. Police force, just a bunch of milk duds in a uniform. That's rough. Lieutenant Lizzo. Oh, Lord. I bet $20 that, bro, that's when he wanted his money. You know how sad you have to be to hate Sesame Street? I don't hate Sesame Street. I just think it's evil and leading to the degeneracy of children, and you shouldn't let your kids watch it. I don't have time to hate Sesame Street. Next! I'm not racist. Speaking of, I'm not racist. I hate white liberals more than anybody. What do you mean calling me racist? I'm not racist. I hate liberal white college students with rainbow hair more than I hate anybody. How can I be racist? Duh. What are you talking about, dude? Next! Aren't you a right-wing extremist? Nope, just a dude. Nope, just a normal dude from 20 years ago. Nope, everything I say was totally fine. 50 years ago, I'd just be your regular guy. Just be average, 99% of the male population in the country agreed with me. But now, apparently, I'm a right-wing extremist. Yeah. Yeah. People going to cry when I say... Audio just cut out. Okay. People claiming to be conservative, and then they say some liberal progressive idea, and I say, no, that's not... That's a feminist, liberal, progressive idea. And then they call me a right-wing extremist. And they stop coming to look. They stop coming to watch the show. Every conservative agreed with me. Every guy agreed with me 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. You damn commies. Next! I want to kill disabled people. Oh, I shouldn't read that. This is a meme, YouTube. This is not my thoughts. I want to kill disabled people. Pro-choicers. Burn them at the stake. Before they are born. Oh, good idea. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. If we said, I want to murder people with Down syndrome or autism, how dare you? Oh, before they're born. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Because they're going to have a really hard life, In fact, if I said, I want to murder all the hobos, they would say, how dare you? We need to save these homeless people and help them. We need to help them better their situation by taking taxes from people and putting them into social programs to save the homeless drug addicts. How dare you say you want to kill them all? Well, no, I just want to abort poor people's kids so that their kids don't have to grow up poor. Oh, that's fine. That's totally okay. Yeah, let's do that. Based. Next. Man, don't jump. Don't jump. Don't jump off the cliff, buddy. Please don't go. But it's FDA approved. Splat. Splat. Beta. Next. The official sports drink when I was a kid. Facts. I still drink from the hose to this day. I actually saw a news article. I didn't put it into the show today, but it was so gross. It had a picture of a hose, and at the end, there was a piece of poop, like dog poop or some sort of squirrel poop or something was clogging up the hose, and it said, this is why you should not drink out of the hose. And I was like, dang, I guess I was drinking a lot of squirrel poop as a kid. I got away with it. Look how I turned out. I'm basically a genius. So, and kids nowadays are dumb as a box of rocks with all their Gatorade. So maybe drinking a little animal poop out of the hose is better for you than some bacteria. Strengthen that immune system. It's funny, the people with the people who do weird things, injections to boost their immune strength, have the weakest immune system. Isn't that interesting? But yet the people who are drinking out of hoses, not washing their hands, not using hand sanitizer, are the best off. It seems like they're the strongest people these days. Next. News. Deadly heat wave is coming. You mean summer? Oh, you mean it's summertime. Oh, yeah. I mean all that red on the map happens every single year for like all of history? Oh, okay. Yeah, summertime. It's just called summertime. We're not all going to die of heat stroke. But then again, Then again, God could be bringing the pillar of fire that's going to wipe us all out. Next! A man asked his wife, "What would you do if I won the lottery?" She replied, "I'd take half and leave." "Great," he said. "I won $12 off the scratch off. Here's $6. Stay in touch, biatch." Epic. Let's go. What's chat saying? Also, I bet. Oh, I already. I can scroll down. Hey, brother, if I text you memes, can they make it in the review, or gotta dang Discord it? You can text me it. You can text them to me. Don't do it right now. I'm already yeah, text them to me or Discord. As long as I can save the image. Yeah, if I can save the image to my phone, or if I can blow it up and screenshot it, then yeah, I can put them in the meme review. Yep. I got hose. I drink from hose in different air. Hose water is Florida Fiji. I too drink from the hose, but I spell hose differently. Yeah, we need to pause with all this hose drinking. That's funny. Hey, bro, birds throw out their defective babies from the nest to fall to their deaths. What? Dang, savage birds. That's how I know we're not animals. Pay your bill, JS. What bill? Now you hate people who have disabilities. I risk throat cancer to partner. I respect it. Risk throat cancer to please your partner. Oh my lord. That's sodomy. Big brain tactics. Jazz, you didn't answer the Cashapp question, did you? Especially not for me. There's definitely a hater. DJ, you're definitely a hater. You're rude. Answer the Cashapp question. What was the question? You want my Cashapp? Talk to Frederica for a few hours the hour night. This man only has patience in his heart, not hate. Facts, DJ on Paul. Facts. I know. I talk to Freddie too much as it is. It's a mess. And I found a Bible verse that kind of made me rethink the fact that I do that. But for the sake of entertainment value and the YouTube channel and the Saturday night members only stream, we'll entertain it. But I think it was Titus something. It says basically, don't suffer a fool. If you suffer a fool, you can become foolish too, or something like that. Basically, or if you give them a chance and then you give them a second chance and they're still foolish, you need to cut them off. Is basically what the verse says, and not to suffer fools. So biblically, I shouldn't be doing that, but for the sake of the entertainment purposes and the YouTube, we'll do it. I'll put up with it. So well, I guess you guys all have to put up with it too. But what did you ask me about Cashapp? You want to know my Cashapp? Little Nas X, because of the red dreads in the devil video. JS equals no. Just because you don't believe in it. What did you ask me about Cashapp? You want to know my Cashapp? Now I'm supposed to stop listening to you. No, I think it's vice versa. I should probably ban you from the chat. But I won't. You want to know my Cashapp? Is that it? Here, I'll put it in the chat for you. Hold on. Make sure you send me lots of money. Send it. Send the money. Now. Money. Now. Manja. Next. Her. He's probably, and this is a running theme. We've had a bunch of these. These ones are always funny. Her. He's probably thinking about other women. Him. If you're late to special ed, is it okay for the teacher to call you tardy? And if you're late twice, is it okay for them to call you retardy? If you're a repetitive tardy person, are you retardy in special ed? That's what men be thinking about. They ain't thinking about other women while they're in bed with you. They're thinking about weird stuff like this. The origins of the universe. Here, let me pin this for Jalen. We're gonna pin it. Pin it for Jalen. RB, he white. Shout out RB. Happy White History Month. Cash App is for people who pirate internet porn. What? No. Hey, did you, Mr. Matt? You didn't see my episode where Utah is currently in the midst of a porn ban. So if you go on U-Porn or Pornhub or Brazzers or any of the big porn sites here in Utah, you see a here, I'll show you. Look, I can actually go on U-Porn right now, live on the show. I'm actually going to do it off screen to make sure nothing's changed in the laws or anything like that before I open it up. Yeah, check this out. This is what it looks like if you go on U-Porn in Utah. Dear user, as you may know, your elected officials in Utah are requiring to verify your age before allowing you to access our website. While safety and compliance are at the forefront of our mission, giving your ID card every time you want to visit an adult platform is not the most effective solution for protecting our users. And in fact, will put children and your privacy at risk. So if you try to go on Pornhub, U-Porn, Brazzers, I only know this because I did research. This was a news story like a couple months ago, and I did research for the episode. But I find it kind of funny that only in Utah can I open up a porn site on my browser on stream and not get in trouble for it because nothing bad's going to pop up. And then they got a porn lady telling you about it.
Hi, I'm Shrita Bell. As you
I'm a porn star.
may know, your elected officials.
Okay, we already did this story, though. I'm not going to spend time on that, but I just still find it funny. For like 2 months now, that's been the situation. So you know your boy is abstaining. Next! I'm calling the police. Bananas on pizza? What? Listen, guys. I know some people are very staunchly against pineapple on pizza. I personally enjoy a nice Hawaiian pizza, especially if you substitute the tomato sauce for barbecue sauce. Next time you go to Domino's is the only place I know that does this. You can get a Hawaiian pizza with barbecue sauce instead of tomato sauce as the sauce. So it's barbecue sauce, ham, bacon, maybe some black olives, and pineapple. Ooh, it's so good. It's so good. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you say about pineapple on pizza. It is fire. But bananas on pizza? I don't know. Bananas on pizza, this looks like a travesty. This is looking like a travesty. Hell to the no. If you use Hide Me Proxy, you can still access it. Don't tell me how to do that, Mr. Mad. I don't need... Please don't tell me how to do that. I'm doing so good. Next! Crack houses these days are so much more fancy than the ones in the 90s. We in the White House. We in the White House. Hey, we in the White House. That's some technical ordering, bro. No, it's a good pizza. My favorite pizza is the Hawaiian. We stand united, JS. Yes, we do. Bibby, I know Bibby's anti-pineapple pizza. Right? Shout out Lord Bibby in the chat. I thought it was called a fireball. Did y'all hear JLP say like peanut butter hot dog? Man, he really is living rent-free in your head, huh, Jalen? That's like all you think about is that network. That's all you think about, all you talk about. You can't go one dreaded conservative show without bringing up something that happened with them or their stream. Man, that's sad, dude. Living rent-free in your head. Shout out, Bibby. How you doing? What do you think about banana pizza? Did you miss the banana pizza meme? What do you think about banana on pizza? I say no. Pineapple, I'm with it. But be wise. Have you tried the Hawaiian with barbecue sauce instead of, oh my God, it's savory, it's tangy. Banana and cheese is a great combination. They do it in Colombia all the time. I don't know. That sounds like some weird Colombian crap. I ain't trying that. Nope. Next. Bye, Forrest. I'll be back when you're a shrimp billionaire and I'm a single mom with AIDS. Forrest, Jenny, we go together like peas and carrots. Jenny taught me how to swing, and I taught her how to dangle. Poor Forrest, man. Jenny was a dang hoe. I boycott. This is an old meme, by the way. I'm sure you've all seen it, but I just want to put this out there. Conspiracy theory, Forrest Gump, 2 of my top 5 favorite movies right there. Listen, she took advantage of that poor retarded man, and I do not like it. I am anti-Jenny. We all need to be anti-Jenny. Jenny. He taught her how to swing, and she taught her how to dangle. Jenny's a dang hoe. She's the queen of hoes. And really, she probably started a lot of this modern feminist movement crap, this third wave feminism, women on OnlyFans. A lot of the degeneracy in the country can be ascribed to Jenny. So, no, just say no to Jenny. Don't get you a woman. Don't ever get with a woman like Jenny. For sure. Mama said, well, they was my magic shoes. They'd take me anywhere. Next. All right, last one. This is not a meme. Mr. Mad is here. Mr. Mad, I hate to say it. The Utah treasure hunt ended yesterday. A woman from Iowa, after her 3rd trip to Utah, found the treasure. The red dot on the map, all these hearts on the map, well, this heart right here is the front runner stop for Lehigh, which is where I was planning to take the front runner so that I could hike some of these trails up in here. But all these hearts on the map are my suspected locations of possible suspected locations for the Utah treasure map. That blue dot is where I live. All these hearts are where I thought it might be. This red dot is where it was found. A woman from Iowa after her 3rd trip to Utah. A lot of people are jumping in the comments saying this is bogus. This is bogus. Why are we letting a woman from out of state win it? It's all fake. It's all a scam. It's not real. The creator came out and made a video, and he's like, to be honest, I'm not mad at these people for saying this because he said, honestly, I'm a sore loser too. And a lot of these people put a lot of time and effort in solving this, and that a woman flies in from Iowa and finds it. He's like, I can see why they're mad, and I don't blame them. But it is not a scam. It was not set up, at least what they said. But the treasure hunt ended yesterday. Now, they have not came up with a breakdown of all the clues. They have an interview with her where she explains some of her reasoning, and I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied. I'm a little upset. I'm a little irked. I'm just saying, I'm a little irked because it seems like all of the clues were like abstract BS that could mean anything and didn't really buy. If it could mean anything, then it means nothing. And that it was kind of more just luck. She said in one of the interviews, she said that when she zoomed in on this trail, this is an image, this isn't Google Maps, so I can't zoom in on it for you. But there's a trail in here, and she found it on the trail. And she said she had the map on topography, and then she changed it to this view right here. And she said when she zoomed out, she saw the trail, and that it looked just like an upside-down church steeple. Meaning, for the hint, what points towards heaven but is upside down. And I even thought multiple times, well, a church steeple points towards heaven. So an upside down church steeple, what would that look like? She said the trail that this was on looks exactly like an upside down church steeple. I zoomed in on the trail. It looks nothing like an upside down church steeple. Nothing at all. In no way, absolutely no way does this trail that she found this treasure on resemble in any way, shape, or form an upside down church steeple. We were right about the shoulder not being the shoulder of a road, but being the shoulder of the mountain. I said that many times, that I was correct on that. But they really didn't give any more breakdown of exactly what the clues meant. She did say in the interview, she said it really just came down to the last 2 lines, which I said that in the very beginning. I was like, really nothing else matters except the last 2 lines, because if you figure out the last 2 lines, those are the last 2 steps of the treasure hunt. So if you figure out the last 2 lines, you get it. And apparently she said the same thing. And that's how she found it. But her explanations, okay, the shoulder of the mountain, I get that. She said while she was walking, she kept looking over her shoulder and it wasn't doing anything. She said she talked about the shoulder of the road. We talked about all that. But it ended up being the shoulder of the mountain. And then the movie reference that wasn't Back to the Future was Lord of the Rings. There's a scene in Lord of the Rings talking about 2 pine trees, and the guy goes over a cliff. I don't know what she was talking about because I haven't watched Lord of the Rings in forever. But apparently that helped you find it, because there's a scene where there's 2 trees and somebody goes over a cliff or something, and that helped her find it. She said she was watching Lord of the Rings on the trail to help her find it. I'm like, where did you get Lord of the Rings from? I need more. I need the whole poem broken down step by step. I don't think they're going to do it, because I think if they do that, then it helps people figure out the next one. All the past ones I tried to find breaking down all the hints step by step. There is none. So, like, I don't know. I'm kind of irked. I'm kind of pissed off, to be honest. I'm really not. I'm just, I'm really not angry about it. 25 racks. It was $25,000 in a treasure chest hidden at this place, and then they put out a poem, and we did a whole stream, and me and Real Mr. Mad have been working on this, trying to solve this. It's a poem, and each line of the poem is a clue, and then every week they would put out another hint, and this one went 51 days. They've done it like 8 times in the past. Well, they do 2 types. They do this one, and then they do what's called a QRC, or a QR code treasure hunt, which I don't know how that works. I guess there's a QR code, and then but they said so they alternate. They do the treasure hunt. They hide a chest with $25,000 in it. They said the next one might have as much as $50,000 in it, and they hide it, and they put a poem out, and then every week they release a new hint, and people find it. But all the past ones got found within like 8 days, 10 days, 2 weeks. This one went for 51 days before somebody found it. And I've been working on it. Mr. Matt, we've done it on a stream. Mr. Mad was helping me work on it. So I was very irked when she found it, and they're really not explaining it that well. So I'm kind of upset by that. What's the poem? Just Google Utah treasure hunt. I'm not going to get into it now because it's over. But that's it for the memes. But the next one, so there's going to be a QR code treasure hunt next. The QR code, apparently you have to have a team. So you have to have at least 2 people. You can have a team of as many people as you want, but it has to be at least 2 people. One has to be man and one has to be a woman. So I don't know if I'll be doing the QR code one unless I can find like a woman on Instagram or something that wants to help me do it. And I don't know how it works. I haven't really read much into it yet, but they call it a QR code treasure hunt. You have to have at least 1 man and 1 woman together when you find it. And it has to do with QR codes. So I'll look into it. Probably won't be doing that one, but they said later in the year, like September or like wintertime, they're going to do another one with their funds from that house that they're flipping. And they said they should make $50,000 to $60,000 off that house. I don't know if they're going to just do $25,000 and they can do like 2 of them with that money from that house, or if it's going to be like a $50,000 prize in the next one. But remember, we got started on this and we were cooking. Like, we were cooking on this. We got started on this like 40 days into it. I didn't find out about this until it had been a thing for like 40 days. And then 11 days later, the woman found it. So the next one, we're going to do a stream the day it comes out. The day the poem releases, we're going to do a stream, and we got some smart cookies in here, and we're going to get a jump on the we're going to get a jump on the competition, and we're going to find that dang treasure. I ain't playing around with the next one. I ain't playing around. I got them added on my Instagram. I'm on all the email lists. They're doing like volunteer work stuff on this house. I'm going to go meet these guys. I'm going to talk to them. You know, we're going to get that next one, and it's going to be more money. How dare some woman come here from Iowa and take my dang treasure? How dare she?
Beta!
Oh, man. Teaming up with some random woman could be either the beginning of a romantic comedy or a murder mystery. Be careful, Jazz. I know. We find the treasure and then she murders me. Or, you know, I murder her. Oh, take that money. Take that money. Pass it to the homies. Now you, what? What are you all talking about? Jazz, just hire you a lady for the night to help. A woman of the streets. She for the streets. Hey, we're going to drive down to the corner of like 4th South. Like, what up, girl? Hey, you want to help me? You want to help me find this treasure? You want to help me get this treasure? Let's go. This Monday show is a cute little show, JS. I usually work on Mondays. Well, so do most people. That's usually a day most people work. Thanks for keeping us updated, though. Are they going to be bought out by a big treasure hunt? No, they said they've had offers, but they don't want to do it because all the companies that offer to sponsor it say that they need to make it pay to play. So like you got to pay money to get a map, or you got to pay money to get the hints. And they say they don't want to do that. They want to keep it completely free for whoever wants to get involved in it. We'll make it better a second time around. The deeper we fall, the stronger we stay. Yeah, Mr. Mad. Remember, that poem had been out for 40 days before I even found it. And when me and you were breaking it all down, they were already on hint number 17. So if we get started on it the day the next one comes out, like I don't think these fools know what they're playing with. I don't think ain't gonna be no woman from Iowa taking my treasure. Right. Why murder her when you can pass her to the homeboys? She's gonna break your ankles. What? What are you talking about? All right. Let's do reels and rapid fire, then we can get into the it's 9 o'clock. Let's see if I can get this all done by 10 o'clock. We got a lot of funny reels. A lot of small news that I'm not going to spend a lot of time really on any of this. Our rapid fire news section, I got the fan blowing on me, so my pages keep turning. We got a lot of nationwide violence. We'll talk about that. I think the other night during a stream, Freddie was saying that I couldn't name 3 black people who had done a mass shooting in recent history. And he's right. I couldn't name 3 because we never get their names or the suspects' descriptions or anything like that, and the media buries it real quick when that happens. But it does happen quite frequently. So we'll talk about some nationwide violence this week, which we do every week because it's just a consistent thing. We got an update on the presidential campaign finance update, Ukraine update. And we got some happy news stories. There's some other stories that I'm not really going to spend any time on, but let me open up this. Let me open this up. Bookmarks, reels, and rapid fire. Pause. All right. Let's get this over here. All right. First, let's watch some funny reels. Take a chill, relaxing view of some of these funny reels. This one's pretty cool. This dog is awesome. Look at this dog.
He will not eat the bread.
He will not eat the bread.
He waited for the right moment to catch one of those fish.
You see the fish swimming around?
Come up and nibble on the bread.
There's a piece of bread, and the dog's got his chin on it.
He grabs one. I've never been able to get one on film yet.
Look at these fish nibbling the bread. Here we go.
They're
a little brim.
Just below.
Or little bluegills, I think. Yeah, they're bluegills. They got the dots. Whoa!
Shit!
Oh, I got away. Yo, that dog is awesome. That dog is cool as all get out. That dog is awesome. All right, next one. Hold on. You gotta love that. You gotta love that. Pookie in him. Little Ray Ray in him. We'll still be kicking it though, B-Wise, on the video game systems. I don't play video games, so I don't watch your video game streams, but I will if you do treasure hunt on it just to try to help. Yeah, sometimes, well, usually when I do the gaming streams, I'm also reacting to debates, videos, popular, whatever there is to talk about on the internet. Well, sometimes I do the game stream where I'm in the small window like this, and the game is in the big screen. But like on Saturdays, I have the game in the small screen and I'm in the big screen and we watch videos. It's like an ADHD stream, a little bit of everything going on in the video game streams. But yeah, with the treasure hunt stream, I think I was gaming, but mainly, maybe I wasn't gaming. I was pretty much focused on the treasure hunt. But all right, next one.
Some drugs?
This is the funniest commercial ever. You guys want some drugs? Roller Kingdom, one of the best and most important commercials ever. Hey kids, would you like some drugs? The first one is free.
The first one is free.
Want to check out my van? I got some candy.
Hey kid, want to join our gang and spray paint under a bridge?
No, no, bug off, man. I'm going roller skating.
Woo! Come on, ride the train.
I want to be addicted to roller skating, not crap. Because we roller skate today, we will go to college tomorrow. Prison is full of people that has never roller
He said, I want to be addicted to roller skating, not crack.
skated.
I'm Brad Armstrong, owner.
Hunter, somebody should have got Hunter Biden some roller skates as a child. He might have turned into a better man.
Of Roller Kingdom in Reno, Nevada, keeping your kids off the streets since 1999.
I say no to drugs. I say no to gangs.
I say no to unplanned pregnancy.
I say no to...
Why is there a random grown-ass adult saying no to unplanned pregnancy at the roller skating rink with the children? What?
The meth.
I say no to
I say
meth.
no to reefer.
What is reefer?
Say yes to roller skating.
Man, this Roller Kingdom is really putting us out of business.
You said it, man. This deal sucks.
But you know what? Maybe we should give up this life of crime and start
roller skating.
Hey, kid.
That was so epic. I don't care who you are. That's awesome. Hunter sold his roller skates for smack. Skate or be stupid. Come on, ride a train. Choo choo. And ride it. Choo choo. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Quad City DJs, man. That's the roller skating. That's like the music of the late 90s roller skating rink. All right, that commercial was awesome. I can't believe I've never seen that before. Next.
Healthy, sang, holy, sang, blood, sang, scent, sens, meaning.
This
French.
meaning goes away without 100 senses of blood. It makes sense these healthy, holy breaths on the murderer's signature.
The point of this meme is French is weird. Who cares about the French people? Their language is stupid. Next.
No sleight of hand.
Oh, yeah, what's up, guys? It's your boy Glizzy Gobbler. I'm back at it again.
Glizzy Gobbler.
Dogs in my parents' driveway. Up to no good on a Sunday.
Whoa!
Ain't no sleight of hand. Tell them haters, get out of here. No sleeves, no shirt, no problem. 3 glizzies.
Oh, no.
Whoa! Pause!
Where'd they go? Tell me I'm hiding them.
They're in your lungs, right? That's what everyone thinks.
Yeah. Oh, no. No, I swallowed them boys. No hot dog is known victory over me.
What?
Go ahead.
All right,
From
yo,
the side. No sleight of hand.
Yeah, what's up, guys? It's your boy Glizzy Gobbler. I'm back.
Glizzy Gobbler?
Slurping hot dogs in my parents'
Slurping hot
driveway.
dogs?
Up to no good on a Sunday.
What the?
No sleight of hand. Tell them haters, get out of here. No sleeves, no shirt, no problem. 3 glizzies.
Oh, no.
What the?
Where'd they go?
What the? What is that? I don't know. Glizzy Gobbler. Pause on that. Next. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Oh, this one's real short but funny.
Happiness is hard to find.
Oh, Ernest. Shout out, Ernest.
Happiness.
Oh,
happiness.
Is that Jalen? Yeah. Seems gay.
And all women know happiness is hard to find.
Excuse me.
Happiness.
Happiness.
Oh, happiness.
One more time.
And all women know happiness is hard to find.
Excuse me.
Happiness.
Happiness.
Okay. Enough of that. We got another short one. Oh, this is funny.
Daddy, you spanked Mama.
You're darn tootin' I did.
That means you love her.
Facts.
I've been trying to tell her.
Daddy, you spanked Mama.
Based.
Darn tootin' I did.
That means you love her.
That's what I've been trying to tell her.
Traditional. Look at that. And that's a happy couple right there.
Mama.
You're darn tootin' I did.
That means you love her.
That's what I've
That
been
means
trying
you
to
love
tell
her. You love him if you spank him. And then she looks up with him all lovingly. Next. All right, last.
Can's mother has been forced to block dozens of calls after her
This is so
ex-partner
funny.
allegedly took her phone number and plastered on poles here around the CBD, telling people to call up and impersonate Chewbacca for a chance to win $100.
This would be the most childish breakup I've ever had. Like, all he had to do was be mature and go, I don't love you anymore, I want to move on.
The calls have been waking her and her 3 young children up at odd hours in the evening, and they're yet to stop.
I won $500.
Wait, what? Okay. The first Chewbacca impression was pretty good. But then the second one, he said, I want my $100. What? Glizzy Gobbler. Where did they go? Yeah, I know. That was all Ernest. Yeah. One more time. Let's listen to this one more time. Listen to the first Chewbacca impression is very good. The second Chewbacca impression, not so good.
Can's mother has been forced to block dozens of calls after
Good
her
old days.
ex-partner allegedly took her phone number and plastered on poles here around the CBD, telling people to call up and impersonate Chewbacca for a chance to win $100.
This would be the most childish
That's
breakup
legendary.
I've ever had. Like, all he had to do
Legendary.
was be
This is
mature
the
and
funniest
go,
part,
I don't
though.
love you anymore, I want
The
to move on.
second Chewbacca
The calls have been waking
impression
her
is-
and her 3 young children up at odd hours in the evening, and they're yet to stop.
I won $500.
Can's
Okay. All right. Whew. Okay, we had to get our laughs out of the way before we start talking about cults here in a little bit. Beverly Hillbillies? Oh, that wasn't That wasn't Ernest Goes to the West or something? Was he in Beverly Hillbillies? All right, let me close these all. Let's do a couple rapid fire news stories. I don't know if you guys watch Fleckus Talks, but Fleckus Talks is a great show. Shout out Fleckus Talks, rated the best new podcast of all time. Sometimes he puts shout outs on his show, so somebody should clip this and send it to him. Shout out Fleckus Talks, rated the best new podcast of all time. This is jsurbanadventures, the Dreaded Conservative, giving Fleckus a shout out. Fleckus has a running bit talking about if you see what they call a cairn. It's called a cairn when people stack up rocks. When I did door-to-door sales and traveled around the country, I knew this girl, and she said whenever you see one of those stacks of rocks, it's called good juju, which I guess juju is like voodoo. It's like evil magic, but she said it's good luck if you see them. If you see them, don't push them over. They're good luck. Well, according to Fleckus, he's done a call to action. If you see these things, you need to push them over. I have a news story here from Fox 5 from Yosemite National Park. They say, have you ever passed by a rock cairn and felt the urge to knock it over? Well, officials with Yosemite National Park strongly advise that you do. Rock cairns are man-made piles of rock stacked on top of each other. According to the park rangers, leave no trace ethics state that when recreating in wilderness spaces, the goal is to leave no signs of human impact on the land so as to respect the other creatures living in it. So you're supposed to push them over. So I just wanted to say shout out Fleckus Talks, best new podcast of all time. Sipping ceviche with Rob Smith after tennis in Miami and pushing over rock cairns because it's the right thing to do. Sometimes words are just words until actions actually start, but sometimes it's good to push over rock cairns because it's the right thing to do. Shout out Fleckus Talks. Next! Somebody needs to clip that and send it to Fleckus. Maybe I'll get a spot on the show. Well, I'll clip it myself. All right. So push over the rock cairns, guys. That was the only point of that. I just wanted to shout out Fleckus and say that he's right. We are supposed to be pushing over rock cairns. If we see them, no trace left behind. You shouldn't be stacking up rock. What happens when a freaking lizard or something is trying to go down his trail and there's a giant rock tower in the middle of his normal walking route? You know, what about the pheromone trails of the ants? You're going to mess up the whole pheromone trails, screw up the whole ecosystem, and cause the collapse of civilization because you wanted to stack up some rocks because it felt like good luck. I don't think you're supposed to sip ceviche. Very cool. Very cool. Did I say that? Fleckus is legit, but he talks kind of suspect, though, like his delivery. Nah, Fleckus is a boss. All right. From NPR, Alabama's last 2 executions failed. They're trying again next week. The last 2 death sentence executions failed in Alabama. But hey, they're giving it another shot next week. That's what the headline says. I didn't write it. They're trying again next week. We're not going to spend much time on that. But apparently, the last 2 times they tried to put somebody to death. How do you fail? Like, how do you fail the death penalty? Just what happened to firing squad? What happened to just hang them? I've never heard of a failed hanging. I've never heard of a failed firing squad. I don't think the electrocution chair. I guess the electric chair does fail sometimes. Especially like in Green Mile, if Percy doesn't wet the sponge, then old Delacroix gonna fry. Old Delacroix as a French fried. I can't say it. Barbecue, me and you, stanky panky panky pew. It was a French fried named Delacroix. You guys remember that from Green Mile? Percy didn't wet the sponge, so Delacroix got roasted, toasty roasted. But still, that was a successful execution. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how you fail an execution. Just like keep doing it till they're dead. You know, just cut their head off or something. I've never heard of a beheading, a failed beheading. I have heard that you blink a couple times after your head gets cut off. Beheading, yeah. RB says beheading, guillotine. Yeah, those things don't fail. maybe Alabama needs. I don't know what kind of. Deborah Death Penalty says lethal injection problems are an issue. So it's lethal injection. What are you injecting them with? It's because they do like a 3-step injection. The first one's supposed to basically paralyze you, and then the second one does. I've read into it. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to brush up. It's actually an interesting. It's an interesting topic. But the way the lethal injection works, it's like a 3-step injection, and each one shuts down a different, like one shuts down your nervous system, one makes you like paralyzed, and then the last one, it's very similar to anesthesia actually, except there's one extra step that kills you, and I guess they haven't got that locked down very good. So just bring back the guillotine or the firing squad. Rock Karen equals Dwayne Johnson asking to see the manager. There's a Rock Karen? Oh. No, Rock Karen. Not Rock Karen. Dwayne Johnson asking to see the manager. Lord have mercy. All right, next story. Let's get through these fast. Weird cess stuff in the news. Weird cess stuff. U.S. judge. Good weird cess. This is actually a good story. We've talked about. We like seeing stories like this. U.S. judge lets Kentucky enforce ban on transgender youth care for now. This is from U.S. News. A federal judge in Kentucky ruled Friday that the state can enforce its law banning use of puberty-blocking drugs and hormones for transgender children while it appeals his earlier order blocking the law. I believe I always get this mixed up. It's wherever Smashley is from. Is she from Arkansas or Kentucky? I don't know. She doesn't come around here no more. But she's either from Arkansas or Kentucky. She said it's the only state that has no red city. And I was like, really? And I looked, and sure enough, it was true. Not that I didn't believe her. I just wanted to see. I wanted to see the numbers. They're like electorates and all that stuff. And yeah, is it Kentucky or Arkansas? Stubborn one. I think it's Kentucky. Oklahoma. Oh, okay. Well, I was way off. It's in that area, but okay. So never mind. Never mind everything I was just saying. That's Oklahoma, the only state in the country that has no blue cities. It's all red. Is Oklahoma. But anyway, Kentucky, pretty red, banning transgender puberty blockers for children, while it appeals its early order blocking the law. So they are going to allow it for now, they said. Law is being challenged by families of transgender children who should probably be put to death. I mean, who say they will be irreparably harmed by losing access to medical treatments. No, you people need to be put in some sort of facility somewhere. I mean, maybe you should go to, where was that last state we were just talking about? Was that Arkansas? Maybe you should go to Arkansas and let them perfect their death penalty on you, because they need work over there on that. So you guys could be guinea pigs for their lethal injection system. Anyway, next.
Two people. You have a Mexican party in the pool.
This is a story. I don't know if there's a more full video on this. I don't even want to talk a lot about this, but this was kind of earlier in the week. This is like a big story. This is from New York Post, a video of a woman, a Karen. We got a story of a Karen, which is a slur against white women, by the way. Although I have seen non-white Karens, but it's from New York Post. This woman, they're dogging her on social media, saying she's a racist and all that stuff, but there's more to the story. Whenever these things happen, like the city bike Karen or the bird watcher person, this is another one of those situations. The media will blow this out of proportion and say this is an evil, racist white woman, but they'll present you this video, which is clipped and it's short. You don't see the beginning of the incident. You don't see the middle of the incident. You don't see the end of the incident. But they'll call this woman racist. She'll probably lose her job. All over social media, they'll call her a Karen, when in reality, there's a lot more to the story that we don't know yet. Let's watch this video. So this is at a pool.
You have a thought? 2 people. You have a Mexican party in the pool.
You have a Mexican party in the pool. Trash. You people are trash. This bikini-clad woman went viral on TikTok after she was caught on camera spewing a racist tirade at a Latino family.
Trash.
She got a G-string on, though.
You can't do that.
Has broken her silence to the Daily Mail, claiming she's not a racist, and the video was deceptively edited and put together to tell a narrative that isn't true, which is a story we've seen repeatedly. But apparently, since she's yelling at these people, do you think maybe she was trying to have a nice day at the pool with her family, and these Mexicans were probably playing some mariachi music and sipping some Coronas and, hey, chica, you know, doing the typical Mexican thing, and she got sick of it? But wait, there's more. Now, when she grabbed the phone, she kind of overstepped the bounds a little bit. You know, that is assault. That is getting aggressive. Then they held her down. They just wanted to touch up on a white woman.
I'm so sorry. Oh, you guys are such losers. I'll back down to Denver. Please, I don't.
But look at this cuck white man standing next to her. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, you should have beat their ass. You should have beat their ass. Blair Featherman also claimed the group started the incident by calling her racial slurs like white bitch. Yeah, what is that in Spanish? Oh, Blanca. Blanca, Punta Blanca. Punta Blanca. Sombrero. Oh, cerveza más fina. Oye, que puesta come pinga. Something like that was probably what happened. So she got pissed off, and she went over there, and you know, she shouldn't have smacked the phone out of their hand, but she was pissed. And I'm sure they invoked it. But then there's more.
I live here.
Look. And that the item in her hand at the end of the video is actually someone from the group's acrylic nails that were lost when they pulled her hair. Now, we don't have enough. This is all the video. This is all that we see in the video. So some chica with fake long nails pulled her hair. What I need to know, I need to see more. I need to know what led up to the incident. What were they doing? Were they... It's okay. Police do that all the time. Did the hair get pulled before she smacked the camera? Because if they pulled her hair and then she smacked the camera out of her hand and started cussing at him, yelling at him, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story, and she's totally in the right. The problem is, racked up thousands of views and comments slamming the ranting sunbather. The problem is that this stuff goes to social media, and all these idiot Marxists, all these useful idiots jump in saying, that evil, racist white woman. Ah. And it goes viral. See, here's one right here. Katisha. Let's stop saying Karen and let's start saying, shut up, Katisha. Katisha says, I'm sorry that your family had to go through this. Some people are just so ignorant. Sending love from Jersey. Shut up, Katisha. I can't even read her name, Packer. Oh, so sorry this happened to you. People are the worst these days. That's a white liberal woman. So, you know, that was a story. Not going to spend too much time on it, but another one of those Karen stories that is total BS. Arkansas, no Jews should vote. Whoa, I need to stop reading y'all's comments. Juice, Horclump juice. Yes, orange juice, cranberry juice does not have the right to vote. You have to be a person to be able to vote. Rob Smith had ceviche after playing tennis with his friends in Miami. Yeah, straight up. You didn't know that? It's a way like to cure seafood, something. That's what fake meat will do. What's a rock Karen? A lady in her 50s that has an iron result. No, a rock Karen. I guess you could sip the residual lime juice. Sounds. I don't even know what ceviche is. Born stubborn with fire. Yo! Some Don Julio. Put silver tequila in there. It's okay. Police do that all the time. She need a new man for sure. Of course, Katisha is from Jersey. All right. Now we got our American violence segment. I'm going to just quickly go through a series of stories. Or no, wait. Before we get into violence, we got a cool story about a prison escaper. Some guy escaped from prison. Michael Burham's prison escape like a spider. Official describes video of Michael Burham's prison escape like a spider. I don't have the video. Let me see if I can find the video. But apparently this survivalist escaped from prison. Michael Burham escape. New video release, an escaped inmate. Escaped inmate with survivalist skills captured after being on the run for a week.
Olive Garden's never-ending for
Olive Garden, never-ending soup and salad. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Get that commercial out of here. I'm getting hungry. Get that out of here. This made me hungry. All right.
Escaped murder suspect across state lines in the Northeast. We've been covering it all week long. Tonight, authorities have now released the first piece of video, they say, of the suspect. Video captured on a woman's front porch doorbell cam. They say showing the fugitive possibly limping as he walks. Police warn he's likely growing desperate. ABC's Alex Brachet.
I want to see the video of him escaping from prison. Anyway, this guy's a survivalist. He escaped from prison.
Tonight, police releasing this new video, the first glimpse of escaped murder suspect Michael Burham since his jailbreak more than a week ago.
We consider this to be a confirmed sighting.
The image is captured on a Ring doorbell camera not far from the jail in Warren, Pennsylvania. Officers won't say exactly where or exactly when, just that it was early in the morning within the past few days. Burham appearing to head towards the woods.
There is also a possibility that he may have a bit of an injury to his leg or ankle. There may be a bit of a limp there as well.
Authorities believe Burham may have suffered a leg injury during his...
He's got the creamsicles on. He's got the creamsicles on, the orange and white stripes.
Escape. The 34-year-old rappelling from the roof of the Warren County Jail using a makeshift rope made of bed sheets.
Now, that's actually a common way that they escape. There's an old story of this guy, because usually in the jails in the yard, it'll be walled in, and it's like a 20-foot high wall. But up top, there will be chain link fence. The ceiling will be chain link fence so you can see the sky. And there was this guy, he made a swing using like a phone book as the seat, and then using, makeshift rope. You tear strips of your sheet, and then you weave them together to make a thick, strong rope. And he made a rope, and then he used the phone book as a seat. And somehow he attached the two sides of the rope up into the chain link fence. He threw it up there and got it to stick. And then he sat on the swing and he swung back and forth until he got high enough to kick his way through the fence and then climb out, and then undid the rope and then used it to climb down. So this guy probably learned something from that.
Investigators call him a self-taught survivalist who prefers to travel at night. This picture showing supplies they
Bro, that dude is familiar. I think I know this guy.
Believe he covered with a tarp and stashed under a log.
He is no doubt becoming more
Utah treasure hunt? Looked like he was trying to do a treasure hunt.
Desperate and will attempt to acquire the things he needs to survive. I reiterate that Burham is to be considered armed and dangerous, and we ask the public not to approach him.
So let's bring in Alex.
All right. So this guy escaped. Official describes video of Michael Burham's prison escape like a spider. And then Pennsylvania police capture escaped prison inmate. So that was the beginning of the story. He escaped. He has been caught. He has been found after being on the run for a week. Pennsylvania family said, I know exactly who that is. Barking dog led couple to escaped inmate. So the dog was barking at this guy, and the couple saw him, and they reported it to the police, so they caught this guy. I just thought that was an interesting story from Warren County, Pennsylvania. So there he is, caught. So that's that. Oops. What else we got? So we got the inmate story. All right, let's move on to violence in America. We got to keep you updated on the violence in America. Chicago this weekend. Chicago shootings, 40 shot, 4 fatally in weekend gun violence across the city. Nothing new. Just keeping you updated on Lori Lightfoot's great city out there in Chicago. Very strict gun laws, but for some reason, lots of shooting. Usually not a lot of suspect descriptions, you know. Usually they don't like to describe the suspects too much in these cases. 5 people were shot in a drive-by shooting. Hold the gun sideways like O-Dog. Drive-by. Not very accurate way to kill somebody doing a drive-by. One person has a sawed-off shotgun. One person has a Tech 9. Very unreliable gun. Shoots really fast, though, you know. And then a couple people got pistols, and they all just lean out the window while they're swerving sideways, sitting sideways, boys in the days, shooting, and they hit like everybody except for the target. Generally, that's what happens. One of the victims, a 40-year-old woman, was shot multiple times and pronounced dead at the hospital. The other 4 victims were taken to various hospitals in fair condition. One of the victims told police the person in a vehicle shot them around 2 a.m. in the 4000 block. Why are you out at 4 a.m., though? Or 2 a.m.? Why are you out at 2 a.m. in the hood, though? In Chicago. Probably not a good idea. Probably not a good idea. In another fatal shooting early Sunday, a man was shot just before 2:30 a.m. in the 1000 block of North Carolina Avenue in the Humboldt Park neighborhood. Again, probably don't want to be out at 2:30 a.m. in Chicago. Probably a bad idea. Another man was shot while riding a bicycle early Sunday on the near north side. Police said the 29-year-old man riding the bike was shot in the thigh and arm around 12:15 a.m. Around in the 600 block of West Scott Street, was taken to a hospital in good condition. No one is in custody at this time. We're not going to give you any descriptions of the suspects because they're all young black men, and we don't want to, let people know what's really happening in these urban environments. So that's Chicago. We also have a 17-year-old suspect arrested in Baltimore mass shooting that killed 2 and wounded 28. Killed 2 and wounded 28 in Baltimore. Authorities have charged a teen who detectives believe was involved in the shooting at a Baltimore block party over the 4th of July holiday weekend. We probably reported on that. Authorities have arrested and charged a teen, left 2 people dead and 28 others wounded. Members of the SWAT team found the 17-year-old boy around 7 a.m. Friday. Search warrant is okay. I'm just looking to see if we have they found him. They found this person. I want to see if there's a picture of the suspect, a description of the suspect, maybe a name, something so we can see what we're dealing with. Execute members of the homicide and SWAT team. 17-year-old boy. After a search warrant was executed at the home, he was taken to central booking, charged with possession, firearm, minor, possession of assault weapon, as well as reckless endangerment. Police referred to the teen in the release as a person of interest, charged as an adult. Police aren't identifying him since he is a minor. He's being charged as an adult, but they aren't identifying him because he's a minor. As soon as you get charged as an adult, you're no longer considered a minor, by the way, guys. You're actually instantly emancipated as soon as they give you adult charges. Well, maybe it's once you're convicted. If you're 16 years old and you get charged and convicted as an adult, you are no longer considered a minor. You are instantly emancipated. Maybe he hasn't been convicted yet, so that's why they're not saying it. But I call bullshit. I think they're not giving us a description because he's black. He black. Happy White History Month. There was a wave of shooting this week as U.S. celebrated 4th of July. Yes, black people don't like White History Month. The gun violence that flared this week in Washington, D.C., Louisiana, Florida, Pennsylvania, Texas, Maryland, Massachusetts left more than a dozen dead and more than 60 wounded, including children as young as 2 years old. Okay, so that's Baltimore. We got one more. Police shot and killed a man wanted in 4 killings in Georgia. Oh, we got a description of the suspect because he did. He did. Well, JC pieced out. Yeah, I think you were picking on him too much. Shout out to Humboldt Park. That's where the homeboy Adam Miranda lives, my little Puerto Rican homeboy. Oh, that guy that was on your stream? Shout out, Mr. Mad. If you enter lock the pages of 2 phone books, you can't pull them apart. I move weight all day. I'm producing them for you. The PA guy, he just got. It's everyone. I don't know what that meme is. Blue peach, blue peaches, frisbee peach. I don't know. I was kind of rooting for him. State line. Oh, you were kind of rooting for the guy who escaped. State lines. Who wants super salad? I want ribeyes and bacon with butter on top. Jalen wants to toss. Yes, sir, Jeff. I'm producing them for you. I move with. On their defense, it was dark out. It might be hard to see certain suspects to give a description. That's where the homeboy. Okay, I read that. Peace out, DJ. Yes, I'm very interested in this tree action. Tree action. What's that mean? There's no depiction of them. It's probably a. Yeah, I think that's the point I'm trying to make. Yes. F that tree. What tree are you guys talking about? Police shot and killed a man wanted in 4 killings in Georgia. Suspect in Georgia. Okay, this is actually not the report that I had. I was going to report there was a Georgia shooting. They were looking for the suspect. And then I was going to tell you that they found him and killed him. But NPR gave me an updated story already. Officers shot and killed a man wanted in 4 weekend killings near Atlanta during an exchange of gunfire, and sheriff's deputy and police officers injured trying to take suspect into custody. Of course, they're going to show his show the suspect's picture once he's killed, because I'm sure there's going to be a civil right. I'm sure Benjamin Crump showed up at the scene, and we're going to have some protests and riots saying he was a gentle giant. He was a good man. How dare these police kill this unarmed, innocent man? There he is. Well, big surprise. Where's Freddie at? Because Freddie said I couldn't name three shooters. I can name one. I can name this one. I can usually name 3 every week, but they won't give me the names. So I can only report on the shootings. And I can't give you any names. But we can give you this guy's name because he did. What was his name? I don't care about his name, to be honest. All right. But that's it for violence in America. The violence in America. All right. What else do we got? Let's see. We got campaign updates. Alarm bells for DeSantis. Pence falls behind and Biden stays frugal. Takeaways from new campaign finance reports. The first financial look at the 2024 presidential race. Where am I at on time? Okay, we got 15 minutes. Came into focus over the weekend as candidates filed campaign finance reports with federal regulators. They highlight potential trouble spots for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, a skeletal campaign operation for the current White House occupant, and a wide chasm between the early fundraising leaders in the Republican primary and the rest of the field. I don't even want to read this. This is not that interesting. It's just reporting on their finances. Millions flow into GOP primary campaigns. So total receipts and cash on hand for presidential campaign committees in Q2. Ron DeSantis, $20 million in total receipts, $12 million cash in hand. Donald Trump has spent less on his campaign, and he has more cash in hand. $22.5 million, $17 million spent. Doug Burgum, I don't even know who that is, but he's got a lot of financing. He's almost in third place. Vivek's got a lot of money. Tim Scott is black, of course. Tim Scott has $5 million in receipts. He's got $21 million cash in hand. Tim ain't spending that money. Tim ain't putting that money to the campaign. Tim about to walk away with $21 million in hand. He black. Who is surprised by that? Who is shocked by these numbers here? Tim's got $26 million. Tim's got $26 million donated to his campaign. He spent $5.9 million. He's got $21 million in hand. Is anybody surprised by that? I'm not. Chris Christie, Mike Pence, Francis Suarez, Asa Hutchinson down here at the bottom. Larry Elder? Larry Elder is running for president? Huh. Will Hurd. Maybe he was just trying to raise some money to see if he could really get in it, and he just hasn't. No call tonight. We could do a quick call here in a second before I get into the Colts. So that's that update. We got an update on Ukraine. I don't really care. National Security Advisor defends U.S. Oh, the cluster bombs. Moral authority to send cluster bombs. National Security Advisor defends U.S. moral authority to send cluster bombs to Ukraine. So apparently, we are low on ammunition in America. Our military is low on ammunition. And we've sent them planes, tanks, automobiles, everything but soldiers. And now they still want more, so we're sending them cluster bombs. There's a worry, there's a fear that, well, cluster bombs often kill civilians. They're not very accurate. That's why they're called cluster bombs. In fact, cluster bombs and napalm did more damage to Japan than Little Boy and Fat Man did to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The nukes, those nukes that we're supposed to be afraid of. We talked about that. Thank you, Stubborn One, for putting me onto that whole idea. That nukes aren't what we're being told that they are, because cluster bombs and fire bombs did far more damage to Japan than the nukes that we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now we're sending cluster bombs to Ukraine. And the fear is that a lot of civilians are going to die because cluster bombs aren't that accurate. We've already sent them javelins. We've already sent them missiles that are worth more than anybody in Ukraine's ever going to see in their entire life. One freaking javelin missile is worth more than all the citizens of Ukraine will ever make combined. We sent them javelin. Now we're sending them cluster bombs. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Sunday defended the Biden administration's decision to send cluster munitions to Ukraine and a U.S. military aid package amid pushback from some congressional Democrats. Our moral authority has not derived from being a signatory of the Convention Against Cluster Munitions. Our moral authority has not derived from being a signatory, meaning they signed the Convention Against Cluster Munitions. So we signed the Convention Against Cluster Munitions, but we're sending cluster munitions to Ukraine. We have not been at any point since that convention came into effect. Neither has Ukraine. Sullivan said, meet the press. Most members of NATO have signed on to the Convention on Cluster Munitions, an international agreement that bans the use, production, transfer, and stockpiling of the weapons because of the risk they pose to civilians. But the U.S. has not signed the treaty, and neither has Russia or Ukraine. Okay, so we didn't sign that treaty. Neither did Ukraine. So they're saying it's okay that we're sending these munitions that other countries have said we shouldn't be using because they kill civilians. Seems kind of fishy. Let's send them more stuff. Let's send them, some soldiers. That's next. That's what's next. Putting boots on the ground, sending them soldiers. And a lot of these Rhino Republicans, warmongers, are with that, as we saw at the GOP Summit. So, just interesting there. For White History Month, shout out William Shakespeare. I'm not going to read this whole Wikipedia article, but shout out William Shakespeare for White History Month, He's a very artistic guy. Maybe he was illiterate, liberal, not illiterate. He wasn't illiterate, but he was baptized on the 26th of April of 1564. His resting place is at the Church of the Holy Trinity. He was a playwright, a poet, an actor. I think back then, actors and writers and poets and artists were not as liberal. Nowadays, artists are very liberal. I think back then, artists were more conservative. I think Shakespeare was probably kind of based. Most movies and books that you read, Shakespeare already did it first. Shakespeare is considered the greatest writer ever. Let's see. World's preeminent dramatist. He is often called England's national poet and the Bard of Avon, or simply the Bard. His extant works, including collaborations, consist of some 39 plays, 154 sonnets, 3 long narrative poems, and a few other verses, some uncertain authorship. He was white. He was just that's a white man. That's a white man for you. Maybe he wasn't a perfect dude. Maybe he got into some weird stuff. I don't know. But Romeo and Juliet, Hamlet, Macbeth, King Lear, Bro, everything you see is based off of something that Shakespeare wrote. So, shout out Shakespeare for White History Month. Let's go. Let's go, Shakespeare. All right. That's my White History Month dedication. Shakespeare and Hake. Hake because it's his birthday. Shakespeare because he was a good writer. He wrote some good plays, some classic stuff. Also for White History Month, we're gonna
moves out.
We got another short from Bibby. This is from the JLP show, but this is a funny short. I didn't see this on the show live, but let's watch this real quick. Shout out Lord Bibby.
If a white person moves out, it's due to white flight, which is racism. If a white person moves in, it's due to gentrification, which is racism. If a white person sees color, it's racism. If a white person doesn't see color, it's due to ignoring racism, which is also racism. If a white person doesn't partake in culture, which means non-inclusive, racism. And if a white person engages in culture,
that's cultural appropriation.
Cultural appropriation,
that's racism.
Look at that. Just look at now. You see why we celebrate White History Month. Ain't no way out.
Ain't no way out.
They have put you into slavery. Amazing.
Amazing. It's White History Month. All right, we're going to end the rapid fire news segment with a happy news story. Although this is from a couple years ago, there's really not much happy stuff happening in the news anymore. This is a year-old story. We're going to watch this, and then it's only a minute long. Yeah, let's play this, and then maybe we will jump on a call, see what Mr. Maz got to say. Shout out to racism. Amazon delivery driver noticed her. So this is a 92-year-old woman. She's living with advanced dementia, and she wanted to go for a walk. She's tired of being cooped up in the house. She wanted to go for a walk. You know? She starts wandering around. She wandered from her house. She couldn't find her way back. The Amazon delivery driver saw her, put her in the car. Look at that nice man picking her up, taking her out the car, bringing her home. Wow. Wow. Look at this nice man. This is some nice. And her name's Karen. Karen gave Wilmar their address. This is a true Karen. Karen is her daughter. Her name is Gigi. Karen, look at this. This is wholesome as I'll get out. Karen watched Gigi get safe inside live on their Ring doorbell camera. For some reason, Karen didn't see Gigi walking away on the Ring doorbell camera. She watched her come inside, saying, damn it, he brought her back. I was hoping Gigi was going to get away. We need that life insurance. Aw, that's wholesome, though. Ring, it's a Ring advertisement. Forget the Ring advertisement. Don't get a Ring camera. It's dang surveillance, and no, it's evil. They're monitoring your home. Shout out Gigi. Shout out Karen. And shout out that nice Amazon driver. That's a nice little wholesome piece of news before we get into the most demonic and evil, wicked cults ever in American history. Oh, man. All right, guys. A Blatt would have knocked her over. Public Enemy is down with us, but MC Poet ain't down with us. Let me play a song, then we'll take a call from Mr. Matt when I get back. Let me take one last quick break before we wrap up the show. I think Bryson had another new song that I haven't heard yet. Mises. We're just gonna play a random song. We're just gonna play a random song, and I will be right back, guys.
I want to tell you a story.
Whoa, that's a Jewish guy. I want to tell you a story. He had a mezuzah. No, not a mezuzah. A mezuzah is the thing they put on their door. You're supposed to kiss it when you walk into kiss your fingers and touch it when you walk into their house for a blessing. What's the thing they put on their head? Not a yarmulke. It is a yarmulke. Put on your yarmulke. Here comes Hanukkah. So much Hanukkah. Celebrate Hanukkah. Drink your gin and tonica and smoke your marijuana. If you really, really wanna have a happy, 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 happy Hanukkah. All right, let's play this song. I'll be right back, guys. This is Never Bow from Tyson James and Bryson. I'll be right back.
Or true Christianity, for that matter. Please don't get it twisted and think it's affiliated with us. MAGA rap ain't CHH or Christian.
People like drama. People like controversy. People, if we just did, Ruslan's channel, we're going through the book of Romans. You guys wouldn't be here.
I'ma stick with Jesus, y'all could bow. You can snuggle with the world, I keep my hands up on the plow. Satan's bringing up the past, and bro, we living in it now. Ain't trading truth for a lie, now won't do it for the clout. We'll never bow, man. I'ma stick with Jesus, y'all could bow. You can snuggle with the world, I keep my hands up on the plow. Satan's bringing up the past, and bro, we living in it now. Ain't trading truth for a lie, now won't do it for the clout. We'll never bow, man. You think we just here to take the fans, but we ain't gotta take them, man. They tired of the blend. Call me salty with the flavor. I ain't trying to be your friend. Y'all are soft up on the gospel, man. The truth to get you banned. Hey, hell is real. What the deal? You give them milk, they need a meal. And I won't chill, and I'ma drill, cause people frying on the grill. And I don't diss, and I'm just pissed, cause I'm not one to go and kneel to Jesus. And that all-consuming fire will reveal. Now y'all can get it. Derek Minor, Minnie, O, and all the rest. Look, I should see the spirit. Sadly, I am not impressed. You trade the truth for popularity. He's barely in your chest. I'm rarely calling out the names. It ain't a game, you on the fence. If y'all don't like it, go listen to Jake's. Your people malnutrition, so we throwing them some steaks. We never bow to BLM, and homie, we will never break. Straight questions need straight answers. Stop with the fake. Now, don't get your panties in a bunch. I know what you're thinking. Tyson James just taking shots at everybody. It's not a diss track. Take it as a little swift rebuke. Hey, y'all the OGs of this thing. If y'all lukewarm, y'all just gotta turn it up, baby. I'ma stick with Jesus, y'all could bow. You can snuggle with the world, I keep my hands up on the plow. Satan's bringing up the past, and bro, we living in it now. Ain't trading truth for a lie, now won't do it for the clout. We'll never bow, man. I'ma stick with Jesus, y'all could bow. You can snuggle with the world, I keep my hands up on the plow. Satan's bringing up the past, and bro, we living in it now. Ain't trading truth for a lie, now won't do it for the clout. We'll never bow, man.
I'ma say it, the Christian music scene is full of fakes. They say they working for God, but they serpents and they snakes. And they chose a side, and they chose the world. Big mistake. So God sent me and Tyson to expose them, no hitting breaks. They asked Fficking about same-sex marriage, he had a stutter. They asked the Christian rapper, he brought up his gay brother. We being handed over to saying, well, no wonder, cause y'all traded y'all faith for Grammys, money, and homos. That was God testing to see if you would proclaim the gospel. I know you by your fruits, repent now, Jesus can wash you. Think about the people believing you and they watch you. Y'all leading them to hell, but they look at y'all like apostles. It's for everybody. Turn on the TV and pick the name. This world is going to hell, but oh well, up in flames. I can't wait to be in the place where the Son and Father reign. Remember, he came to fulfill the word, it didn't change. The fearful, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, whoremongers, and sorcerers, idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake, which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
I'ma stick with Jesus, y'all could bow. You can snuggle with the world, I keep my hands up on the plow. Satan's bringing up the past, and bro, we living in it now. Ain't trading truth for a lie, now won't do it for the clout. We'll never bow, man. I'ma stick with Jesus, y'all could bow. You can snuggle with the world, I keep my hands up on the plow. Satan's bringing up the past, and bro, we living in it now. Ain't trading truth for a lie, now won't do it for the clout. We'll never bow, man. Y'all call us Donald Trump and CHH, man. We come to rain on everybody's parade. Hey, Bryson, you ready to drain the swamp, man? I'm just kidding, man. Y'all my brothers, man. I'm just trying to be honest with you in hopes that you be honest with others.
You had a brief stint of illegal hot sauces, is what I'm reading right now.
Public enemy number one.
I know, Mr. Mad, you can't do white rap. You say it every time I play a song. Listen. Listen. Sorry about it. All right. Go ahead, call in, Mr. Matt, before I get on this last segment. We're going to spend a while on Colts. So unless you want to talk about Colts, you know anything about Colts, it's going to get dark. It's going to get dark. What's this one? Cambridge Analytica Cult. Okay, I'll stick around. Did you send me a Cash App, Jalen? What were you asking about Cash App? I couldn't find the comment. Arthur Walker. Oh, people are. Nope. ODD is really good with rap these days. What were you asking about Cash App? I didn't see the comment. Send it. I forget why I called. Oh, okay. I've been battling a cult since February. I just wanted to post your Cash App. I sent you a super chat instead. Oh, okay. You want to do video or regular? What's up?
Yo, what up, though?
Our correspondent from Chicago.
Yes, sir. Here we are reporting live on these streets. I'm trying to keep it clean. I was about to say the MF right now. It almost came out. It's just natural. It just happens like this.
Yeah. Let's try to keep the Monday show somewhat clean.
I've got to self-censor, and then I feel like I'm losing a part of my soul when I do that, to be honest.
Well, I don't know. I did like a 30 days of no cussing thing a long time ago.
How did you manage that? I couldn't even go a weekend without you know what I'm saying?
You should give it a shot. Give it a try sometime.
Remember I was talking about the drinking from
the host?
Never mind. Couldn't go a weekend without that.
Yeah. So what's up?
JC want to see me on camera. I got this.
Okay, I can't turn my camera on, but if you turn your camera on.
But let me get dressed, though. You know how I like to strip in the evenings.
Yeah, we ain't trying to see that.
No, nobody wants to see that. That's only for Friday night content, Mr. Meat. It's the real Mr. Meat OnlyFans. Shout out. Nah, playing.
He's trying to close that gender wage gap with
Lord have mercy. What is there a thing? Is there such a thing?
The gender wage gap that the feminists talk about is fake, but the gender wage gap,
fallacy, right? That's not a real thing.
No, but it is a real thing with men on OnlyFans. They don't make anywhere near what women make.
Yeah, you're right about that. Matter of fact, you know what? I demand reparations. No, this is some bullshit. BS.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yes, this is some BS. I demand. Is ours a word now? I don't even know what's up now. Shout out to JC though. He told me to shout him out. I'm gonna shout y'all out. Shout out to Rika. Where's Rika at though? Arguing about Pharaoh nonsense and Christ.
I don't know.
My Lord and Savior.
I haven't even seen him in here much.
He was in here. He was in here earlier. We was double dipping the chips over in what you call it. I was up in Nick's stream and your stream at the same darn time.
I know, man. What's up? He's streaming on a Monday night. That's not a normal thing.
He always streams every day, no?
He streams at 1:00. Well, my time.
That's true.
1 o'clock on my time on weekdays.
He sounded, to be honest, a little bit faded. You know, around because it was 6 p.m. my time.
I don't know if he even partakes in any of that stuff, so I don't know.
Well, you know, they must have had a little pizza party. I know Hake gets down with the dinner beers allegedly.
I haven't heard that, but
well, you weren't there that one Friday. Hake was cussing up a storm. He called the whole chat room the P word. Plural P words.
Pussies?
Man, I thought we were self-censoring here tonight.
Well, I mean, that's just a cat.
Not in that context, I'll tell you that. Right. Let me holler at this now that I'm dressed. Hold up. How do I video connect here? Unstable internet connect. Oh, here we go. Why is your connection unstable?
Your connection's unstable.
Nah, I got like gigabit internet.
I got 2 gigabyte internet. How do I make this bigger?
Your S was stuttering earlier. I'm throwing up gang signs again. Damn, I'm always doing something stupid.
I don't know how to make this where it just shows your window. All right.
The stream is behind.
Yeah, it's 20-second delay. But I'm looking at the OBS. I'm looking at the OBS, so.
What is OBS? Orbital bowel syndrome?
OBS, what does it stand for? I knew at one point. I don't remember right now. It's the streaming software.
We've got the OBS. If anybody has the OBS, we've got the best OBS.
Trump. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's see here.
All right. What's the craziest cult? You know anything about cults? Or you want to talk about some of the news I was talking about, or what?
No, talk about cults. Yeah. What kind of cults are you talking about, though? Hold on, let me mute. I got you right here, but like it's kind of like interfering. I'm trying to hear you, but hear you at the same darn time. You know what I'm saying?
Huh. Dang, I can't believe I missed that. I've never seen Hake say anything like that.
Dude, it was it was probably a month ago, I want to say. It was a random stream where Nick had technical issues for like 6 hours straight that went into the next day. And we were just all cooling in the chat for like 5 hours. And then Hake must have had some dinner beers, as he has purported to have had in the past. And he started quoting with some Mobb Deep. And then he started quoting Tupac and like some other gangster, you know.
Oh,
like
yeah. He does do. He knows his rap. And
then it's just a bunch of like, you know, like if you were to step on a keyboard, it was just a string of characters, and then it was like something pussies like that, like fully spelled out pussies like that. And we were just rolling. We're like, what the like? Hey, like, did somebody take over his computer? Blink if you hey. And he went right silent after that. It was the most. You know, he's a hardworking man. He can enjoy his beverages from time to time. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We all get down a little bit every once in a while, you know?
Yeah.
But it's just like I had a newfound respect for him because I was like, man, you know what? That's my guy. I have a drink with him. He likes beer. You know, like I like beer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
His quality he always uses. Anyway. What was I going to talk about? Oh, no, cults.
Cults.
What kind of
all
I know
of them.
about
Jonestown, Branch Davidians.
Not Dipset Jim Jones, but the original.
Yeah, Jonestown.
Yeah. So he was actually he was actually very detrimental to the black community because matter of fact, he brainwashed them into following his mess. And he got them all, I think, for the most part, to kill themselves, right?
Yeah, they drank the Kool-Aid.
They really did drink.
Yep, that's where the term "drinking the Kool-Aid" comes from.
Why couldn't it have been orange juice? Why'd it have to be Kool-Aid? That's kind
of. Yeah, he did move. Where did they move to? I don't have all the stories pulled up. Well, I'm gonna be reading about it, but
I want to say it's South Africa.
Somewhere in Africa, right?
I want to say it was South Africa. You know, so I don't know if you were in the Hake stream today, but I got called out for misremembering facts by JC's homeboy CJ, the arch nemesis. Like they just transposed.
CJ is the Israel is
evil Israel.
Evil Israel, yeah.
Like so, CJ got transposed with JC. They're like the yin to each other's yangs, right?
Yeah.
Hop in, Rika. Rico's trying to hop on now. I think he knows all about Jim Jones. Probably the Dipset version, though. I don't think he knows about the real Jim Jones.
It's not it's an individual call. We're not in the group chat thing.
Oh, that's right. We're not in the group chat. I called you directly, right?
Yeah.
Bro, I ate that steak, man. What's wrong with you? I gave you steak money, not paid my bills money. That's what I look like. I ain't
Man, it's good. You're helping me get the videos out.
Lord have mercy.
I put it towards the channel.
I would have gave you a little bit extra for that. But I wanted you to eat a steak, bro. Like, come on, dog.
Well, you can send me steak money right now, then.
I could, but it was a package deal. You know, I thought that's what in the first place. I didn't know you never mentioned about bills.
Well,
I would have sent you $20 instead of $30.
It's not like a bill. It helps me make the videos and stuff. It's my editing program.
Not what I signed up for. Was Rika? I don't think we need Rika.
No, it gets too crazy.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's alright though. He's cool. I like Rika. He's alright.
But yeah, so.
Well, anyways, this is your show. Let's get on your agenda. So, what was your the cults thing that you knew about, or what did you?
Nothing. I was just going to be reading about all the different cults, talking about cults. I got.
There's a hey, by the way.
So like, you know, what, mildly attractive? Yeah, I like that shirt.
I made this one. This is a one-off. This is only for me because Hake wouldn't make it, and I'm on 61 days right now of Hake not making this shirt, so I had to make it on my own.
Yeah.
That'll be.
Seasal said she wanted to order that shirt, and I was like, I don't think you can order it. I think he just made it himself.
Yeah, this is a custom design. I even picked the font and the layout and everything. And they, matter of fact, they sent me a size too small. So if I look like, you know, I'm a little bit extra strong,
yeah,
that's 7 tonight.
Nice.
All right. So what are you saying? I'm sorry. I apologize once again. Water chaser, Alfred. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna look into all these different cults. Talk about the signs of a cult. Usually, there's weird sex stuff, polygamy.
Yeah.
Apocalypse based, apocalypse obsessed. They're usually obsessed with the end times, doomsday cults.
Yep, that is true.
And there's usually weird sex stuff. And
so,
go ahead.
I don't Jim Jones himself, but didn't he convince all the husbands that, like, no, your wife actually belongs to me and us now, you know?
I know that the Branch Davidians, which is Waco.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah, that was David Koresh. So
was that down in Texas?
Waco.
Yeah, Texas, right? He had the didn't he have a band? He had his own album?
Yeah. Him and Manson also did music.
Right. Yeah, well, yeah, Charlie don't surf, but I don't know how to finish that.
But yeah, the Branch Davidians, that was Waco. That was where the ATF raided him because they said that he had guns and grenades and stuff. And also he was doing weird sex stuff with little girls, allegedly. But yeah, he would tell the men basically, David Koresh said he was God in the flesh. He was like the second coming, and the women of the cult could only have sex with him, and all the husbands just put up with that.
That's some. How did he know to get down with the most beta of N-words? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's like brainwashing. So the cults, they always seem based on the surface, like when
yeah. But even all right, let's say I was to join a cult, I'd be like, nah, you're talking about you're gonna with my woman. All right, we're gonna have to fist fight that one out. I'm sorry, Playboy. And then now I'm the leader of the cult.
Yeah, I don't understand how people get so brainwashed into this, but it's like
what they're saying. I'll be like, I agree with you on 98.7% of what everybody's talking about. However, that last part with the sleeping with my woman,
yeah.
Oh, dog, that don't even sound right to me.
Yeah, and you can have multiple wives, underage wives, but But we have to be pure.
I never understood this underage thing because it's like, you know, little children, like, I remember as a child, I probably didn't know how to wipe my ass properly, you know?
Yeah.
I just took a dump and then like maybe once passed and then left the house. Everywhere. Dingleberries, you know, I had hair down there. I still got
dingleberries.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna something's gonna it's gonna remain there. You're not conscious of, you know, scent or, you know what I mean? So I don't know. And then not just that, this is the stupidest conversation I ever had in my life.
Jalen, we get it. You don't have to keep repeating it. We get it. He keeps repeating. He thinks Bond is a cult. We get it. They live in your head rent free, and that's all you think about all day, 24/7.
Bond's not a cult though, because
no, they promote abstinence.
Not just that, they don't recruit you. They say do what you want. You know, if you don't want to, like you don't even gotta. Like, matter of fact, don't even let me teach you anything. And everything that I'm saying, like, just like you came across this information. It's not like they're like, hey, listen to me, listen to this guy. He's so smart. You know, it's none of that.
And that's one of the reasons I wanted to talk about this, because a lot of people throw this word cult around. They'll say Trump supporters are in a cult. If you watch JLP, you're in a cult. And they say everybody's in a cult. So I wanted to go through all the cults. So, like, this is what a cult is. Like, liking Trump or supporting Trump is not a cult. Trump's not telling you to, you know, drink Kool-Aid is going to kill yourself, or trying to sleep with your wife or something.
That you adhere to they're actually requesting that you branch off and do something outside of their, I think, right?
Yeah, and even Jesse has said, I don't even want you to consider me a preacher. And not to have, he said, I don't think you shouldn't have any leaders. I'm not your leader. I'm not. Yeah.
Like, don't do it because I said to do it. Just do it because if you see that it's cool to do it, then do it. If not, then don't do it and suffer or whatever, you know?
Yeah. And that's the opposite of a cult.
Right. Cult is usually like, listen to me. I know what's right for you. You don't know how to decide things for yourself. If you didn't have me in your life, you wouldn't know how to handle the situation. That's a cult right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they usually say that whoever's in charge of the cult is the authority. The power goes to their head.
Right.
A lot of them branched off of the Seventh-day Adventists, which is like a Christian branch that is all about doomsday. The doomsday stuff usually plays a big role in a lot of cults. They basically, it's like, we're all going to die soon, so we need to make this commune.
That is a good point, because that is true, but also in retrospect, or, in contrasting with the other point, Bond or I guess Trump, they never talk about doomsday. They think we're going to live forever, matter of fact.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So it's the opposite of these people that say this don't know what a cult is. They just throw that word around. Yeah.
I think them, in their eyes, is a cult because things are being said that they don't want to hear, and then they hear other people agreeing with the points, not repeating what other people are saying, but just agreeing with the fact that somebody's saying something that seems offensive to them. You know, like let's say for me, like, what I think of a cult is like, all right, a child should be wearing chest binders because they think, they're a boy when they're 12 years old. And then everybody goes, yes, you should wear chest binders no matter what. If she thinks she likes, G.I. Joe, she should be wearing chest binders. Yes, you should be wearing, she should be wearing chest binders. Like, you're just blindly agree. You don't stop and go, why would she wear chest? So what if she just likes G.I. Joe? Can she still have her breasts?
I don't need to start off by reading the word cult, definition of the word cult, Freddie. If you have to have a dictionary definition to know what something is, then yeah. He said I need to start off by reading the definition of the word cult. Nah, I'm good.
I'll do that. I'll play the devil's advocate because I don't know. Whatever that
The
even
problem
means.
is the modern definition isn't the same as what it was like 10 years ago. So the way that they've worded it now is any religion could be considered a cult.
That's true.
And they've done this so that they can call Christians cult members.
But then everything's a cult because science is a cult.
Right. That's what. That's why I'm not going to read the dictionary, but you can read it.
Cult. Right?
Yeah. You got the definition there?
Yeah, it says a system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object.
Yeah.
The cult state Olaf, whatever that even means. That's the main definition. A relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. A network of Satan-worshipping cults. A misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing. A cult of personality surrounding the leaders. Matter of fact, I think the third definition there seems to be the most descriptive because excessive admiration for a particular person or thing. So usually the person or thing, if you want to disembody the person, it's going to be that person with mental illness that in our current culture seems to be, and culture, you know, the root word of culture.
Cult. Yeah.
Cult?
It has cult in it.
Cult. Sure. Your cult. Your cult culture. Anyway, but they have an excessive admiration. Like they're so stunning and brave because they came out as their own person, you know? Their identity has been, what do they always say? Affirmed, right?
Mm-hmm. But see, they'll take that definition and they'll say, well, Christians worship Jesus. Jesus is a cult leader, and every Christian is in a cult.
Right. But see, that's the thing, though. In that sense, in that vein, yes, because it is an admiration for a particular person. So if you're like all about Jesus, then yeah, maybe you have cultish tendencies, right? But person doesn't really mean person, even in the
So the older definition of cult was basically that second definition you read, and then there was a little more to it. It was a small group, and it was usually based off a previously established religion. Branch Davidians was a branch off of Seventh-day Adventists. We got the Fundamentalist Latter-day Saints. The Fundamentalist Latter-day Saints is a branch off of Mormonism. You've got Children of God, Angels Landing, Church of the Lamb of God, Synanon and the Rajneesh movement, that comes from Hindu. So they'll take. Oh, hold on, your audio cut out. Hold on. Oh, he can't see me. Hold on, he's talking. I can't hear him. How do I?
You're treating science as a religion. Oh, I don't know. Your phone cut off or something.
Yeah, my Discord cut out. What were you saying for the last couple seconds?
So, where did I cut off?
I was talking. You cut off while I was talking. I was saying it's usually a small group that branches off a previously established religion.
Well, what I said was like in this definition, the entire definition, the first two, the main two, have to do with religion. But if you want to wax philosophical about religion, then yes, all religions can technically be considered a cult, right? However,
based off the current definition
of these two definitions. However, right now, anything can be considered a cult. Science can be considered a cult because people worship science the same way people worship religion. They don't do the work themselves and go, I figured this out. You know, I didn't take a peer studied review to know that this is the right thing. I actually, did the math or whatever, did the equations or put two and two together or, put this file in this beaker. And I know that for myself that this is, what it is. They just trust the science, right? And we have a whole culture of people that do that.
Yeah.
Right.
But the the old definition, science and Christianity wouldn't have fit in there because it's a small branching off of previously established religions. So, and that's why I was saying there are cults that came off of Mormonism. There are cults that came from the Seventh-day Adventists. There are cults that they have Shakira. They did a sarin gas subway attack that injured like 5,000 people.
Well, I mean, any religion can get what do they call it? Like militarized or what do you call it when like
radicalized?
Yeah, like radicalized, like Islamic jihadists can really their cause to the next level and go, you know what? This is what this interpretation means. I'm gonna bomb the shit or ass out of a train or something weird, you know? That doesn't mean that that's what the original text called for, you know? Like there was a lot of Christian crusades where people were getting dismembered, I'm assuming, or something weird, right? But that's not the original message of the doctrines or Christ or anybody, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, who would sign up for that? Like, would you ever join a religion where they're like, hey, if these guys don't do the right thing, we're going to chop their brains out? That's not a thing.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of times they kind of they pick like weak people, drug addicts, homeless people, and a lot of religious people are gullible.
Well, this is gang warfare then, because it's the same thing that happens in the gang community. You know, you pick up a little 12, 13-year-old who never had a dad, and you say, I'm your dad now, and you're gonna pull the trigger for this guy, and then that's how I'm gonna take care of you. You know, I gotta make sure you know you're loyal, you know?
Yeah. It's the same thing with the sex trafficking.
Right. That's the same exact thing. You're gonna run these tricks for me. I got you. You want these little heroines? I got you.
Yeah. They target poor people. They target weak-minded people.
And it's people who know no better, you know? Like you were saying earlier with the jail thing. There's a Snickers on your pillow. You're gonna be like, wow, what a nice gesture.
So you're gonna pick it up and eat it. Now you owe somebody.
And now you get that Snickers from behind too.
Yes.
You know that.
Yeah.
So you get a little savvy to your game. You know, you can't be the dope. You know, in this game. But it's common sense. You know, like again, if I join a religion and they tell me anybody that doesn't align with your belief, go ahead and chop their brains out. I'm gonna be like, bro, I don't think God would want that. That doesn't mesh well with me, you know?
Yeah. Well, most of these cults most of them didn't do anything violent to people outside. It was more like the leader of the cult would be doing sexual stuff and torturing
but even that,
the people in the cult.
Think about that. Whatever people's opinions on like having your bitch or whatever, or B word or whatever, you know, your little honey thing right here. You telling me some guy you just met and he's like, hey, she gonna be busting me down now. And you're gonna be like, you're right.
But they buy into it. So if you believe that this guy is God in the flesh, you're not gonna tell him no.
I don't go look. If Jesus came down right now and said, and if I even had, you know, like a little sweet thing that I, kept thing, and the Lord came down and he's like, look, man, let me just, bust her one time, for the homeboys.
Yeah. It's going to be holy. It's going to be holy sex.
Yeah. Holy, right. Full of holes.
Yeah.
And, because that's how that's not the real savior. What real savior, he can make his own. Get your own. It's the old saying, oh no, my brother, you're going to have to get your own,
Yeah. There's this one called NXIVM.
What is that?
The NXIVM sex cult. I think it was all women. I don't know much about it. I was going to read about this. Questioning sex practices.
About that.
The members were allegedly enslaved, branded, and subjected to harsh corporal punishment.
Yeah, dude, all right. I mean, I want to say that each one of us normal people has an internal compass where if it gets down to the point where you're branding somebody, you should be like, is this something that I would want done to me? The odds are hell to the no, right?
Yeah.
Who wants to be?
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know.
So if I'm not willing to get branded by some, why would I think that it's all right for me to just be like, you know what, we're cattle now. You know, I don't think that's the way spirituality works, or religion, or belief in God, or even a cult. You know, like if you're gonna be in a cult, be in a cult where it's like, hey guys, let's treat each other the exact way that we would want to be treated, and let's form like a communal, I guess, like maybe that's communist, right? Communal, but like let's just keep it easy, y'all. You know, like let's not encroach on each other's territory, because it seems kind of suspect.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Anthill Kids?
Anthill Kids? No, I have not.
So that was a cult that branched off of the Seventh-day Adventists, and this guy, he would get
a Mormon thing.
Seventh-day Adventists is a branch off Christianity, and they're basically obsessed with the apocalypse. It's like a doomsday Christian branch. It's still it's still a denomination. It's considered a denomination, and they have churches to this day.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't like it, but a lot of people are Seventh-day Adventists, probably just as many as Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. But then these other branches off of the Seventh-day Adventists turn up to be crazy. This Anthill guy, he would recruit young kids. They call him the Anthill Kids because they would do forced labor. He would force them to work. And he said it was all about being pure, no sex, no tobacco, no alcohol. But then he started drinking, and he started getting crazy, and he would smash these kids' legs with sledgehammers if they acted up, break their legs with sledgehammers to say that's how they get to heaven.
Nah, see, that's the thing. Like, if I got to get my legs broken to get into heaven, I'd be like, just send me to hell, bro. Like, I'm sorry, you know, like, I'd rather, you know, like, I don't know, like, maybe that's weird, but in my mind, it makes sense. You know, like, if you've got to break my legs for me to go to heaven, I'd rather go to hell.
Yeah.
You know, like,
it's crazy interesting to me because these cults, they get so many members, and then these guys are just, it's crazy. I just don't know how people fall for this. It's wild.
I want to know the dynamics between their like conversations. Like the one guy that goes, well, why do we have to get our legs broken? And be like, shut the fuck up and shut the F up.
Yeah. And then he breaks their legs.
And hold them down. All right.
Well, and it's kind of like with the Epstein Island type thing. Once you get to a certain point, you can't leave.
I can see the Epstein. I can't see it, but I can see the Epstein Island thing because these are people with money who are bored. You know, like when you get to a certain level of boredom, I guess, like nothing. It's like you could do all the coke in the world, the heroin in the world. You can, you know, you've done every porn star in the world. Like you want something
right,
taboo.
But a lot of those people didn't know what they were getting into at first. They would go to the island, they would sleep with a woman, and then afterwards, Epstein would say, oh, by the way, she was 14, and now I have blackmail on you.
You know when the broad is 14, man. Right?
I mean, these girls be getting mature young.
That is true. You know, I have
the girls sneak into clubs and have fake IDs. And
I was gonna say I have been in Raymond's part of town, Raymond 11.
Yeah,
it's a suburb of Chicago. It's a lot of Hispanics, and for whatever reason, them little broads grow up a little bit too fast. And then I'll be like breaking my neck looking at them, and the next thing I know, I see a book bag behind them, and I'm like, "What the hell?"
No, yeah.
And I'm like doing one of these.
And they say girls in fatherless homes mature faster.
They're they must all be they must have never had a father in their entire life because they mature a little bit too quickly.
Yeah.
innocent man, just lusting after normal, what I think is to be an 18-year-old, at least 23-year-old, probably. From the looks of it, probably not that much, because they got book bags. Unless they got held behind a few times, which I could see that too. Maybe they got held behind a lot of times. You never know.
I mean, like even 16. There's some 16-year-olds that look like they're 22.
I don't know. I don't even want to discuss that.
Yeah,
and that's that you were talking about earlier with the trafficking and all that mess, because that just doesn't seem like something I'm interested in. I guess I don't know, man. This is a mess.
I mean, I've been doing this show for more than a year, and I've never really talked about child trafficking because it's a weird topic. I don't even really want to talk about it, but it's an issue right now with the movie coming out and all that.
I want to have an ostrich syndrome about this. Like, if I just pretend it doesn't exist, then I don't ever have to acknowledge it, and it doesn't exist in my entire worldview, because I'm not seeing it firsthand. So I don't want to be exposed to the S, you know? Like, it's nothing I care for. And I don't want to become that dude that's like, I'm going to kill the next, PDF file I see. It might come to that, and it's not to be on some save what, but it's just like, that's just, come on, dog. Like, you know better.
Yeah. I remember when the Epstein thing happened, I seen all these people on social media putting hashtag save our children, but these are people who support everything else. They would say puberty blockers are okay. They would say abortion's okay, but then they got save our children.
And see, this is the same thing. Like, I kind of feel the same way about all this mess that's happening with that, because it's like, I just kind of don't want to hear about it. I've never encountered anybody who needs to tuck or put chest binders or hormones or anything like that. I don't want to know about it, because I'm more comfortable. Like, maybe I'm comfortable in my bubble. And but it's like, all right, it's like, you want to know about it, the guy next door who takes a bag of kittens and stamps it out in his backyard with his foot.
Right.
Like, I don't like cats, but that doesn't mean I want to know about this man 2 doors down from me that does that. Not saying that's the thing. Saying, like, hypothetically.
I feel the same way. Like, a lot of conservatives dwell on it too much. It's not as common as, like, if you watch Daily Wire, it's like every video is about that stuff.
I honestly, I like Matt Walsh, because he's just, I don't know, he's kind of funny to me.
Yeah. I like Matt Walsh too.
What I like about him more than the fact that he talks about this mess all the time, is the fact that he at least does something kind of about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Talk about it a lot. Comes to the point where I'm like, let me just fast forward this part. I don't need to know about this, dude. Like, I don't care about this. Stop talking about it. It's like an everyday thing. But
it's really not as common as some conservatives make it seem.
Right. That's the whole point. It's honestly not. Like, that part of the population is less than a fraction of the part of the population that's gay, or, you know what I mean? Like, just a regular, just different, part of the population, I guess, right?
I didn't take that video down, Freddie. It's members only.
What happened?
He said I took a video down. I didn't take it down. I just made it members only.
Funny earlier. I don't know where it was now, but he said something with,
because I don't need some liberal going in and watching it and reporting me.
I'm kind of glad you did put it down, because I did show my entire house and every single strategic point of my crib where I keep every single weapon. Maybe your members wouldn't come and see me, and if they did, they'd be probably invited over. But maybe not in the world. I don't think that's a good idea. But the reason I wanted you to keep it up was because I think we did have, like, a little bit of an interesting dialogue, but also I like the push-up challenge.
Yeah. I want to clip that and make a little short or something.
Like, I want to encourage more people to, like, hey, give this guy $5. He'll do fucking 30 push-ups. Friggin' 30 push-ups,
Yeah.
I like the fact that Fred and I could have a little bit of a banter, calm and collected.
Oh, it got a little heated and it got a little rough.
A little bit late. A little bit late. Once the homeboy Evan Williams showed up.
Yeah.
Towards the beginning, it was all good. Like we're cordial, you know. We're cordial.
Yeah.
Rico was all good, you know. Like it was flowing, you know. So
yeah, it stayed chill pretty much the whole night, except for like the last hour and a half.
And I did catch myself even towards the end, where I was kind of a little bit hollering. You know, I raised my voice a little bit, and I was a little bit heated about something about God or Jesus or somebody. And I was like, all right, just calm down. You know, like it's all good. You don't even have to get like this. It's nothing to do with this. You know, I think it was after I started playing guitar. Once I get into Guitar Hero, that's when I started getting into a mess.
Yeah.
I blamed Guitar Hero before I blame Evan Williams, to be honest.
No way I got 30 in me. I did 60. 20 of them were diamonds. And then I tried to do a handstand push-up. I about broke my back.
I'll say this. The first 15, you were on some BS.
What, the first 15?
The first 15, that was too fast. You didn't touch your chest to the floor.
I did.
I let it slide.
You couldn't tell because of the camera angle. Because I looked at it too and I was like, yeah, it does look like my butt is up real high.
I wish anybody looking at your butt. But I wish you would have cooked the steak.
Cooked the steak?
Or bought a steak. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, I'll get a steak eventually.
Yeah, get you a steak, man. That crap, dude. Like, don't need no fucking Swanson's meat and potatoes or whatever the hell. That's all like glued meat. That's like the scraps that they get like from the end of the butcher's shift that's been sitting out there for the rest of the night. And they throw a little bit of that glue that they congeal everything together with, and they slap it into like a plastic tray, and then you're gonna cook this in your microwave or oven, dude. Come on, don't do that. Eat real food, bro. Come on.
It's a tragedy, man. Us poor folk got to eat garbage.
No excuse, bro. I've been poor, and man, there's ways
What do you
around
mean?
this, man.
If a steak is $13, and I can spend that $13 and get 6 meals.
You got to get the bigger picture, though. Like, all right, yeah, a steak might be $13 if you just buy one steak. But if you buy like an entire loin, you may spend $100, but that loin might last you 2 weeks. You know, you slice it up into like, 3/4 pounds, and then, you get a little filler eggs. Eggs are cheap.
Yeah.
Now,
I get eggs for free.
Right. So some steak and eggs, you get some cheese. Dude, you're out, and then you got a good meal. And then you could eat real food. And you ain't gotta rely on this banquet nonsense, bro. Like, get the hell out of here with that shit.
I don't normally eat like that.
You don't, man. Because dude, like
I had to do a cheap grocery run. I had like $50 for groceries. So I just did a cheap grocery run and got all the cheap stuff.
I've had my months where I wanted to eat crap. Like I bought the big ass pack of ramen noodles, and I'm just like, I just want ramen noodles with American cheese, like the plastic cheese where you take the little strap and you undo all the, dude, like, and I wanted that, and you get the high fructose corn syrup sauce that you pour all over it, like sriracha or ketchup, or I don't know what people put on there, maybe not ketchup, but sriracha or something, like some hung foil or something. And then, like, I did like 2-3 days of that. I felt like absolute garbage, bro. Like, just don't eat that crap, dude. I'd rather you drink a fifth a day than that. You know what I mean? That's more poison than alcohol is naturally occurring. Think
I don't know. If you're working out and, staying healthy.
I don't eat that crap, dude. All that, like, all those, because it's grains and they're enriched.
It's Biden's
grains.
fault. I blame Biden.
This is from like the 70s, bro. Ever since they created that food pyramid nonsense.
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying the food prices are crazy.
Oh yeah, the food prices are
a grocery store trip. I used to spend $150, and that would almost get me through a month. Now I gotta spend $250 for the same stuff.
Well, but look. Even fast food, dude, like, you know, you can get 2 Whoppers for $6 back in the days. Like not even that long ago, like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
My
Now-
favorite meal used to be a McDouble and a McChicken, $2.
Right. Now you can, and that's garbage. So imagine, you know, that's just convenience. Like, all right, I'm on the way home from a 14-hour shift. I'm just gonna get these 2 bundles, these daily bundles, and I'll be all right. I'm gonna go to sleep, and I'm gonna wake up. And I'm gonna have like a double coffee because I'm gonna need the energy for that.
Oh, I didn't know ideologies came with paychecks, Jalen. Dang, where do I sign up?
What does that mean? What are y'all talking about?
He said, how can you be poor and be a Republican?
How can you be? How are you such a Republican but you're poor?
Yeah, he's dumb. He thinks that only rich people have conservative values.
Republican is a misnomer, right? Because
And I'm not a Republican. I'm farther right than in north than most
y'all
conservatives.
fell right
but,
into my crotch. I'm sorry. I apologize. I
but
know
ideologies don't come with paychecks, Jalen. You don't get paid more when you become a Republican.
No.
I was a conservative when I was homeless.
See, Republican just means, conservative is the better word. Republican just means you subscribe to the notion that you don't want mob rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because as a Republican, you're more aligned with a democratic republic rather than mob rule. Democrats just want mob rule. Like, hey, this not fair that we're broke and you've got money. Give us your money. What the fuck?
Right.
F.
And even when I was on the streets, I didn't believe in handouts. Like so Democrats usually got their handout asking for free stuff, and I'm not with that. So, yeah.
No, see, Freddie's wrong because he said he's not a Republican.
Wrong.
That's not true. Republican just means you believe in the fact that this country is built on the fact that you can have a democratic republic, i.e., you don't believe in the fact that mob rules. That means you don't mean, like, if everybody says one thing and then there's like 20 people that says, no, I don't want that. Oh, well, 500 people want this and these 20 people don't want that. It doesn't matter what you think. That's not how America works. That's how tyranny works. That's how other countries work. Yeah. That's a democracy. You don't want a democracy. You want a democratic republic. You want a representative of all these people, and you want to tally up all these votes, and then you go, look, even though there's 500 people here and 20 people here, we don't want this as a whole. You know, we all voted and we don't think this is the right thing. We're not going to allow mob rule to be enforced as a law. That's the difference between Democrats and Republicans. So imagine this. The Democrats want you to, every penny that you make, let me take that money from you and distribute it the way I see fit. Republicans say, you made all this money on your own. You can spend it the way you want to spend it. That's it. That's the main difference. Right? Or a conservative, if you want to get into that. I don't know if the stream is going on or not.
Yeah. They don't know what they're talking about.
But that's what I'm saying. A true conservative says, hey, you have your own business, you earned $1,000 this month. I want you to keep every bit of that money and do what you need to do. Feed your family, pay 10% to your church if you want to, pay your little property tax and all that. What a Democrat or a progressive or a liberal or whoever wants to do, mob rule, is these guys are suffering and we don't like that. You have a lot of money because you got up early at 6:30 in the morning and you tended to your crops and all that and you made a bunch of money while we were sleeping. But that doesn't seem fair. We don't have the type of discipline you've got. Why don't you take 20% of what you've got and give it to these guys? And guess what? I'm going to take this money that I took from you, this 20% right here. And I'm going to take, a little 5 right here from me right here, a little bit right here. Just don't worry about that. Take this little 5 right here. This is all good. This is for me. And then I'm gonna give this 15 right here to everybody else who's suffering because they didn't wake up at 6 in the morning. That's the difference. That's the easiest explanation I could ever think of between conservative and non-conservative. I'm not even gonna say liberal or Democrats or anything like that. The conservative and non-conservative, that's the biggest difference.
Yeah. That's the simplest way to put it.
That's why I can explain it properly, you know? And it has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats or, you know, anything. It's just there's a certain group of people who says, you earn this money, you do what you want with that money. There's another group of people said, you earn this money, but it's not fair that you earn that much money. We don't have the same type of discipline you do. We can't do the same things you do. That's impossible. Who wakes up at 6 in the morning?
Yeah.
You know?
But anyway, we're getting off track. It's almost 11 o'clock. So I got to get this show over with, run through this little stuff. So.
All right. Get off of the cult thing, right? I think.
Huh?
No, I said we did get off the cult thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna read some of these things and go into it, but I'm gonna jump out of the call so I can just go through it real quick. Good talking to you.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Yep. Have a good night, man. Later.
You as well. Later.
All right. Nice little call. We got sidetracked because Freddie and Jalen are morons and they don't understand the political spectrum. But that's okay. I'm not going to explain it to them right now because we're going to talk about cults. We talked about a lot of this stuff a little bit, so I don't have to go into all this stuff. But yeah, I already covered the main points, the main signs of a cult. Usually polygamy, doomsday focused, weird sex stuff, lots of multiple sex partners for the leader. Sometimes the whole cult is just a sex cult, like NXIVM and others. They're often based off of established religions, but twisted and perverted. The most popular, well-known cults would probably be Jonestown, the Branch Davidians, the Mansons, NXIVM, which I had never heard of till I started doing research for this, and Heaven's Gate, which is a weird one, quite different than most of them. So we'll talk about those. A lot of cults came off the Seventh-day Adventists. A handful of cults came off of Mormons. I would argue that Mormonism in general is a cult because, again, it's based off of an established religion, and then they take it and they change things about it. Mormonism being based off Christianity. Said he's not. I'm not a Republican. I've never identified as a Republican. Yeah, I know. Yeah, go ahead, clip it. I'm not a Republican. I am not a Republican. I am, and really, the closest thing we have in America to what I am is a conservative. But actually, I'm farther right and north, which I know you don't know what that means, Freddie, because you don't know what the political spectrum is. I'm farther right and north. I'm more authoritarian, farther conservative economically than most conservatives. I would actually be a theocrat. I would be a theocrat is what I would be, a Christian theocrat. If you want to plot me if you asked me a list of questions, if I took the political compass test, I would land at Christian theocracy. That's what I'm a theocrat. I believe that Christian values, my Christian values take precedent over my political views, and my Christian values influence my political views. I put Christ before government, and so that makes me a theocrat. That's why conservatives would disagree with me on things like the First Amendment, because I don't think that demonic atheists should be allowed to say stuff. Period. I don't think they should be allowed to talk. I think they should be cast out into the wilderness. Yeah, all this free speech. Free speech is not for degenerates. You don't get free speech if I'm king. So, and conservatives would argue with me with that and say, well, that's not blah, 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 blah. That's not conservative. But actually, it is kind of conservative, because if the Constitution was not written for degenerates. Tell on you to the Republican police. What a snitch. Yeah, he's retarded. Yeah. I'll be a Republican once I stack that paper up, but for now I'll side with the conservatism. I'm not. So democracy is mob rule, like Mr. Matt said, and then I'm not doing this right now. We're talking about cults. I'm gonna do a whole breakdown of the political spectrum one day, or the political compass, whatever you want to call it. But Freddie doesn't pay attention. He just runs his mouth, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. But basically, Republicans are here, conservatives are here. I'm up here. Stay out of my pocket and home for my business. Demonic atheists. And I'm sober tonight. Yeah, I'm sober tonight. Yeah. Jalen, send $10 to the Cash App. I'll do some push-ups. Freddie, send $10 to the Cash App. I'll do some push-ups. All right. So, the most famous, most popular cults in history. I already said Jonestown, Branch Davidians, NXIVM, Heaven's Gate, and the Mansons. Let's take a look at some of them. The Branch Davidians, we already talked about that. That's Waco. I did a whole show on Waco with government corruption. A lot of that stuff is alleged. Based off what the ATF told us. One thing about cults, they often seem based on the surface. If you start looking into some of these cults and their basic beliefs at the beginning, you might be like, oh, that actually sounds kind of based. They're often survivalists. They're often off the grid type people. They're against establishments. They're against large government. They're usually more small government people. They're usually very religious people, often overly religious to the fact that it becomes gullibility, where somebody can come in and say, I'm God, and then the people will believe it and do whatever they say. But a lot of their surface level values sometimes seem very based. Once it goes deeper, you find out more darker stuff. Assuming the stories about Waco are real, David Koresh was doing stuff with underage girls, and he was having sex with all the men's women, taking the women from the men, and that's not good. That's polygamy. Cults are often polygamous. That's why I think Islam is a cult, because it's, again, based off an established religion, and then a prophet comes along, and usually the prophet is a single individual person, Joseph Smith, Muhammad, and they'll take from an established religion like the Bible, which is written by 44 authors, all collaborate, it all works together, even though it was from multiple countries over thousands of years. It all fits together. That's kind of cult proof. Because it wasn't just one person that wrote this. Now, when one person comes along and says, no, I have this new holy book and I have this new religion, and here's what it says, and by the way, I want to have multiple underage wives, boom, that's a red flag. It's probably a cult. And that's what, Joseph Smith did. That's what Muhammad did. That's what Jim Jones did. That's what this Rajneesh guy did. That's what NXIVM did. So anyway, the whole thing with Waco, I got a whole show that I talked about that with, but basically the ATF raided them. They didn't raid them. They did a stakeout outside, and they ended up lighting the place on fire and burning a bunch of people to death, which is not good. $10 a hand off, $20 a hand up, $50 a hand out. Hey, let's go. No, but see, I'm working. See, right now you're watching my content for free. So yeah, this is I'm giving you entertainment, place to hang out, and I'll do some push-ups, so it helps me out. I'm working for it. All right. So we're not going to spend too much time on the Branch Davidians and David Koresh, because I've talked about it before, but that's one of the most popular ones, was Waco. Next is Jonestown, mass murder suicide in Guyana, 1978. Jonestown is the location of the mass murder suicide of members of the California-based People's Temple cult at the behest of their charismatic but paranoid leader Jim Jones in Jonestown agricultural commune in Guyana. The death toll exceeded 900, including some 300 who were aged 17 and under, making the incident one of the largest mass deaths in American history. Jones opened his first church in the mid-1950s in Indianapolis. At the time, he was not affiliated with any particular denomination and had no theological training. His congregation was known for being racially integrated, which was particularly progressive at the time. Jones himself was white. In 1960, Jones's congregation, by then called the People's Temple, affiliated with the Disciples of Christ, and 4 years later, Jones was ordained in that church. In the mid-1960s, he and his wife incorporated the People's Temple into California and settled outside the town of Ukiah with some 100 followers, believing that the move would protect them in the event of nuclear holocaust. In 1970, Jones, and there's the doomsday stuff, holding services in San Francisco, and by 72, he had opened another temple in Los Angeles. He began to make friends among politicians and the press in California and became a respected churchman. Thousands of followers, a large percentage of them African American, flocked to him. Central to Jones's appeal were his displays of mind reading and faith healing. Well, like Benny Hinn or whatever his name is. While the People's Temple was active in humanitarian causes in its communities, Jones's treatment of his followers was often less than humane. Temple members were regularly humiliated, beaten, and blackmailed, and many were coerced or brainwashed into signing over their possessions, including their homes, to the church. Black members and members of other minority groups were convinced that if they left the People's Temple, they would be rounded up into government-run concentration camps. Family members were kept apart and encouraged to inform on one another, snitch. In 1977, that's what they do. They build up dirt on you. They build up dirt on you, and then they threaten you, and then you're locked in, and then the brainwashing begins. And once you're brainwashed, you're just gone. So after members of the press began to ask questions about Jones' operation, he moved with several hundred of followers to Jonestown, a compound he had been building in Guyana for some 3 to 4 years. In November 1978, U.S. Congressman Leo Ryan traveled to Guyana to inspect the People's Temple activities in Jonestown compound. He was investigating rumors that some members of the cult were being held against their will and that some were being subjected to physical and psychological abuse. After traveling to Guyana's capital, Georgetown, on November 14th, he arrived at Jonestown November 17th. The following day, when Ryan was set to return home, several temple members who wanted to leave the compound boarded his delegation's truck in order to accompany him back to the United States. Other members attacked Ryan shortly before the vehicle left the compound, but he escaped unhurt, and the truck continued on with Ryan on board. Temple members then launched an attack at the airstrip from which Ryan and his company were to depart. 5 people, including Ryan and 3 members of the press, were shot and killed, and 11 others were wounded. So we're not going to... In the wake of the shooting, Jones has released radio orders for temple members outside the compound to commit suicide. Shortly thereafter, Jones enacted his revolutionary suicide plan at the compound, which members had practiced in the past, in which a fruit drink was laced with cyanide, tranquilizers, and sedatives. So he can get his mass suicide right, but apparently Alabama can't get their lethal injections right. Maybe they just need to make some Kool-Aid, borrow from Jim Jones, because he knew how to lethally inject people without even injecting them. It was first squirted into the mouths of babies and children via syringe, and then imbibed by adult members. Jones himself died of a gunshot wound. Fewer than 100 of the temple members in Guyana survived the massacre. The majority of survivors either had defected that day or were in Georgetown. Officials later discovered a cache of firearms, hundreds of passports stacked together, and $500,000 in U.S. currency. Millions more have been. Only one man, temple member Larry Layton, was tried to the United States for his involvement. He was found guilty of conspiracy and aiding and abetting in the murder of Ryan and the attempted murder of U.S. Embassy official Richard Dwyer, and was sentenced to life in prison, though he was released in 2002. So that's Jonestown. That's another legendary, notorious one. The Manson family murders, that was a cult. If you've seen the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, if you haven't seen it, you need to see it. Great movie. Pretty historically accurate up until the very end. It has a total flip on what actually happened. But the Manson family snuck into Sharon Tate's house next door to beautiful actress Sharon Tate in the summer of 1969. Tate and 5 others were brutally murdered by the cult led by Charles Manson that would become for many the ultimate symbol of the dark side of the 1960s. Charles, born in 1934 to a teenage mother, Charles Manson's early childhood and young life was spent bouncing around between relatives and later in and out of institutions in the Midwest. Was he MK Ultra? I don't know. In his early 20s, he married twice and fathered a son. Manson was considered so thoroughly institutionalized by authorities that upon his 1967 release from a California prison, he asked the warden if he could stay. He went to Berkeley. He was a smart person, musical, and he got a bunch of these women to join his cult, and then he convinced them to go out and do a murder. It's a popular cult. I'm not going to spend too much time reading about it. Actress Sharon Tate takes a leap in the film Don't Wait. What was Helter Skelter? Helter Skelter was his idea that there was going to be a race war, and he was backmasking the Beatles album or playing it backwards, and he was saying there's going to be a race war, and you know this was his doomsday ideology, was Helter Skelter. Oh, that was real clever, Freddie. A beautiful actress. That's a really clever one. They released audio tapes from the Jonestown event. It was rough. Many tried to back out of drinking the Kool-Aid, and they were held down and force-fed. Wow. Yeah, I watched a whole documentary on it a long time ago. It was pretty crazy. When that reporter went there, there's a lot of footage from it. Gang signs here. Let's see if anything useful is being said. All right, Freddie, you're being retarded. Cut it out. All right. Let's move. Let's go to the next one. Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate's kind of different. Heaven's Gate's weird. Heaven's Gate's like an alien. It's a UFO religion. Orientation, Christian millennialism. I don't even know what that means. Heaven's Gate. I don't know a lot about this one, so we're going to read about it a little bit. Heaven's Gate was an American new religious movement often described as a cult whose members committed mass suicide in 1997. It was founded in 1974 and led by Bonnie Nettles and Marshall Applewhite, known within the movement as T and Do, respectively. Nettles Applewhite first met in 1972, went on a journey of spiritual discovery, identifying themselves as the two witnesses of the revelation, attracting a following of several hundred people in the mid-1970s. A core group of a few dozen members stopped recruiting and instituted a monastic lifestyle. Scholars have described the theology of Heaven's Gates as a mixture of Christian millenarianism, New Age, and UFOlogy, and as such it has been characterized as a UFO religion. The central belief of the group was that followers could transform themselves into immortal extraterrestrial beings by rejecting their human nature. This is also another common theme in the cult thing, which is why I said it sounds based on the surface sometimes. Not this one. This one sounds crazy, but a lot of them will promote personal health and wellness. They'll say quit using drugs, quit drinking, quit doing tobacco, take care of yourself. And that's what we see like in the manosphere movement now, the red pill manosphere movement. But also what else do we see in the red pill manosphere movement? We see a lot of whoremongering and a lot of promotion of multiple sex partners, having multiple wives. They want the wife to be, or they want the woman to only have one partner, but the man can have as many partners as he wants. Kind of cult-like behavior. But followers could transform themselves into immortal extraterrestrial beings. They would ascend to heaven, referred to as the next level or the evolutionary level above human. The death of Nettles from cancer in 1985 challenged the group's views on ascension. Yeah, it's kind of messed up when you think that this extraterrestrial woman who viewed the revelation and is your savior dies of cancer. That kind of throws a wrench in the plan, you would think. This is the Heaven's Gate insignia. Now, you may have seen this. This was actually used on an album. There's a music conspiracy theory. Who was the guy? Is it Travis Scott? Was it Travis Scott or somebody else? Freddie, you don't have a lot of useful information, but you know about rap music. So who was was it Travis Scott or like 21 Savage? One of these new mumble rapper guys. There's a conspiracy because he used the Heaven's Gate insignia. Oh, Juice WRLD. It was Juice WRLD. Juice WRLD had an album with this insignia on it, and then he talked about becoming an alien. So there's a theory that he was in the Heaven's Gate cult and that he suicided himself because he thought he was going to become an alien or something. It's a weird music theory, but anyway. Anyway, let me keep reading a little bit more about them. I want to read about the mass suicide. The Death of Nettles Cancer challenged the group's views on ascension, where they originally believed that they would ascend to heaven while alive aboard a UFO. They later came to believe that the body was merely a container or vehicle for the soul, and that their consciousness would be transferred to next level bodies upon death. On March 26, 1997, deputies of San Diego County Sheriff's Department discovered the bodies of 39 active members of the group, including that of Applewhite, in a house in the San Diego suburb of Rancho Santa Fe. 39. They had participated in a coordinated series of ritual suicides, coinciding with the closest approach of Comet Halley-Bopp. So this comet was flying by, and they're like, we got to kill ourselves because it's the spaceship. You know who else said they went up in a spaceship? Was that Farrakhan? Nation of Islam? Probably a cult. Was it Farrakhan or Malcolm X? I think it was Farrakhan. He said he went up on a spaceship to talk to Muhammad. But so this comet was flying by. They did a mass suicide. Just before the mass suicide, the group's website was updated with the message, Halley-Bopp brings closure to Heaven's Gate. Our 22 years of classroom here on Earth is finally coming to conclusion. Graduation from human evolutionary level. We are happily prepared to leave this world and go with T's crew. The name of Heaven's Gate was only used for the final years of the group's existence, and they had previously been known under the names Human Individual Metamorphosis and Total Overcomers Anonymous. So that's a weird one. That one's kind of like an anomaly, but there was doomsday stuff. But it was a space one. There's another space one too that we'll get to here in a second. There's some UFO cults. So this NXIVM one, the NXIVM sex cult, this is another one of the most popular ones that I had heard nothing about. So to this day, sing Haley is a hottie name, like Hale. Shout out Meredith Brooks. The website is still up to this day. Imagine Jesus driving a UFO. They thought Jesus was in the UFO. Jack's like, we need to clean up the ranks. The riffraff is making us look pathetic. Yeah. Heaven's Gate. I archived their website back in the day. Yeah, Heaven's Gate is tied in with Juice WRLD. There's Juice WRLD conspiracies about Heaven's Gate. This next one's interesting, so I'm learning right now. Apparently there's a documentary about them on Netflix. I might have to check it out. An investigative journalist from Times Union of Albany first exposed a mysterious group as, they call it NXIVM, but it's actually Roman numeral NXIVM, which I'm not smart enough to know what that means. X is 10, I is 1, M is millennia, is 1,000, V is 5. What is N? Is N even a Roman numeral? But they pronounce it NXIVM. They call it NXIVM. So I don't know. But NXIVM, in a series of features in 2012 questioning its sex practices. This was a sex cult. However, authorities didn't make any arrests until a 2017 expose in New York Times brought to light how members were allegedly enslaved, branded, and subjected to harsh corporal punishment. Detailed information about the inner workings of NXIVM have continued to be revealed over the course of several years as federal prosecutors pursue cases against its highest-ranking members, including Keith Raniere. One of NXIVM's most faithful former members, India Oxenberg, executive produced a series on Stars, recounting the 7 years she spent in NXIVM. In an exclusive interview with Elle.com found here, Oxenberg revealed that she was branded with Raniere's initials, which she later had covered up with a tattoo. Other wild allegations against NXIVM are detailed in HBO's docuseries The Vow and The Vow Part 2. In March 2018, Raniere, described by Assistant U.S. Attorney Tanya Hajar as a crime boss who used shame and humiliation as ways to bring people down, was arrested and charged with sex trafficking after a standoff with Mexican federal agents in Puerto Vallarta. In June 2019, he was found guilty of federal sex trafficking, extortion, obstruction, and racketeering charges. This doesn't tell me a lot about the cult. They just did a lot of weird sex stuff. But I believe they set it up as a self-help group. They started it as a self-help group. Prosecutors claim NXIVM was an illegal pyramid scheme which Rainier used to recruit women and force them to have sex with him. At his trial in May 2019, jurors heard a seemingly endless slew of lurid testimony, including detailed descriptions of how he had sex with underage girls and forced 3 women he impregnated to get abortions. It took just 5 hours of deliberation to find him guilty of sex trafficking, conspiracy, racketeering, and conspiracy to commit forced labor. Here are all the harrowing and at times disturbing allegations that have emerged about NXIVM's sinister sex practices. And this is him. He looks like dang Rachel Levine. That's not a woman.
It's a man, baby.
Beta.
Doesn't that look like Rachel Levine? Or like Bill Gates with a wig? Creepy. According to the court filings obtained by CBS, Rainier, who went by the codename Vanguard, created a sorority within NXIVM called DOS, an acronym for a Latin phrase meaning Lord Master of the Obedient Female Companions. Again, kind of like Manosphere stuff. Just saying. The DOS had female slaves owned by masters, according to the filings. Smallville actress Allison Mack was allegedly second in command of the group. Smallville actress Allison Mack was allegedly second in command of the group following Rainier. Crazy. They said, here are the descriptions of things that happened. It's not telling me any of the... Allison Mack, Smallville actress. Was she on Smallville before this or after this? Or while she was on the show? Intimate details about DOS surfaced in 2018 in a New York Times article. As process of initiation, female members were allegedly branded near the pelvic bone with Rainier and Mack's initials. Surgical masks were reportedly distributed to help with the scent of burning flesh. According to the piece, an estimated 150 women joined DOS. During Rainier's trial, his lawyers called the DOS strong medicine that was not for everyone, according to the New York Times, but that it was helpful to certain people. Yeah, it was a self-help group. On April 8th, 2019, Max pleaded guilty to racketeering, blah, 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 extortion, forced labor. Miss Mack was one of the top members, highly organized scheme. Under the guise of female empowerment, she starved women until they fit her co-defendant's sexual feminine ideal. Mack was sentenced to 3 years in prison and is required to have several years of supervised release. After serving her term, it has to pay $20,000 fine. So this is fairly recent. I am sorry to those of you that I brought into NXIVM, Mack reported. I am sorry I ever exposed you to the nefarious and emotionally abusive schemes of a twisted man. So this is her. This was an actress. So that's more Hollywood degeneracy right there for you. So that's NXIVM, weird self-help sex cult. So those are the main, most popular ones that people have heard of. Now we're going to get into some lesser known, smaller ones. Again, a lot of these will be branches from Seventh-day Adventists. I think 2 of these are branches off of Mormonism. You know, when we get to the we'll talk about it when we get to it. But I have a list here. Some of these are considered the most dangerous. Usually, the most popular ones are also the most dangerous ones, or the most deaths involved. But some of these other ones are also considered some of the most dangerous. Some of them aren't as dangerous. Some of them are still active today. But I just have a list here. Children of God, Angels Landing, Church of the Lamb of God, Fundamentalist LDS, the Rajneesh Movement, which is tied in with a group called Synanon, the Family, Shunrikia, and they're responsible for a subway attack with sarin gas that killed injured like 5,000 people. We'll get to that soon. And then we'll move through some other ones really quickly. The Russian Orthodox Church, the move for the restoration of the Ten Commandments, the Order of the Solar Temple, the Anthill Kids. And then I'm going to check out this Cambridge Analytical cult because somebody in the chat asked me to look into it earlier. But let's look into some of these lesser known ones from BBC. Children of God cult was hell on earth. The 38-year-old said, Verity Carter says growing up in a secretive cult that encouraged sexual contact between adults and children was hell on earth. The 38-year-old says she was abused from the age of 4 by members of the Children of God cult, including her own father. Alexander Watt was convicted in February of admitting 4 charges of sexual abuse, Verity and other children in Renfrewshire and on the east coast of Scotland in the 1980s. This is a Scottish cult. Verity told Kay Adams' program, he wasn't the only one who did things to me when I was growing up. I had much worse done to me by many others. There was a bit of closure in him getting a conviction, but at the same time, it felt like I wanted more. She said she hoped her father's conviction would encourage others to come forward to expose the action of the cult in Scotland. The Children of God began in the United States in the 1960s. Its founder, David Berg, told members that God was love and love was sex. So there should be no limits, regardless of age or relationship. Weird sex stuff. Running theme in these cults is weird sex stuff, which is the opposite of Christianity. In fact, the only sex that should be happening is between a husband and wife for reproduction. The Bible is very, very much tells us that sex was actually a punishment to reproduce and painful childbearing. Sex is a result of Satan's acts. And so when these cults push sexual stuff, that's one quick way to know that it's a cult. If it encourages polygamy, if it encourages sex with lots of different women, other than the purity of sex for childbearing with a husband and a wife, then it's a cult. It's probably a cult, especially if they're talking about God and stuff, encouraging sex. What's up, C-Sal? You back? I bet if you watch the documentary, you will side with the founder. He got railroaded by a bunch of Karens. Okay, and also I'm going to say that too. A lot of these groups, there's a narrative, and I'm just going over the basic public narrative. I said this with Waco. You know, there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions about Waco. If he's saying he's God, which he was. I've played videos of David Koresh talking about how he's God. I don't believe that. I think it was a cult. Now, I also think some of this stuff maybe, is the media or the government. Maybe these groups were good people. Maybe. I'm just leaving that out there, saying we're only reading the official narrative. So, like Flat Sabbath is saying, there could be situations in some of these. A lot of these are just straight up demonic and evil and wicked. But maybe these were good people who were living in a commune, and the government doesn't like that. The government doesn't like when you go start your own thing and you try to separate yourself from the government and you're good people of God. Satan is going to lash out against you and try to tear you down. So I'm going to leave that asterisk on all this, that a lot of this stuff could be the media and the government. Maybe the government wants to cover up for the fact that it killed a bunch of Christians. So I'll leave that out there. It is a possibility. Questions may arise. Maybe there's conspiracies and stuff that I don't know about, like Flat Sabbath says. Flat Sabbath is saying, are you talking about Nexium? Hold on. Oh, chat knows about it. I need to read this. Nexium is a low-level Scientology. There's my little piece of charcoal. I knew you couldn't hate. Oh, God. I need to read comments before I say them out loud. He did not make friends in the right places. He got in the elite's way. Interesting. Charcoal, dang DJ. Yeah, that sufficiently looks like Rachel Levine or maybe Mitch McConnell. She got involved in it while still on the show. That actress lady. Side by side. Let's say, too late. I already closed the article out. She tried to recruit other actresses on and off the show. Criminalism, all of it. All of it, I believe. All of it, I believe. I bet if you watch the documentary, you side with the founder. He got railroaded by a bunch of Karens. Lamb of God. Hola, Leda Sal. Buenos dias, Mr. Paul. Be fruity. No, don't do that. How is that cherry pie, Miss Stubborn? Stubborn one. Miss Stubborn spoils you. Those oh my god. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, Free Love, Children of God, Scottish cult. I already read that. Berg's cult spread and claimed to have 10,000 full-time members in 130 communities around the world by the 1970s. It actively encouraged sexual activities among minors as young as 2 or 3 years old, says the girl whose father... Wow, that's horrible. Hollywood stars Rose McGowan and Joaquin Phoenix were born into the cult. Wow. In Scotland, it operated at sites in Renfrewshire, Lanarkshire, Ayrshire, and Edinburgh. Both Verity's parents were active members when she was born. As well as sexual abuse, Verity says that she was repeatedly beaten and whipped for the smallest transgression. It became hell on earth for anyone born into it, she said. It happens a step at a time, and many of the adults did not see how extreme it had gotten until it was too late. A lot of parents did not leave and take their kids out. Her own father left the cult when she was about 9, but Verity and her siblings remained inside with her mother. At first, they were not living in a commune, but instead a small flat in Paisley. However, they lived a commune lifestyle. We had no contact with the outside world. We did not have music or television or culture. Wow, that's pretty crazy. This is a pretty long article. Says her mother is still an active member, which now in the cult still goes by it goes by the name of the Family International. Outside world, Verity says she was living in a commune full time from 11 or 12 when she escaped at the age of 15. When I go out, it's because I no longer mattered if death waited for me in the outside world because I already wanted to die. So how much worse could it be? I think I was trying to compensate for the past. I did approach him about the past. He told me it was down to the cult's teaching. So that's interesting. That's a Scottish cult. That's crazy. Joaquin Phoenix and Rose McGowan were born into that cult. That's wild. All right. So some of these cults might have political and Hollywood influence and power. If they could get the children of those people into the Hollywood. Crazy. See, so it ties in with the sex trafficking stuff we were talking earlier. Let's move on to another one. Angel's Landing. Angel's Landing commune. 5 facts you need to know. Angel's Landing commune was an innocuous plot of land in a rural area near Wichita, Kansas, where a now convicted rapist and murderer Daniel Perez, also known as Lou Castro, held power over a cult. Looked like an Indian. The story of the rural Kansas compound, its survivors, and Daniel Perez is being told on a new episode of Dateline. Here's what you need to know. Angel's Landing was a compound located on a 20-acre property in a rural area near Wichita. Angel's Landing was the location where Daniel Perez's cult was housed. Lou Castro convinced his followers he had magical powers. He told the members he was an angel who was hundreds of years old and needed to have sex with children or he would die. Angel's Landing compound was housed on 20. I already read that. I was 10 when my childhood was over, one witness said during a sentencing hearing. While other 10-year-olds were riding bikes or playing with dolls, I was laying naked in bed with a pillow over my head just waiting for it to be over. Wow. While the other 13-year-olds were getting boyfriends and holding hands, I was holding on to my secret and losing people I loved one by one. Wow. Daniel Perez, a.k.a. Lou Castro, abused girls ages 8 to 16 at the Angel's Landing compound. Lou Castro murdered one of his followers, Patricia Hughes, at the Angel's Landing compound.
Mom said, Lou, he's actually a seer. He had told her that he was hundreds or thousands of years old. He could see the future. He said that for a seer, he needed a pure little girl to have sex with him so that he could survive. I was 10, and I was in his bed every night.
All right, that's crazy. Dateline will hit me up with a copyright. So, but that's crazy. Investigators learned Daniel Perez's cult moved from state to state, Angel's Landing was like, at first, Angel's Landing was like a kid's dream. It was like a never land. Never grow up. Lou Castro and Angel's Landing cult was tied to 6 accidental deaths, quote unquote accidental deaths. That's pretty wild. All right, this guy's sick. Let's move on from this one. Now we got a lot of these I've never heard of. I have heard of that Angel's Landing one a little bit. This one, Church of the Firstborn of the Lamb of God, also known as the Church of the Lamb of God, was a violent Latter-day Saint group founded by Orville LeBaron. So here's our first. We have 2 that are tied into the LDS or the Mormon Church. So first we have Church of the Firstborn of the Lamb of God. Latter-day Saints are the Mormons, the LDS. Responsible for dozens of deaths over 2 decades. After his death, it was run by several of his sons. When Joseph Smith founded the Latter-day Saint movement, Benjamin F. Johnson was one of his earliest followers. Johnson followed the church teaching and practiced polygamy, taking multiple wives. When the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints renounced polygamy, Johnson and his family, like many Mormon fundamentalists, continued the practice. In 1924, Johnson's grandson, Ima Dyer LeBaron Sr., moved his family to Mexico, where the government showed no interest in prosecuting polygamists. This is why there are a lot of Mormon. Remember when the cartels killed that Mormon family in Mexico? Those were polygamists that were living in Mexico to escape persecution from America. When the Mormons originally settled in Utah, it was actually Mexican territory. It wasn't part of American. They got chased out of America because of polygamy. So we got the Church of the Firstborn of the Lamb of God, and then we got the Fundamentalist Church of Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There's a documentary on Netflix about the FLDS, the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But what's interesting is that actually the modern Mormons call them the Fundamentalist Church. And this is what you'll hear Christians doing this now too. You'll hear Christians, new modern, Unitarian types, or like love everybody, the churches that have the gay flags out front. They'll call real Christians fundamentalist Christians. Because they'll say you're a fundamentalist Christian because you're against gay marriage and you think homosexuality is a sin and blah, blah, blah. We're accepting and loving of everybody, and we accept them with open arms, and we encourage them to live the lifestyle that God made them. God made them gay and blah, blah, blah. So they'll say real Christians are fundamentalist Christians, and then they'll call themselves Christians, but they'll call people like me fundamentalist. When in reality, the word fundamentalist is irrelevant. You don't even need it in there. What it really is I'm a Christian, they're fake Christians. In the same way, the Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is actually just LDS. It's just the LDS Church. That's what Joseph Smith and Brigham Young were teaching. So these fundamentalist Mormons are actually just normal LDS. The modern LDS should be called FLDS, which means FLDS should mean false Latter-day Saints. All the modern Mormons should be false Latter-day Saints, because even though this is a cult, which again I think all of Mormonism is a cult. It was if we're looking at the template that I have here, Joseph Smith said all the other religions are wrong. He wrote a mockery of the Bible, the Book of Mormon, and basically said my book is better than your book. Follow me, encouraged polygamy, and yeah. And so these fundamentalist LDS are actually the real LDS. They're following the teachings of Joseph Smith. The modern LDS are fake LDS because they've amended the Book of Mormon like hundreds of times in a short period of time. They've amended the Book of Mormon. They've changed the rules to make it more acceptable and more palatable and get more membership and make more money. So the Fundamentalist Church is actually just Latter-day Saints. That's the basis of Mormonism of what Joseph Smith was teaching. And then this Church of the Firstborn of the Lamb of God, Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Basically, they were just going off of what Joseph Smith was teaching. And he was a cult leader, and other cult leaders branched off from him. And now it's one of the most popular religions in America, which is crazy. But and I'm a proud fundamentalist Christian. Yeah, we're fundamentalist Christians, right? That's what modern fake Christians would call us. I'm just going to ignore everything Freddie's saying because he's a retard. JS applying right now. What am I applying for? Shout out to Lamb of God. I'm applying to the cult? No, I'm not. DJ on Paul just hoping, praying someone recruits him. Rose McGowan was quite the looker back in the day. Yeah, she has short hair. I don't like short hair. Rose's beauty was her curse. Let's not read anything this moron's saying. I'm about to hide him. Should I hide him? Do we have any mods in chat that want to hide him? I'll let the mods decide. Nothing. Boo! Oh, why am I reading his comment? Shots fired. Here, let's just do this. Freddy's annoying me. Timeout, like a little child. Fred thinks people get to choose everything, but didn't get to choose choice about joining a cult. That's right. Brigham Young. Yeah, that was his name. That's his name. It's crazy. Not spelled that way, but yeah, it is kind of crazy that that's his name. So, yeah, both these churches, polygamy, underage wives. I'll show you if you haven't seen the documentary. Let's see if there's any images here. In 1890, when the leaders of mainstream Mormonism abandoned the practice of polygamy. See? So it wasn't that these guys started a cult based off of Mormonism. It's that these guys were the true LDS. And then modern Mormons said, well, we're going to start getting away from that because we want to separate ourselves from the polygamy and all this stuff. And they made a new religion. Now, that should tell you right there, if the founders of the religion made something wicked, that should tell you the whole religion is debased and wrong. Just be like, it's crazy to me because I live in Utah, and I want these Mormons. They're so close, but they're following a wicked man, a polygamist, and a cult. And modern Mormonism is just watered down. Is just a watered down version of the cult. They got rid of the polygamy, but they believe men can become gods. They believe God was a man. We've done a whole deep dive into Mormonism, so I'm not going to spend too much more time on this. I'm just trying to find a picture of the sister wives. Oh, and by the way, this is the SPLC. This is from the SPLC, so they are on an SPLC list, the fundamentalists. But listen, this is why I was saying sometimes they seem based on the surface. Read, still actively practicing polygamy. That's not good. More than a century after the mainstream Mormon church abandoned the practice, the fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is a white supremacist, homophobic, anti-government, totalitarian cult. That sounds kind of based. I mean, I could get on board with some of that. Minus the polygamy. Anyway. But you'd be like, oh, well, that's horrible. Why would they be that? Bro, that's in the Book of Mormon. They're just going off of what Joseph Smith wrote. So, anyway, let's move on. Enough of the Mormons. Now we're going to get into some weird offshoots. We got the Rajneesh movement, Free Love Commune. When Noah Maxwell was 4, his bohemian upper-middle-class parents, disillusioned with London, bought a farm in Herefordshire, where they began to live self-sufficiently, harvesting by horse, slaughtering pigs, curing bacon, making butter, while trying to find time to paint. See? Kind of base. Let's go off-grid. Let's make our own stuff. Starts out kind of based. One day in 1976, they received a letter from a friend who was in India where he had found the meaning of everything. Yo, that's going to catch somebody's eye. Guys, I found the meaning of everything. So Noah's family, parents plus 3 children, went out to visit the ashram in Pune, where the controversial guru Bhagwan C. Rajneesh, also known as Osho, was preaching his mix of Eastern mysticism, Western philosophy, and free love, raising the consciousness and promising utopia to his orange-clad international followers. Check this picture out. So this is the Rajneesh movement. But this became a sex cult too. Members visiting Rajneesh to be given Sainesin names, and other kids running up and asking, "What's your new name?" Where's it? Here you go. The most shocking bit of Netflix documentary is a clip of a film taken by a German inside the Pune ashram of what seems to be a violent orgy inside a padded room. Noah never saw this type of thing, but he did witness some freaky behavior and emotion. Laughter was a way of saying, "I'm okay with my feelings." And one night, thousands of people suddenly started laughing hysterically, crying with laughter. Noah was certainly aware of the sex. You could hear people having orgasmic sex all the time, all night, like mating baboons and gibbons. So this is the Rajneesh movement. It's a weird sex cult. Just mass orgies and stuff like that. Having sex all the time like baboons. This is a similar one, and I think these are related. This is the Rajneesh movement, and then Synanon. This is Synanon. From forced sterilization to attempted murder by rattlesnake bite, Synanon has a wild legacy. This is kind of tied into the Rajneesh movement. Christopher Batham had no formal training in addiction treatment, so they started this Synanon, like Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous. This was started as an addiction treatment center. People would go to this addiction treatment center with drug addiction problems. He would shave their heads bald and then, teach them self-improvement stuff, bettering your life, staying clean. Common theme in a lot of these cults is abstain from any sort of toxin. Same thing with Mormonism. But again, as I was telling Mr. Mad, with my definition of cult, it's based off ideas found in established religions. Established religions tell you to take care of yourself, to clean yourself up, get your life together, don't destroy your temple. So these cults take that idea because it's appealing and it's self-improvement, and you gather followers with this. The same way the Manosphere does it, the Red Pill community, these online self-help groups. These guys are all like, doing similar things because it works. People find a way out. People are looking for a way out. They're looking for a way out of their struggles and to overcome these things. And then they find a group of like-minded individuals. They join it. The problem is, once you get deeper into it, the power goes to the leaders' heads and they start doing weird stuff. So, Christopher Batham had no formal training in addiction treatment. He was a licensed hypnotherapist, a wild-haired oddball, and a convicted felon who was sued in 2010 for sexually assaulting a female patient in a rehab program he co-founded, Seasons. The suit was settled for an undisclosed amount, and Batham was allowed to start another treatment center and then another. That enterprise, Community Recovery, would grow into a chain of 20 sober living homes and outpatient clinics in California and Colorado. This guy's a felon, and he's able to start 20 sober living homes, like in California. This is how degenerate California is. Like, how does this guy get grants and be able to do this? What's chat saying? Every time I see someone say boo in the chat, it reminds me of Lord Spike Protein. Freddie, come back. Oh, he's in timeout. He messed around and got timed out. Yeah, he's being a degenerate. Every time Lin Yun Chin says anything about half the D-Live chat writes boo. Boy, give me that Mormon wisdom. My phone has gone wild. Disavow. Which cult was this now? This is Synanon. This is called Synanon. The previous one was called the Rajneesh movement. Rajneesh movement was the weird baboon sex cult by this dude, Guru Bhagwan Shi Rajneesh. And then the Synanon movement, this is where they all cut their heads bald. And then they would have a giant pile of hair. And it was started as an addiction treatment recovery center, but then it turned into just a giant sex cult. These are all women. These are all bald-headed women. He would shave their heads bald. He was a hypnotherapist. He would shave their heads bald, and then he would have orgies with all these women. Yeah. And they were all former drug addicts. So, again, targeting weak-minded people, targeting drug addicts, targeting homeless people, targeting poor people, targeting people who have been through crazy traumas and stuff like that. This guy opened up 20 drug clinics. Would grow into a chain of 20 sober living homes and outpatient clinics in California and Colorado. It was a tight-knit, insular community. Patients became interns. Interns became employees. Employees would relapse and then return to being patients. More than a few former clients, as they were known, referred to community recovery as a kind of cult. In February 2018, Batham was convicted of rape and 30 other counts of sexual assault, sexual exploitation, and giving his patients crystal meth and heroin. He faced another trial for 46 counts of insurance fraud. So he set up sober living homes, brought the women in, shaved their head, let them move up the ranks, and then he would give them heroin and meth. They would relapse. They would go back down in the ranks. And he was raping them. So this one's crazy. Paul Morantz was one of the first few who tried to warn the world about Synanon. The journalist turned lawyer first sued the organization on behalf of purpose of financial gain despite her emotional instability, awarded $300,000. Morantz worked obsessively to get other members out, lobbying the Marin County supervisors, crack down on Synanon. He was scared. And also this Rajneesh guy would kill people with snakes, with rattlesnakes. Was that this one? Free Love Commune. So there's a Free Love Commune. Which is the one with the rattlesnakes? Oh, no. Synanon was the rattlesnakes one. Forced sterilization of these women. Attempted murder by rattlesnake bite. There he is right there with the rattlesnake. So that's Synanon and the Rajneesh movement. All right. Let's move on from these weird ones. And then I got these Google images. These are all the bald women. Look, all the women bald. And then here, look at this giant pile of hair. How a drug rehab program became a violent cult. Crazy. Here's they're doing the sterilization of the women. Or Paul Morantz, lawyer campaigned against cults, dies at age 77. So, that's Synanon. All right, we got a few left. Let's move through these. It's getting late. It's almost midnight. Damn, the shows just keep getting longer and longer. I don't know what's going on. The Family. This is an Australian New Age group. New Age also lends to a lot of cults. The Family. The Family, also called the Santiniketan. How do you say that? Santiniketan Park Association and the Great White Brotherhood is an Australian New Age group formed in the mid-1960s under the leadership of yoga teacher, demonic, Anne Hamilton Byrne, born Evelyn Grace Victoria Edwards. The group's headquarters was raided by the police on 14th of August, 1987, and all children were removed from the premises. In June 1993, Hamilton Byrne was charged with conspiracy to defraud and to commit perjury by falsely registering the births of 3 unrelated children as her own triplets. But those charges were eventually dropped. She pleaded guilty to the remaining charge of making a false declaration and was fined $5,000. So, this is the Family using Siddha Yoga. There was police intervention. So, no convictions for this one. But if we look at the timeline, the Family begins recruiting members in 1960, 1961. She meets Raynor Johnson, and they found the Family. Johnson buys land at Femme Creek, Victoria, builds Sandakan Lodge, which becomes the headquarters of the Family. marries Hamilton Byrne marries Raynor, and they found marries South African naval officer Michael Riley. The marriage does not last. Begins adopting children along with her partner Bill. Both change their name to Hamilton Byrne, but do not marry. Buys Broom Farm, England. But then in 1983, Australian federal police go to Kai Lama looking for a missing girl. New Haven closes and is later the subject of a lawsuit brought by relatives of deceased group members. And Byrne wins. So this group was never convicted of anything. There's just a lot of suspicion because a lot of people were dying. Children were coming up missing. Social Security fraud. Raid in Kai Lama. Children are taken away from the property. Lawsuit brought for deceased group members. Birth records. Former Bill arrested. So no real convictions. Just a lot of suspicions. Is there any pictures of them? Because it was kind of creepy pictures. Wikipedia is not giving me no pictures. Anyway. Yoga teacher starts a cult. Why am I not surprised? Sunday evening. All right. So anyway, they were doing. Who knows? It's just suspected. We're gonna move past that one. It's Australian. It wasn't a big one. Not a popular one. Stubborn zing. You can have a bald woman with good breath, or you can have a crackhead with full head of hair. Choose wisely. I think they were crackheads too. I think they were bald with crack. I'll take the hair. You can always make sure their face. Oh God, Lord, what else we got? This one, Shinrikyo. Shinrikyo. This is from U.S. Office of Justice Programs, Department of Justice. After reviewing the history of the Japanese terrorist cult Shinrikyo and its founder Chizao Matsumoto, this article describes its terrorist attacks, which included the sarin gas attack on the Tokyo subway system that killed 12 and injured 5,500. How you injure 5,500 people but only kill 12? The official response to these attacks and the subsequent direction of the cult are also described. This one kind of breaks the mold. It's a Japanese cult, which is rare. Most of these cults are more of a Western thing. I don't think it's based really on religion. And also, usually the cults, the violence that they're doing, well, the Manson family did violence outside of the cult. But usually these cults are doing the violence and the sexual stuff, the weird sex stuff within the cult. They're not usually often acting as terrorists and going out. The Manson family breaks that mold. They went out and killed, but they killed some rich famous people because it was their crazy beliefs. This is like a terrorist cult. So this one is really breaks the mold. It's quite different. We'll read a little bit about it. The impetus for the cult was its founder's religious fervor, so it is religious-based, which emerged in 1986 as an eclectic mix of Buddhist, Hindu, Taoist, and Christian beliefs. So again, borrowing from established religions. That's always a key to the cult, is that there's always some sort of religion involved, but it's always a twisting and a perversion of a popularized or an established religion. This guy was borrowing from all of them, Buddhist, Hindu, Taoist, and Christian. Aum's official recognition as a religious organization qualified it to pursue its activities without oversight from Japanese authorities. Cult leaders' efforts to control followers intensified and expanded to efforts to gain political control of the country through the election process. So they were trying to get involved in the politics. Following the failure of 24 Aum members to gain office in 1989 elections, Aum began to create chemical weapons around 1993. This involved an estimated investment of $30 million. This involved an estimated investment of $30 million and employed many scientists and skilled workers. One of Aum's earliest attacks with the toxic substance was the use of a truck equipped with a device to spray Clostridium botulinum, the cause of botulism, Deployed in the area of the Japanese parliament, the attack was intended to destroy Japan's government by killing as many leaders as possible. Although the dispersal equipment worked successfully, the toxin failed. Other failed attempted attacks and one successful attack on the Tokyo subway on March 20th, 1995. Many Alan followers, including most of the cult's leaders, have been tried and convicted of various crimes related to the cult's violent and illegal activities. A new law was enacted to prohibit the creation, possession, and use of sarin and other toxic agents, and laws that have prohibited police intervention into religious organizations' activities have been modified. We got to end this soon. I'm losing it, guys. 3 more that we'll go. We're not even going to really look too much deeply into these. 3 others, just honorable mentions, or dishonorable mentions. Let me scroll through this article to get to the bottom of here. I've talked about all of these. The True Russian Orthodox Church, also known as Heavenly Jerusalem, was an offshoot of the Russian Orthodox Church founded by Pyotr Kuznetsov in 2007. Around 30 members of the group holed themselves up in a Russian cave near the village of Nikoloskoye, where Kuznetsov had told them to wait until the world ended, doomsday, in 2008. He didn't go into the cave with them. Well, that's whack. They believed things like credit cards and barcodes were satanic, possibly true, and threatened to kill themselves if any authorities tried to remove them from the cave. After 2 members died in the cave, one from cancer, the other from starvation, some members eventually decided to leave because they were like, "Oh, screw this. We're worried about toxic fumes from the corpses." Others left when the cave's roof started to collapse in 2008. Damn, how long did they stay in this cave? At least a year. In May that year, the cave was eventually blown up after authorities removed the bodies of the dead. Watch the 2006 movie The Island. The Island. To learn all about the cult. I don't want to rent it for $2.99. The Island, I thought that was a Leonardo DiCaprio movie. Anyway, 2 more. A couple more. The movement for the restoration of the 10 Commandments of God. This is a black cult. Not common to see a black cult. Looking like Catholics. The movement for the restoration of the 10 Commandments of God. This sect formed in the Kanagu district of Uganda in the 1980s taught its members that they had to follow the 10 Commandments in order to survive the apocalypse, which the leaders believed was coming in 2000. When January 1st, 2000 passed without incident, members began to question why their leaders had failed to get their apocalypse date right, and the leaders then predicted that the real end would come in March 17th. It did, but not because of anything supernatural. The leaders set fire to the movement church, killing as many as 530 people inside. This is one of the most dangerous. This is one of the highest number of members killed was this black cult. Dang, black people know how to kill. They got one thing right. Dang. What the? 530 members. That's a big. Authorities later discovered the bodies of more victims at the group's other properties in Uganda and concluded that the leaders had orchestrated the killing in response to turmoil caused by their repeated failure to predict the apocalypse. That's wild. All right. And then we have the Order of the Solar Temple. Founded in Switzerland, we got a Swiss cult in 1984 by Joseph Di Mambro and Luc Joret. The Order of the Solar Temple traced its root to the medieval Knights Templar, but also thought that's the secret society we talked about last week, but also thought the world would end in the 1990s. Doomsday cult. Things took a turn in 1994 when Di Mambro reportedly ordered the murder of an infant in Quebec. Later that year, more than 50 members of the group were murdered or died by suicide, and the group's buildings were destroyed by fire. Additional members died by suicide in 1995 and 1997. Wildly enough, the Order of the Solar Temple still remains active today and boasts several hundred members. What the? Dang. All right. We're going to take a look at 2 more. I talked a little bit about the Anthill Kids. This is another 7-day Adventist cult. Rock Theriault was a man with a mission to save himself and his followers from the coming apocalypse. As a child, Theriault dropped out of school and started teaching himself the Old Testament. He was convinced that a war between good and evil was about to come and that this would bring forth the end of the world. Thus, he converted to Seventh-day Adventist Church and lived by their rules. No tobacco, no unhealthy foods, no alcohol, no drugs. Theriault was a charismatic man, good at persuading others to do his bidding. While organizing seminars for the Adventists, he convinced an entire group of people to quit their jobs and form his religious following called the Anthill Kids, named for their ant-like hard work. He was no longer rock to the world. He was Moses. It was 1977, and Theriault and his followers formed a commune that was free of sin and stood for equality and unity. You know, that's always, when you hear that, that's always bad. Of course, just as with every other cult, the good times would quickly come to an end, which started when the Adventists kicked them out of for their weird-ass behavior. That's what the article says. The Adventists kicked them out for their weird-ass behavior. Theriault forbid his followers to contact their families, and against Adventist rules, developed a drinking problem. Rules for followers became stricter and stricter up until a point where the members were restricted from speaking to each other without Theriault present. Anyway, I'm not going to read all this, but look, I'll show you some pictures. He did forced labor, and he would break their legs. Look at him getting kissed by all these women. World did not. Oh, he predicted the end of the world. It came and went, and it didn't end. Theriault explained this away by saying our world and God's world run on different time zones. However, his lacking explanation did not stop his followers from romanticizing him and proclaiming him as their absolute leader. In the Canadian wilderness, the later woods of Ontario, his female concubines bore Theriault 26 children. Rock as the ultimate fucked up. What is this article from? Cult Nation? Fucked up cult leader would abuse his children, and welfare authorities would come and take them away. However, the torture did not stop there for the Anthill Kids. When their pappy became angry, he would take on the role of a surgeon. The patient would be held down, fully conscious, by the other followers, and Theriault would go to work on them with available kitchen utensils, pliers, or a blowtorch. Most followers lost limbs, teeth, fingers, and toes to this practice. One girl ended up getting away, and that's why it all got shut down, because one of the girls got away, and she told authorities. There were many other disciplinary practices Theriault used. He forced commune members to break their own legs with sledgehammers, to shoot each other in the shoulders, eating their own and others' feces, insects, and rats. He would nail children to a tree and force other children to throw rocks at them. He would forcibly remove teeth and nails. He would burn his followers by making them sit on lit stoves. He would cut off arms and legs without warning. He made them sit naked in the cold and whipped and beat them. Nothing was too cruel a punishment. However, Theriault's Peace Day Resistance, this is probably one of the worst, craziest ones, came when one of his followers complained of pain in the abdomen. Theriault forced her to undress, laid her on the kitchen table, punched her in the stomach, performed an enema by shoving a tube up her rectum, and filled her up with olive oil. Then he cut her stomach open. Oh, by the way, guys, if any kids are in the room, you might... Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, C-Sal. We're talking about crazy cults. So plug your ears for a bit. Let's get through this. Ripped out parts of her intestines with his bare hand and first forced another member to stitch her up. Then he shoved a tube down her throat and made the other woman blow air into it. Unsurprisingly, the woman died the next day. Of course, Theriault, as a prophet, had the powers of resurrection. This resurrection consisted of drilling a hole in the woman's skull and oh God, okay. Had every male, okay, we're not even gonna, okay. As if everything else I just read wasn't too far. Every male member in the cult did something with, okay, Jeffrey Dahmer, okay. Other victims included 2 of his own children, which he murdered during a failed circumcision. Here's how he got caught. It took the near-death experience of Gabrielle Lavelle to bring to light all these horrible crimes against humanity. Gabrielle had endured blowtorches held to her 8 of her teeth taken out, and a hypodermic needle breaking into her spine. She had tried to escape but could not live without the Colt and went back. Rock took this as a good reason to cut off one of her fingers, nail her to a table, amputate arm with a hunting knife. Did not see this as enough reason to actually flee. It took Rock amputating parts of her breasts and smashing her head in with an axe for her actually to flee and contact the authorities. It was 1989. The Anthill kids were finally free. Theriault was given a life sentence, one he did not complete. In 2011, Rock Moses, Theriault's cellmate, walked up to the guard station, handed them a knife, and said, "That piece of shit is down on the range. Here's the knife. I've sliced him up." Theriault was 63 years old and did not die as he had envisioned, a prophet sent by God to protect his followers. The weirdest part is that even after all Rock had done wrong, his sane followers remained loyal and slaved away to comply with his every whim. He just destroyed them mentally, and they lost their mind. They're not sane. Remain loyal and slaved away to comply. That's not sane. There's nothing sane about that. It is easy to say one would never accept being treated this way, but yet these normal, ordinary people endured endless torture from a liar, a mean drunk, and a sadist just because their beliefs matched up with his. It is truly frightening what charisma and religious fervor can make a man. That's crazy. That's definitely one of the craziest, and that's one you don't really hear a lot about. I heard about that from Wendy Goon did a video about it, but what the hell are we lit? I told you guys this was a dark show. This is going to be a dark show. But that's it. There's one last one. Whoa, we already listened to that song. There's one last one recommended by chat. I saved the Anthill kids for last because it's the darkest, most demented thing. And I warned you this would be a dark show. Satan is busy. Sorry if stuff like that, I can stomach it. But I know it's I should have gave a warning. I didn't know that reading that article was gonna go that. I didn't know it was like that. I knew he was bad. I knew about the surgeries he was doing and the sledgehammer leg breaking. I didn't know about I didn't even read all of it. There was some of the stuff in there I didn't even want to say. Here I am innocently talking to DJ on Paul about weekend side pieces. Jay over here with that murderous mess. He got timed out for being a piece of crap, and then he gets butt hurt, so he leaves. Good riddance. It's strange how similar some of these people are. Yep. I have now muted it. Yeah, sorry, B-Wise. I should have gave more of a warning. I didn't know it was going to be like that. Last one. I never heard of this one. I didn't find it in my cult research. But it was recommended by somebody in chat. So I'm going to look into it real quick. Cambridge Analytical Cult. Cambridge Analytical. The Cambridge Analytica files. What is the company accused of? How is Facebook involved? And what is the Brexit link? Data analytics firm used personal information harvested from more than 50 million Facebook profiles without permission to build a system that could target U.S. voters with personalized political advertisements based on their psychological profile. Employees of Cambridge Analytica, included the suspended CEO Alexander Nix, were also filmed boasting of using manufactured sex scandals, fake news, and dirty tricks to swing elections around the world. Yeah, but is this a cult? This is more like this is interesting, but I don't think this is necessarily a cult. Cambridge Analytica, previously known as SCL USA, was a British political consulting firm that came up to prominence through the Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal. Yeah, this is subsidiary private intelligence company group, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't think this is related to cults. We're talking about religious cults. I don't think this is interesting, though. I'd never heard of this. I mean, I did hear of targeted marketing and how they influenced the election using social media and all that stuff. I knew about all that. I just never heard of this Cambridge Analytica cult. But that's interesting. Maybe I'll put it in my mobile bookmarks and I'll look into it later. Not really relevant though. But that's enough about cults. That's enough about this devilish degeneracy and this evil, wicked stuff. It's dark. I said it was going to be a dark show. I said it was going to be dark. So, yeah. Y'all are like, what the hell did he just read? I don't know. I don't know, guys. I might be a little whacked out. Stuff like that intrigues me. Stuff like that is intriguing to me. Anyway, are you going to give us a palate cleanser like that after this? Yeah, let's read something from the Bible. Let's see. "14 top Bible verses about false teachers." Correct and sound doctrine is crucial to salvation and growth in spiritual maturity. It comes as no surprise that God warns us many times in Scripture to be aware of false teaching. Christians need to be able to recognize false teachers in order to know when they are being led down a path that God did not intend. God speaks harshly against false prophets, occult practices, and other means of sorcery. God describes a false prophet as one who presumes to speak my name, anything I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods. That's Deuteronomy 18:20. In Jeremiah 14:14, God says, these evildoers prophesy lies, offering false visions, divinations, idolatries, and delusions of their own mind. Here's some Bible verses that speak against false prophets. Deuteronomy 18:20, but a prophet who presumes to speak in my name anything I have not commanded, or a prophet who speaks in the name of other gods, is to be put to death. Ezekiel 13:9, my hand will be against the prophets who see false visions and other lying divinations. They will not belong to the council of my people or be listed in the records of Israel, nor will they enter the land of Israel. Then you will know that I am the sovereign Lord. Jeremiah 14:14 says, then the Lord said unto me, the prophets are prophesying lies in my name. I have not sent them or anointed them or spoken to them. They are prophesying to you false visions, divinations, idolatries, and delusions of their own minds. Jeremiah 23:16, this is what the Lord Almighty says. Do not listen to what the prophets are prophesying to you. They fill you with false hopes. They speak visions from their own minds, not from the mouth of the Lord. Luke 6:26, woe to you when everyone speaks well of you, for that is how their ancestors treated the false prophets. Matthew 24:24, for false messiahs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. Matthew 16:11 and 12, how is it you don't understand that I was not talking to you about bread, but be on your guard against the yeast of the Pharisees and Sadducees? Then they understood that he was not telling them to guard against the yeast used in bread, but against the teaching of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. 2 Timothy 4:3 and 4, for the time will come when people will not put up with sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to say what their itching ears wants to hear. They will turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside to myths. Acts 20:28-30. Keep watch over yourselves and all the flock of which the Holy Spirit has made your overseers. Be shepherds of the church of God, which he bought with his own blood. I know that after I leave, savage wolves will come in among you and will not spare the flock. Even from your own number, men will arise and distort the truth in order to draw away disciples after them. Based. 2 Peter 3:14-18. So then, dear friends, since you are looking forward to this, make every effort to be found spotless, blameless, and at peace with him. Bear in mind that our Lord's patience means salvation, just as our dear brother Paul also wrote you with the wisdom that God gave him. He writes the same way in all his letters, speaking in them of these matters. His letters contain some things that are hard to understand, which ignorant and unstable people distort, as they do other scriptures, to their own destruction. Therefore, dear friends, since you have been forewarned, be on your guard so that you may not be carried away by the error of the lawless and fall from your secure position, but grow in the grace and knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. To him be the glory both now and forever. Amen. Amen. There's your palate cleanser, guys. There's a little refreshing, you know. We don't have to fall for the cults. Satan's busy. That was the whole purpose of this. We talked about child sex trafficking. We talked about some of the most demonic and demented sex cults and wickedness in the world. But we have a way out of that. We don't have to fall victim to that. We don't have to fall prey to that. Don't be gullible. Don't just believe everybody you hear. You got your Bible. You got the internet in the palm of your hand. Do your research. Do your due diligence. Show kindness and love. Even when the snakes come in the chat, we need to be gentle with them. We need to be patient with them. I didn't ban Freddie, so if he tells you I banned him, I didn't ban him. I just put him in timeout like a good father does with a disobedient child. You know, you got to speak to him like children. You got to show some mercy. You got to show some restraint. But we also don't got to suffer a fool. We don't got to suffer the fool. So, you know, there is a bright ray of light at the end of this dark tunnel that is the world. The world is an evil, wicked, fallen place. We're not here to save the world. You can't save the world. Only Jesus can save the world when he comes again, and you know, in the last days. But don't be obsessed with the end times. Don't be obsessed with the apocalypse and doomsday. Yeah, I talk about it a lot, I joke about it and stuff, but I'm not living in fear of the apocalypse. In fact, I welcome it. And that's how you can tell these are cults, because these cults put fear into their members of the doomsday. The world's going to end, so you need to follow me and do what I say, because the world's going to end and it's going to be horrible and blah, blah, blah. You need to be saved from that and blah, blah. No. Welcome the end of the world. This is a horrible place. I welcome the end of the world. If the world ended in 5 minutes, all glory be to God. Like, praise Jesus. Thank God. Because this place is a mess. This is a demented, wicked, evil place. And we're supposed to be in the world, but not of the world. So all that horrible, gross, nasty, wicked stuff that I read about is just for me to demonstrate how wicked this world is. But no, you don't have to be of the world. We're in the world, but you don't have to be of the world. So only Jesus can save the world, but I just saved 15% by switching to Geico. You're right, Josh. I'll be nicer to Freddie. So I'm not a child of God? Why not? The children of God can judge between right and wrong. It says we are judge it all, but be judged by none. A righteous man judges all, but is judged by none. Judge righteous judgment. Take the plank out of your own eye. That way you can help your brother take the plank out of his. I'd be so happy if the world ended tonight. Right. No more suffering. No more pain. No more children being hurt. No more wickedness. No more cults drinking the Kool-Aid. So that's the good news. There is good news. That's what the gospel means. The gospel is the good news. There is good news. I know some of the ladies in the chat didn't want to hear all that mess that I just read. But, you know, I said it was going to be a dark episode. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. So, but it's late, guys. It's late. I don't have any push-ups to do, right? Let me check the accounts. Make sure I ain't got no push-ups to do. It's too late to be doing push-ups. I ain't got no time. Ain't nobody got time for that. 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 All right. Repeater beer soul. Repeater beer soul. What's that mean? So the Bible is the judgment? The Bible is the judgment? No, the Bible's just a book. The Bible is the book. The judgment? No. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. Take it up with God. I'm just repeating what the Bible says. I don't think you're evil. But by judging, you're creating a dichotomy of right and wrong. Yeah, but if Adam and Eve had never eaten of the tree, then that wouldn't be necessary. But since they did, this world that we live on, we now know right from wrong. So that's why we can judge righteous judgment. Yeah, that the no judgment thing is not biblical. I mean, the Bible is pretty clear that you should be judging. I think judging is inevitable. It's unstoppable. Everybody judges. But God is the final judgment, and God is the, like, we can't condemn. A Christian can't condemn. A Christian shouldn't say go to hell. Go to hell is a curse, right? Really, like, a lot of our cuss words aren't actually biblical curses. If you say GD or just damning, God damns. We can't damn somebody. So really the only biblical cuss words or curse words would be damn, something like go to hell. If you're talking about hell, you're invoking hell. If you say damn, you're invoking God to damn someone to hell. We can't condemn people. You can judge right from wrong. Because Adam and Eve ate from the tree, that's the world we live in now. We have to judge right from wrong. If it were perfect, if Adam and Eve had never eaten from the tree, then there would be no judgment and there would be no right or wrong. But since they did, we now have to righteously judge. So there is a dichotomy between right or wrong. It's not creating a dichotomy between right and wrong. There is a dichotomy between right and wrong. And that's because Adam and Eve that ate from the tree. When they did that, the knowledge of good and evil was given to man. So now that we know the difference between good, if we didn't know the difference, then you wouldn't judge. If you didn't know the difference between good and evil, then we wouldn't judge. We would all just be perfect. But we do know the difference between good and evil because they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So now that we know the difference between good and evil, you have to righteously judge right and wrong. I know I'm not better or superior than anyone. Superior, I don't wish ill on anyone. I don't feel right. You're not better. Nobody's better than anybody. But murder is wrong. Murder is wrong. Stealing from somebody is wrong. Like, that's inarguable. If you're not judging, then you would never say that anything's wrong, in which case, so I'm evil. Most of us are evil, Mr. Man. 99.9999999% of us. No man is good. So yeah, you are evil. I'm evil. Seesaw's evil. The wages of sin is death. We're all worthy of death because we've all sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So yes, we are all evil. You are evil. I'm evil. She's evil. Luckily, Christ died on the cross for us, so his righteousness covers us. When you're born again of the Spirit, his righteousness covers you. That's the righteousness that gets you into heaven. It's not your own. Your works are as filthy rags, not by works, lest any man should boast. Your works, you can't get into heaven with your works because your works are like filthy rags. Because no matter what good you do, what good you think you're doing, you are evil. I'm evil. We're evil. Yeah. I'm not evil. Okay. Okay. Well, that's fine. But I'm a Christian. I'm just telling you the Christian believes. You don't have to believe what I'm saying. But I'm telling you the building blocks of Christianity. Yeah, I'm not telling you, the Bible said so. And I think the Bible's right. I believe it. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I love everyone. I love those who consider themselves my enemy. That's cool. That's good. That's nice. That's nice. Evil equals live. I'm not telling. Jesus is our righteousness. Yes. I have heartburn. I don't know if this show causing me stress or the burrito I ate earlier. It could be a combination of both. What do you say someone that says good and evil does not exist? Just curious to what you will all say. Um, I, I'd say they're probably crazy. No, I would strongly disagree with them. Yeah. I don't know what I would say to them. I'd say that, of course, good and evil exists. Good and evil definitely exists. You can call it God and Satan. You can call it good and evil. You can call it right and wrong. If we're going to try to pretend like right and wrong doesn't exist, this is like some moral subjectivity stuff. This is like some atheist stuff. I have a founding for what I believe is right and wrong. I have building blocks for why I think some things are right and some things are, or why I know that some things are right and some things are wrong. And I think that is inherently in every one of us. We already know. But the world will try to play tricks with our minds and say, oh, well, well, what about how you grew up? What about where you grew up? What about over there they eat people? It's okay to eat people if you grow up in a place where they eat people. No, that's moral subjectivity. There is right and wrong. There is good and evil. There is Satan and God. That's what all that is. Right? So the Bible is the authority in who goes to hell and who doesn't? No. Who said that? That's called sola scriptura. I don't believe in sola scriptura. God is the authority. The Bible is simply a book that explains all of this stuff. It's just a roadmap that leads you to God. The truth, and really all of it's written in your heart. You don't necessarily need the Bible, but it is nice to have it. It is nice to look into it. But we already have the truth written in our heart. Sola Scriptura says that the Bible is the ultimate authority, and then like Catholics and Orthodox believe that the church is the ultimate authority. I believe they're both wrong and that God is the only authority on any of that. Not the God that resides in your heart. Yeah. God told the Hebrews, before you is the path to life or death, choose wisely, basically. Someone who says good and evil do not exist is probably trying to sound edgy and intellectual. If you ask them to elaborate, they will probably not have much to say. Yeah. Yeah, I would strongly disagree with them. Have you guys seen the El Diablo burger for $6.66? What? Is that a real thing? Where's that at? Burger King? I think no good and no evil is Satanism, right? Or atheism. Yeah, or Satanism, yeah. Satanism and atheism are kind of one and the same. Like atheist people will say they don't believe in God, but yet they'll do like satanic rituals and stuff. And then Satanists will say that God and Satan aren't real, but then they'll say, "Hail Satan," and they'll say, "We don't actually believe in Satan. We're actually atheists." So Satanists, atheists, moral relativists, they all kind of go hand in hand. I would say they are a sociopath. The judge said I was a sociopath once. I disagree. I don't believe that. I don't believe that's a thing. I don't believe in psychology. I will leave it at that. The God in my heart knows I'm not trying to take advantage of anyone. It knows I love everyone, even the ones who hate me. And I see all people as someone to love. Oh, that's nice. Sounds like a dang Mariah Carey song or something. What the? Regardless of their faults. That's good. That's good, but is murder wrong, Mr. Mad? Does the God in your heart tell you that murder is wrong? And I'm talking murder, not killing, not self-defense, not in a war. I'm talking about murdering. Is it okay to kill a hobo? Even if you really don't like hobos, is it okay to just or like a baby? I'm not talking about abortion. Is it okay? Is it okay to eat your dead grandma? Because the atheist will say, as long as you're not hurting somebody, murder is wrong. Right. Why? That's taking advantage of someone. All right, so let's do a different question because that's the way an atheist would answer. An atheist would say murder is wrong because it's hurting another person. Right? So a better question would be, can you eat your dead grandma? Right? Because you're not hurting another person. You're not taking advantage of another person. In fact, you're actually nourishing your body and you're using your grandma to nourish your body, which is a good thing. Well, it could, you're feeding yourself. You're getting nourishment. You're getting nutrients. You're getting protein. Grandma's already dead. You're putting her body to use instead of just burying her in the ground. So, based off like an atheist worldview, it would be okay to eat your grandma after she dies. Do you think that that's wrong? And if so, why do you think that it's wrong? Because I can tell you why I think it's wrong. Atheist and Satanism are two sides of the same coin. Right. Right. All right, let's move off murder because that's the same way an atheist would answer. Murder's bad because it's hurting somebody else. I get it. I would say murder's bad because you're destroying an image bearer of God. That's why murder's wrong. But I get what you're saying. But that's an atheist would say murder's bad because it's hurting somebody else. So then you say, well, what about doing drug? What about shooting up heroin? Is that wrong or right? I'm not hurting somebody else. If I like it, if it feels good to me, why shouldn't I do it? Or committing suicide. What if, I know we can't hurt somebody else. We can't take advantage of somebody else. But if I'm tired of living, my life is bad. I want to end my pain. So this is a positive thing. Why shouldn't I commit suicide? Why shouldn't I eat my dead grandma? If you don't have God, if you don't have a founding principle, if you don't have a foundation for your morals and your ethics, then you can't tell me that any eating your grandma or killing yourself or shooting up heroin is wrong. It all boils down to taking advantage of someone else. See, I disagree with you, Mr. Bad. That's an atheist answer. That's exactly how an atheist would answer. I'm not saying you're an atheist. I'm just saying that's exactly how an atheist would answer. They'd say as long as it's right and wrong comes down to hurting somebody else. Okay. So, but you haven't answered any of my questions about suicide. How about drinking yourself into a stupor regularly, frequently? How about shooting up drugs? How about eating your dead grandma? I would say all of that is wrong. Right? But based off your definition of what determines right and wrong, none of that is wrong. All of that's okay. Suicide's okay. Using drugs every night is okay. Eating your dead grandma is okay. Nah, Flat Sabbath, you're wrong. You're wrong, buddy. All the four horsemen of the flat earth are atheists, bro. Eric Dubay, David Weiss, Eddie Bravo, all atheists. All atheists. My kids kept me awake for what feels like any selfish behavior is taking advantage of anyone who cares about you. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. Your grandma cares about you. Your grandma wants you to be nourished. Your grandma wants you to get fulfillment and eat your nutrients and eat your protein. And, you know, and your grandma doesn't want you to have to spend a bunch of money to bury her or get her cremated. You know, your grandma wants the best for you. Your grandma wants you to save money. You're going to save money on groceries for a week or longer. How long could you eat your grandma for? Probably a good long time. If you portioned out the meat, you froze it, you wrapped it up, you froze it. So your grandma wants you to save money on groceries for the next 2 months. Your grandma wants you to save money on a funeral. Your grandma wants you to get your nutrients and your vitamins and your minerals and your protein. All of that's in her body. Your grandma's not being hurt because your grandma died. So she's dead. So you're not hurting her. So based off your what you're saying right now, which is a very atheistic worldview, I'm just telling you. Selfish behavior is taking advantage of anyone who cares about you. It's taking advantage. Yeah, we're talking about eating grandma. I'm trying to see, based off what Mr. Matt is saying, that right or wrong is just if you hurt somebody else, basically. Which is the same way an atheist would try to justify their lack of morals. You're creating a superiority by eating your grandma? No, you're not. No. What do you mean? You're not being consistent. I'm not evil, and I do hate some people. Mr. Mad is way further along than I am on that road, but I got a lot of growing up to do. I got a whole lot of throwing up to spew. Extremely dark show. I'm not seriously talking about eating grandmas, but with that worldview, it could be justified. Why not? It seems, it's a win-win for everybody. It really, even if grandma told you to do it? What if grandma told you, listen, Sonny, when I die, I don't want you to waste all that money on a funeral. I don't want you to have to keep buying groceries for 2 months. I want you to just chop me up, put me in the freezer, and eat me slowly over the next couple months, Sonny. Just do it. Just do it. Grandma's encouraging you to do it, okay? By my worldview, by the Christian biblical worldview, that's still wrong. I'm still not going to do that. No, I'm not going to do that, Grandma. No. Why? Because you're an image bearer of God. We don't eat each other. It's wrong. No. Cannibalism is wrong. I don't care where you're from. I don't care. We don't eat image bearers of God. No. God gave us the animals to eat. We do not eat humans, Grandma. I'm not doing that. That's wrong. I don't care if you tell me to do it. But based off what you're saying, if Grandma told you to do it, it's okay. You're creating... You calling again? Oh, God. I can't. Oh, my God. It's almost 1 a.m. Do it again. Do it again. I want to do this right now. I want to end the show. Señor Rabia. Señor Rabia. Señor Rabia.
You're creating. Yo.
What's up?
Now I'm calling, because I can't type this fast. And, my...
Yeah, you're dodging the question. You're not being consistent.
At all. I'm saying, hold on, let me mute you over here on this shit. All right. Eating somebody is creating a hierarchical structure between human beings.
What's wrong with a hierarchy?
You're not meant to be positioning yourself above somebody else just because they allow you to.
So you're against capitalism.
No, I'm against taking advantage of someone. If someone
Capitalism promotes hierarchies.
No,
Hierarchies are good.
creates an agreement.
Hierarchies are everywhere in the world, and there's nothing wrong with them. They're actually good. You're a capitalist, so you know that.
Gain. Well, all right. In a sense of financial gain, I can agree to that because two parties are agreeing to a hierarchical structure. Like, I will cut your grass for $50. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I will give you $25 to do some push-ups. That's a hierarchical structure. But
what about in a military?
What about in the military?
There's hierarchies in the military. There's hierarchies in the workplace. There's hierarchies.
You're working together
in culture
to reach a greater
society.
But you're working together to reach a greater goal. You're not working together to become superior to somebody else or to take advantage of somebody else's demise. You're not going to say, "Oh, well, once I die, just eat my flesh."
What if grandma told you to do it?
That doesn't matter if grandma told you to do it. You're still taking advantage of the fact that grandma in her weakened state tells you, yeah, you can have my flesh because I'm not going to be here anymore. If she was alive, she's not going to tell you to eat my flesh. She knows that once her body, or her spirit leaves her body is no use to, to her anymore.
In my hypothetical,
alive,
grandma
she wouldn't agree to that.
In my hypothetical, grandma told you to eat her after she dies because it's going to save you money. It's going to nourish your body, and you're not going to have to buy groceries for a while. You're not going to have to pay for a funeral. It's a win-win situation for everybody. Grandma doesn't care because she's dead already. So you get a bunch of benefits and she's dead.
Why wouldn't grandma just give you what she had? Like whatever she saved up.
Well, let's say grandma didn't have anything. Grandma said, "Man, I wish I could leave you an inheritance, but what I can do is I can save you money on the funeral costs, and I can give you food for 2 months. It's a win-win for everybody." Why is that wrong?
Well, I think the concept of cannibalizing each other, number one, is wrong. First of all,
I agree. I agree, but why?
But just in the sole fact that you're taking advantage of a situation. On top of that, like you are, she may be dead and she may not be there, but as a human, you shouldn't be taking advantage of it. Like, just because, like, let's say you have a retarded girlfriend that doesn't know what she's doing. That doesn't mean you get one over on her every chance you get, or a friend, or a cousin, or something like that. Just because they're stupid doesn't mean that you say, "Well, hey, I'm going to give you $5. You give me $10 in advance, or in exchange." Just because they don't know what they're doing, or because they're able to consent to it, doesn't mean that you should be able to do that. You have the moral compass to not take advantage of somebody else. It's wrong.
Okay, all right. I mean, this is all real. Like, this is a kind of a shaky foundation you got going here. But do you believe in God?
Of course, I believe in God.
So why don't you just say because God said it's bad? That's a simpler answer.
Did God say it's bad? I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of.
We're image bearers of God. That's why my answer is very simple. We're image bearers of God.
The fact that you're destroying the image of God by doing that.
We don't eat other people because it's wrong.
Of course not.
Because we're image bearers of God.
No,
but I'm saying to an atheist.
But we also don't take advantage of other people because it's wrong. Because there are equals. We're supposed to love them the way we love each other. Would you eat yourself?
I don't know what you mean by taking advantage of other. How are you taking advantage of somebody who's dead?
Would you cut your own leg off to eat? Probably not, right?
No, probably not.
Okay.
In a survival situation,
so potentially the phrase you do unto others as you would yourself, right? You treat everybody, your neighbor, whoever,
right?
as
but
yourself.
that's from the Bible.
Maybe,
this whole thing is because you were kind of like, you didn't like that I was basing my morality based off of biblical truths.
I had no qualms about the biblical truth. I'm just saying, my whole thing was, if you, in your heart, you're not taking advantage of somebody else. Like I said, you have somebody slower
But how are
than
you taking advantage of a dead person?
Because you wouldn't do that to yourself. Would you want to be eaten by somebody else? Or you want somebody else to eat you?
if
if
I
you're
was
dead,
if my whole worldview was not hurting others determines what's right and wrong, then I would
no,
say
but would you do that to yourself? Would you say,
I
I'm hungry, I'm going to cut my hand off so I can eat today?
my whole point is that with that worldview, you can't say that cannibalism is not just.
Which worldview are
The
you referring
worldview
to?
that the worldview that harming others is what determines right from wrong,
I
which
never
is
said
what.
harming others. I said taking advantage of others.
Well,
If you know that
first
you're
you
not
said
in your
harming
heart,
others until I brought up the cannibalism example, and then you said taking advantage of others, which I was like,
no,
oh, well, you're moving the
go
goalposts
look
now.
back in the chat. I said, as long as you're not taking advantage of others. Since the first mention of this, I said taking advantage. I said, I know in my heart I don't take advantage of others. You can scroll up. I know I don't hate anybody. I treat everybody the way that I would like to be treated. I love even the ones that hate me. Why? Because I know that they're not even in control of what they do. They don't even know why they would hate me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you said take advantage of anyone. Okay.
Right. So in my heart, I know that I don't believe that I'm evil. Why would I be evil? Like if I have this all stems from a fornication debate about the weekend, let's say, right?
What?
So if you have consensual fornication with somebody, are you taking advantage of anybody? No.
Oh, DJ on Paul sent me a super chat. I didn't even see that. Thank you.
What'd you say?
DJ on Paul sent me a super chat. Thank you, DJ
Shout
on
out
Paul.
to DJ on Paul.
Sorry, I
But-
didn't see it when it happened.
So what I'm saying is the
What
Bible.
do you mean
the
a
Bible
fornication
says,
debate?
it was something else. I don't know. But the Bible allegedly says that, you get into some fornication, you're going to hell. And that makes children of God, who is not you because you're involved in fornication, worthy of judging you.
No, it says all sin is worthy of hell, but we can be forgiven of that.
Right. But when other people tell you that you are worthy of going to hell, basically, for doing what you do or because you live a certain lifestyle, let's say you get drunk every day.
Yeah.
You're worthy of going to hell. You're not a child of God anymore.
And that was the point I was making, that it's not our job to condemn people. We can judge.
Correct.
I can say, hey, Mr. Matt, you probably should, cut back a little bit if you're drinking, and I don't know the quantity of alcohol you drink every night
Does
or
it
how
matter?
often. No, but I'm saying okay, so let's not use that as an example. Let's say.
Well, what I'm saying is, all right, so I've said this in the past, and it maybe ruffled feathers, but I said sin is of the heart, not of the flesh. Why? Because if I know that I'm not, taking advantage of somebody
you're right.
else.
No, you're right.
You know
you're
what I mean?
right. I don't agree with the whole taking advantage of somebody else stuff. I think that's I don't know. That sounds too
think
much
about
like.
it. I mean, I could
No,
see in a sense, like if you have a family, like let's say I'm a father.
I used to shoot up heroin. I wasn't taking advantage of anybody.
Correct. But let's say
But it
that
was
you
wrong.
did have some people close to you and they cared about you and they said, please stop doing this. And you're like, I don't care. I'm going to do what I want. You're kind of taking advantage of them at that point. Right. So in a sense, yeah, but you're still not in control of what you're doing.
I don't like that wording of it. It's a stretch. Like,
what do you mean?
I'm taking advantage of somebody. I wasn't taking advantage of anybody.
No,
everybody,
not taking advantage, but like
everybody wrote me off. I had nobody. I had no family, no friends.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And I don't mean in the sense
and if I would have died, my pain would have been over. So why didn't I just? Why would if what's wrong? What's wrong morally?
Well, because your pain gets kind of like transferred to them. So it's a selfish thing to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like you dying and you being selfish enough to not care. And if they're reaching out and they're saying, hey, stop doing this. And you're saying, well, I care more about me doing this than you actually warning me about it. Let's say, right?
But that's them judging that what I'm doing is harmful and wrong.
True.
So they're righteously judging. They're saying, hey, you need to stop that. That's love.
For them. But for you, let's say, like I said, if in your heart you know that it's something like, well, they love me, I just don't care if they love me. That's a different story. because now you're taking advantage of the situation. You
In
know,
in my heart, I knew it was wrong because you're right. The truth is written.
that's
in our
what
heart.
I mean. That's exactly what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. So when you take advantage of a situation or an influx of
But
love,
you also got to be careful with that because a lot of people will be doing evil things, and in their heart, they think they're right.
but what's evil then?
You
because if
you
in your
get given
heart,
over, it's in the Bible, it's called being given over to a reprobate mind. So all those cult leaders I talked about tonight, they thought they were doing what was right in their heart.
but if they know they're taking advantage of, like, all right, like you said, hey, give me your wife. In my mind, this is right. You know damn well I don't think that's right. You know damn well the guy who's allowing his wife to,
I don't think some people do. I think some people are
dude.
I
think a lot of people do have this Stockholm syndrome where they're like, well, I don't want to be wrong. You know, like you said, what were they, break each other's legs or something weird? Like I said,
all kinds of weird stuff. There's a lot of weird
Right,
things
but-
that people do, and then they justify it and they say, well, you know,
but
I'm
you
not
have your
hurting
own moral
anybody.
compass. That's why they say God's laws are written into your heart. You know in your heart of hearts that this is not right. You know what's right and wrong. I mean, little kids know what's right and wrong. They know
Right.
not to touch this. Don't
But
take
once
this.
the-
Don't steal that.
Once the world
only
gets to
later in
working
life.
on you,
What'd you say?
once the world gets to doing its work on you, you kind of you leave that. You forget about that. You move, like that's about having the wisdom of babes or of children. But as we get older and the world does its work on us, we get given over to a reprobate mind to where
But listen,
everything
so
right
you
is
said-
twisted upside down. And they call good evil and evil good.
But when you said that you felt guilty, even though
I did.
you know, like, right.
I did, but other
So-
people, I know other junkies who are still using to this day, and they're never gonna stop. They're gonna die from a drug
do you know
overdose.
their heart, though?
And they think
Do you
that,
know their heart?
and they think there's nothing wrong with it. They're not hurting nobody. They could
But
do
do
what
you
they
know
want
their
to do.
heart? They may tell you that they think that there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I
but do you
think
know their heart?
I think at some point they knew the truth that it was wrong, but I think that
So only you know your heart. So
right.
if you're
or only
if
God
you in
knows
your heart, no, but you know your heart as well.
I don't
mean,
even
you
know if
personally.
I don't even know if we know our hearts like that.
Of course, we know our heart, man. Like it's built into us. You know when you know something feels wrong. So let's say, like I said, somebody tells you, "Hey, you know, stop shooting up heroin."
There's
I
serial
love
killers
you.
out there.
What?
There's serial killers who think that what they were doing was God told
Yeah,
them to do it.
there's I don't know, 30-year-old carjackers, and they know what they're doing is wrong. They just don't give a shit.
No,
Or
that's different.
Don't care.
That's different. You said they know what they're doing is wrong, but they don't care. But I'm saying there are
You telling me there's carjackers out there that think that it's okay to carjack?
maybe not carjackers, but I don't know. Maybe, yeah,
That's what I said.
I'm sure there's probably some carjackers who justify it and say,
No,
well,
not just
I don't have it. They have it.
They wouldn't want it. Like they wouldn't want to get carjacked. I'll put it that way.
Okay, but there are demented people out there who
all right,
think
so
that
out
what
of
they're
the demented
doing
people-
is God told them to do it. They're on a mission from God to kill people, and they think that, that's
all right,
okay.
Let's use that example. If there's a sect of people that think that they're on a mission from God to kill people, do you also think that they think that if somebody were to kill them, that it would be justified because the person killing them said, well, God told me to do it? No. They would fight back and they would be
lost
like,
me on that
I don't want to die.
You lost me.
This
on that
isn't
one.
right. What?
You lost me on that one. I got lost.
If there is a sect of people out there, listen, right? If there's a sect of people out there who believe that their mission in life was to kill other people because God commanded them to kill other people, do you think that if somebody were to kill them, that they would find it justified that it's all right that I die at the hand of somebody else because God told them to kill me?
I don't know. There's some demented people out there, dude.
But do you think that they would think It's just like, do you think they would be like, no, that's cool, just kill me? God told you to do it. Just like God told me to kill other people. It's fine if you kill me. I'm fine with it. They would probably fight. They would probably, more than likely. I mean, I'm not in their heart. I'm not in their mind. I'm not in their soul. I don't know anything about them. But 9 out of 10 times, I'm assuming they're going to be like, that's not fair.
What
God
about
told
tribes?
me to kill people.
What about tribes?
Not
What about cannibal tribes? Like
what about cannibal tribes?
Like a tribe that is in Africa somewhere that they eat people. Those people would probably say, when I die, eat me, because we eat you when you die. That's just their culture. That's the way they live. That's what they know. That's what's been taught to them, is when somebody in the family dies, you eat them. And when I die, you're going to eat me. So is that, in that culture, is that okay?
Is that a thing?
Yeah. Yeah, there's cannibal tribes that eat each other.
But there's cannibal tribes who willingly give up their own flesh.
Well, they don't like kill themselves. If when the elder dies, they eat them, and then they say, when I become the elder, you eat me, and it's do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. I'll eat you when you die. You eat me when I die. We're gonna eat each other, and to them that's normal and that's acceptable and that's okay.
When does this happen?
I don't know where. There's cannibal tribes. They're crazy.
Yeah, no, I know cannibal tribes exist and that they're crazy, but like, when has there been a situation where the cannibals doing the eating has said, no, it's cool, these guys come and eat me because I'm totally with the shits?
I mean, I'm
Usually,
sure they're not going to want you to eat them while they're alive, but when they're dead, they don't
correct,
care.
yeah.
Once you're dead, you don't care.
After the fact, right? But do you think that they would want to be killed to be eaten? Like,
no, but that's
are
not
they
what we're
fine
talking
with the
about. We're
fact-
talking about they die a natural death.
That's getting into weird boundaries right now at that point, I think, no? What I'm
Even
saying
if-
is, again,
I don't even know if that's an actual thing. Like, I know the Papua New Guinea
yeah, I
tribes.
don't even
they
think
eat
that's a
people.
real thing, honestly. Like, I
But
think the cannibal tribes,
hypothetically, if it's a thing where whenever somebody in the tribe dies, we eat them, and everybody in the tribe knows when you die, you get eaten because it nourishes the tribe, it feeds the tribe, it's good for the tribe.
so even that concept, though, do you think that there's a tribe out there that says, within our tribe, we eat each other? Or do you think that they'd rather just eat whoever they kill and preserve their own tribe and say, we're the superior ones, we're going to take advantage of tribes lesser than us and eat them?
I think that's probably how it is. I think you're probably right. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, if there was a family that when the people die in the family, we eat them. That's the tradition of the family. I would say that's wrong. Morally wrong.
Do you even think that's a thing, though? That's what I'm really trying to get at here.
Whether it's a thing or not, there's some crazy people out there that done some crazy things. I don't know.
Are there any references to this? Like, have you ever heard of any, like, let's say just one tribe that said, you know what, once I die, instead of eating everybody else like we're used to doing, go ahead and eat me once I'm dead, because, that's the way I want to go? Or do they usually just say, just immortalize me because we're obviously the superior tribe and we eat everybody in this neighborhood, and, clearly we're the best ones here? Usually that's the case. I think, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right, but that's why I said hypothetically. So hypothetically, if that was a thing, what I'm getting
Even
at,
if it's a thing, though, like, do they die of natural causes and then you eat the meat? Like, what are the stipulations here?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying,
okay,
in this family,
maybe. I mean,
this family, when people die, we eat them. And you raise your kids and you teach them that.
I suppose in that situation, if that's even a thing, if they're already conditioned to just eating human flesh in general arbitrarily, regardless of if it's in their own lineage or not, and there's this one group of cannibals that's like, we don't even care, as long as I'm dead, you don't kill me to do it, fine, eat my flesh.
That would be okay,
I
right?
guess. I don't know if it's okay, but I just, like, are they really
that's what I'm getting at. That's
at
like,
that point?
That's why it's a slippery slope with the whole right and wrong is based off of taking advantage of other people or whatever.
Well,
like,
what I'm trying to say is, like, is that really sin? Like, the whole basis of this argument was the fact that, like, what's right and wrong in your heart. When you're sinning, you feel it. You know that I wouldn't want this done to me. That's what I mean by taking advantage. Taking advantage means, like, I'm doing something to somebody else that I wouldn't want done to me. Like, yeah, right. A lot of people, like we were talking about earlier, you're making a lot of money. Let me get half of that. A lot of people who make their own money, they're like, well, I don't want your money. I just want to make my own money. I'm not even here to take your money. Even if you make more than me, I don't want to take your money.
Seesaw was trying to call, but we're on a one-on-one call. We're not in the group thing, Seesaw. Sorry. You going to bed? I know I gotta go to bed soon too. Now we're talking about damn cannibalism.
Well, no, I mean,
yeah,
I guess the whole point. The whole point. I just wanted to respond to the whole thing because I don't know how we got on this subject. The whole point was I don't believe that. Like I said, at the very basis of this, sin is of the heart, not of the flesh. So whatever you do with the flesh, like I said, you drink. When you're drinking impedes the people around you. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you do have a family and you have a wife and kids and all this, and they're all like, please stop drinking. We love you. We don't want to see you die. And you're like, fuck all y'all niggas. I don't care if, I die or not. That's taking advantage. I'm sorry. Sorry for cussing again.
My whole point is that what you're saying,
right?
What you're saying is it sounds really close to how atheists justify their morals. So when you ask, if I get in a debate with an atheist, I'm going to say, how do you justify your morality? Where do your morals come from if you don't believe in any God? And they're going to say, well, what's moral and immoral is don't hurt other people. As long as it doesn't hurt other people, then it's okay. And so I would respond.
But that's not what I said. I never said
right.
Hurt other
that's
people.
why I said that's what I said. What you said is really close. You said don't take advantage of other people. An atheist would say don't bring harm to other people.
No,
so
because
they're very similar. They're very close.
But here's the thing. An atheist may not care about bringing harm to other people, honestly, as long as it's advantageous to them, Like an atheist may see it as like, well, don't bring harm to any people, but if I can get a leg up on this situation, I'll do that. And if I feel guilty about it, well, I don't care because there is no God.
Right.
Whereas everyone else
and that's why their worldview falls apart, is because they really have no grounding for their morals.
Right. So they may see it as that, like, I just don't want to harm people because I don't want to get out of pocket or out of line, in a societal aspect. But like I said, sin is of the heart. If you're actually actively taking it, like if there's something that you do that you can actually feel guilty over, you're sinning. That's sin. And it boils down to that whole, like, the JLP thing about, like, hatred or evil or anger or whatever. If you get to that level where you actually have anger, like, you are a murderer, because in any given moment, you would probably eliminate the competition because you're angry or offended or because your ego is involved or something like that. What I'm trying to say is, if you can get to a point in your life where you're not at that level, and you can love the people that hate you, want you dead, and you just say, you know what, I understand that you want me dead, but I'm sorry for being the way I am that makes you want me dead, but I still love you because I know that that's not really you.
Right.
That's love right there.
The thing, what I'm saying is, and I've thought this about, what JLP says and what you're saying right now, is some people are going to take what you're saying and they're going to say, oh, well, then I can just live however I want to live as long as I don't judge it as wrong. As long as I don't call this thing wrong, I can do whatever I want.
But you're not making a conscious effort to judge it. It's instilled in you to know what's right and wrong. Like if nobody's around and I fucking step on an ant, I'm going to be like, poor ant. I'm going to feel probably guilty about that. Let's say, right? Let's say a hypothetical situation. Odds are I probably don't care about the ants, right? But let's say that was a thing, you're still kind of in that realm of like, well, I wouldn't want to be stepped on, you know, like this is wrong. That's kind of like a sin right there, you know? You're not doing it. All right. If you're doing it intentionally on top of that, if you continue from that point on, every ant you see, you start stepping on it, you become sadistic, right?
So why would suicide be wrong? Because I can't feel guilty about suicide after. If you kill yourself, how are you going to feel? You're not going to feel guilty about it.
Says who?
Well,
have you survived the suicide and
but
felt nothing after it?
I mean, maybe like spiritually you could feel guilty about. I don't know.
Well,
but
that's my point. I mean, like you don't understand what's the level of what the heart is. You know, you may be at that last millisecond when you do pull the trigger and you blow your brains out and you go, "Shit, I shouldn't have done this." Now I'm feeling guilty. You're already dead at this point. Your body's done. Your soul, your heart, the spirit inside you regrets it as you're doing it physically.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. It's deep.
I'm just saying, like, if you're being nefarious, and people know when they're being nefarious, like there's no two ways about it. People know when they're being nefarious and evil and wrong, right? You steal from your neighbor as opposed to, I don't know, some nameless corporation, let's say, right? You feel a lot more guilty that it's your neighbor versus Best Buy, let's say, right? It's still wrong. Both of them are wrong, but one is a little bit more harsh, like one's more of a life lesson for you because you know that, that neighbor, let's say, that's more of a value to them and they feel it a lot harsher,
So smoking cigarettes.
Not saying either, right? You know what I mean? Not saying the nameless corporation, whatever. But like I said, there's a gauge inside of you.
But it's kind of like as long as I don't call it a sin, it's not a sin. Like, so if I say smoking cigarettes is a sin,
is it? Do you see it as a sin?
Yeah,
that's a nice example though. Do you see it as a sin?
You're destroying your temple. You're slowly killing yourself.
But aside from the abstract concept of temple, like if you just
you're made in the image of God. We're image bearers of God. God made it.
But aside from that, like if
I can't do aside from that. That's my foundation of my morals.
But that's my point though. Like if you knew nothing about this, if you want to random,
if I knew nothing about that, I would justify smoking cigarette. I would say there's nothing wrong with it.
So would it be a sin then?
I think it still would be, yeah.
Why?
Because I believe that there is, I don't believe morals are subjective. I don't believe morals change between one person to another. Right is right and wrong is wrong. No matter where you go, no matter when you go, no matter who you're talking to, no matter how they were raised, no matter what they believe in, right is right and wrong is wrong.
Yeah, I think that's where we differ then, because I think the intention is the sin. If you know that it's wrong and you still do it because fuck it, I don't give a shit, that's the sin. If you're oblivious, if you drink Diet Coke because they told you it's fine, and you drink 1 million Diet Cokes, you're oblivious to the fact that aspartame or whatever causes cancer. You don't know that you're putting cancer in your body. You don't know that you're ruining your temple. You say, hey, the government said it's fine. Assuming you trust the government or whoever's in charge.
Yeah,
you're oblivious to the fact.
And it's like in the 60s they thought cigarettes were healthy.
Oh, doctors are smoking them, and like at the hospitals, they come, what's wrong with you? Blowing the smoke in your face. Back in the day, But like I said, let's say,
and you know what, and I agree with what you're saying too, because the sin is the judgment, because once I judge it as wrong,
that's when you know it's a sin.
Yeah, and that's the same thing. Like in the Garden of Eden, they were naked,
correct?
And it wasn't a sin. But then, as soon as they knew right from wrong,
exactly. Yep, that's what I said. That's
from
why
God,
sin,
because they're like, we're naked.
That is why sin is of the heart. If you intentionally override that feeling inside you that says this is wrong, don't do this. That's the sin. The rebellious nature of Satan is the sin.
Right.
It's not the act itself. It's not the flesh. It's not what you're doing. The rebellious nature is really what's, if you're like, I don't give a fuck, blah, blah, blah.
I agree with you, and I've said this before because this, I got it from JLP. He said it, and I was like, that's interesting. But at the same time, it's tough because if you think that way, then you can. It's like, well, just as long as I don't tell myself that smoking cigarettes is bad.
But that's the thing. You are like, it's like saying, once I know, I'm going to make myself unknow. But that's not a thing.
Yeah.
Once you're aware of something, once you, like, somebody else can tell you, like, let's say, Joe Schmo comes up to you and says, Jalen, dreadlocks are a sin. You can choose to believe that, and you'll be like, I don't know. Joe Schmo told me dreadlocks are a sin. Maybe I should cut my dreadlocks off. Huh?
You called me Jalen.
No, I said Joe Schmo.
You said Joe Schmo comes up to you and says, Jalen, dreadlocks are a sin.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading the damn chat. I apologize. But if let's say, sorry, I didn't mean to tell that.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I meant. But if somebody comes up to you and says, hey, but if you in your heart know, because you've had this like revelation, right? Knowing.
There's actually a street preacher who says that all the time. Whenever a man with long hair walks by him, he says, why do you have hair like a woman? That's a sin.
But that's what I'm saying. So imagine if that guy comes up to you, and me too, because look, I got long ass hair too, right?
Yeah. I think he's wrong.
Somebody that you think it's wrong?
Yeah, I think he's wrong. I don't think there's.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, in your heart of hearts, right?
Mm-hmm.
That what he's talking about is bullshit.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. Whatever he says, like, you're not, well, how could you possibly be sinning doing that? You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the difference. And it's not that you're making a judgment call. You're like, oh, I refuse to see the fact that this is a sin. No, you just know, like, how am I taking advantage of anybody by doing this? How am I actively sinning by doing this? There's certain things that that you're doing. Like I said, stamping out a bag full of kittens. You're hurting all them kittens in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't want that done to you. Or if it was your kittens, you wouldn't want somebody doing that to your bag of kittens, right?
Right.
But you growing your hair out long, who cares? Who cares if your neighbor has long hair, if his woman has long hair, if his son has long hair, if his cousin has long hair? That doesn't matter, So you already understand that if somebody's making an arbitrary rule that doesn't affect anybody, these are all consenting parties to something that really, at the end of the day, okay, the Bible said you long hairs. You're going to really believe the Bible now just because in the Bible it said long hairs for women and you're a sinning man if you do it. Would you really believe that? Jesus said, don't have long hair. Right? And Jesus himself has long hair somehow, right? Come on.
Well, I don't think it is in the Bible, but it's also in the Bible that certain men didn't have long hair. So
then why does Christ have long hair allegedly? I don't know.
Because it's a tribal thing, and I think that people don't interpret it right.
Why does David have long hair?
Yeah, Moses had long hair. Abraham had long hair. Samson.
So I mean, there's contradictions there. So you can kind of discern what is right and what is wrong, right? So somebody may tell you, and it may even be backed by the Bible, but if your heart of hearts, you don't feel guilty doing it, why would you consider that a sin?
All right. But I think for the most part, the things we were talking about with cults and dudes breaking people's legs and all that other crazy stuff, that's wrong.
All wrong. Because, again, no, honestly, I mean, think about that. Like, I wouldn't want my legs broken. I wouldn't want somebody above me saying, hey, man, you got to break your legs. I got to break your legs. I'm sorry. I'd be like, no, dude, I'm going to break your legs. How about that? And he's going to be like, no, you can't break my legs. I'm a man of God. What are you talking about?
But
that's how you know it's
but
a fallacy.
This started because you were talking about judgment, and it's like
No,
what
this
I'm
started
saying
because
is,
I was actually talking about fornication apparently.
yeah, I
And
missed that part of the chat. I didn't see that in the chats,
I
but
was just I was shooting the shit with my bros on the chat right here, DJ on them, and I say, you know what? I don't know. I was kind of just shooting the breeze, basically, right? And then it just happened to be that like fornication's a sin. You're going to hell. You're a sinner. You know, you're not a man. You're not a child of God, basically, kind of thing. And I don't see that as the case.
yeah, but so that's the same with liars. That's the same with all that stuff. The point is
Right,
that
but
we
lying
all
is
sin.
deception. I wouldn't want to be lied to. So again, that's
I mean,
an advantageous position.
screwing a woman and not marrying her is deception too.
How if she's a willing participant in the situation?
Is she though? You're a man. She's a woman.
Does that mean she want, like, does she not consent to it? Am I taking it from her allegedly? I'm like, am I deceiving her in any way? No.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I think we're gonna disagree on this one. Yeah,
Maybe.
I don't think we're supposed to be sleeping around with a bunch of women.
I don't think it's
But I've done it. I'm not saying I. But the point is,
all right. So all right, let's say that. Let's say that
sin, and it's all equal in God's eyes. And a liar is the same as a murderer. The point is, we all can be forgiven through Jesus, and that's the message and all that stuff. So
it's a great message, because if you're not aware that you're lying, sure, you should be forgiven. But if you're actively engaging in constant deception, do you think you should be forgiven?
Well, not even all lies. I don't think all lies are sins. So, like,
is it an act? Is it a willing lie?
If a murderer
from the
comes into
person-
your house, you tell your family, your wife and your kids to hide under the bed, and the murderer says, "I'm about to kill you, but before I do, tell me where if there's other people in the house and where they are." And you say, "There's nobody here," and then he kills you and he leaves.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a caveat, because it does override the
that's a
fact
justified
that, like,
lie.
yeah, it's kind of, yeah. So it's the same thing. It's like there's an asterisk with murdering people. Like, yeah, don't murder people, but like,
But if
you're
somebody's trying to
defending
kill
your life,
you can kill them.
Right, exactly. Right, yeah. So I mean, there are caveats, I guess, in sin, if you want to call it that.
I mean, it's really not even caveats, because it doesn't say anything about don't lie. It says don't bear false witness on your brother, and it doesn't say don't kill in the commandments. It says don't murder. The Hebrew word they use is murder, not kill. So
yeah, well, murder implies preemptive, like you. And again, it kind of goes back to the hatred thing. Like, I just don't like this dude. I just want him out of my life, or whatever, like that.
Right.
That's kind of what murder implies to me. It's not like this
right.
guy's about to pop me in the back
war
of the
and
head with a
self-defense is not murder.
Right. Self-defense, I don't believe is murder, because again, you got to look out for you. You're gonna end up a sucker, to somebody's rock to the top of your brains.
Yes,
You
Be
gotta
Wise. We
survive
finished
as well.
with the cults. We've been done with the cults for a minute.
Which cults? What are you talking about?
Be Wise was asking, "Are we done with the cults yet?" I think she's had me on mute for like ever since we started talking about the Anthill kids.
Talking about the what?
The Anthill kids. That one crazy dude. The where it got real dark.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I check out mentally when it comes to like children stuff. I don't know. I'd rather not know about it. To be honest, I don't even know if that was a thing, but.
This conversation is literally two people wanting to win. It's not. What do you mean? We're not trying to win. We're not even.
Right. I saw JC say that. I think that's when I said your name, matter of fact, or his name rather, instead of yours.
Yeah, he's
I was
saying
reading
it's
that
literally
comment.
two dudes wanting the title of winner. I don't think that's what's happening right now at all.
We're just having a discussion, and I wanted to clarify my point, and I think we're in line, honestly, with the same point. I just think we had a little bit of a kind of misinterpretation of what each other's points were,
Yeah. And also, I
think-
can't really, when I'm reading text in chat, it's maybe I
Well, it's
read it and
behind
think
number
you're
one.
saying,
I mean, it's like 30 seconds behind at least, right?
yeah, and then when I read it, if I interpret that you're saying it a certain way, then I'm going to like respond, and then it's like
Yeah.
we can't really have a discussion with just one person typing and one person talking.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right about that.
Yep. But man, I gotta go. It's late than a mug.
Yeah, it sure is late, buddy. Well, like I said, I just wanted to clarify that point because I felt like I don't know, man. I've always wanted to get that point across that sin is, it's not what you do. You know what I mean? It's your intention, the intention behind it. You know, like if you're trying to be deceptive, if you're trying to take advantage of someone, if you know that you're doing something that you wouldn't want done to you, or like, you know, you would have an issue with, or you feel guilty about it or something like that, then you're probably sinning at that point, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel guilty if the murderer comes and I got my family under the bed. Why would you feel guilty about that, you know? I feel justified in that fact, you know what I mean?
And I think I pretty much agree with what you're saying, but I do feel like that can lead to people justifying doing wrong. Like you
but
you justified fornicating with
it's not that I justified it. I'm just saying it's like
or it's not a sin if you don't think of it as a sin.
I don't see it as like I don't see it as something like I can see the wrong in it, but I don't see it where I'm like taking advantage of somebody.
What if you make a kid?
Yeah, then well, shit, I'm already, you already know my situation.
Right. So
but even then, but check that out. Even then, it wasn't like an intentional thing. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna F a baby into this B, you know? It was like I genuinely believed.
No, but you knew it was a possibility that could have happened.
No, honestly, I honestly did not. Because I've went 30 years in my entire life with, girlfriends or whatever.
Stubborn one said the best argument against slut making is that you are wronging your fellow man because some unfortunate soul will end up marrying the woman you defiled.
I don't even think that was the case.
But I mean, like, if you are having sex with a woman you're not married to, and that's why there's no virgins left. We can't find no virgin because guys like me and Mr. Matt are out here running.
Don't rope me into your mess.
We're not leaving any women for the rest of them.
I don't know what you was doing in your making days.
Out running amok.
Look, I was innocent in my days, right? It was all everybody was a willing participant. I didn't deceive anybody to
well, I never made a baby that I know of.
Well, I didn't think I was gonna, like I feel like I got deceived. That's why I'm kind of hard pressed about that one, because I'm like, why would you lie about that? Like, if you knew that there was even a possibility, why would you take the pre whatever, to stop that? Like if I knew, like, let's say I tied my tubes or whatever, I don't know how that works with guys, right? If I knew 100%, like I just didn't have them, right? I can genuinely go out there and be like, look, this is how it's gonna work. I literally cannot do this, and then I would never feel like I would, be just planting seeds anywhere, right? But that's not the thing. I was told that, like, look, I've got problems with my reproductive system. I am physically incapable of doing this. And I said, okay, well, I guess we don't have to use any situations. I thought I was in the clear. I've had in the past situations where you use the whatever you got to use, or they're on their pill or whatever they got, and I've went, like I said, 30. I mean, I started at 13 and I went all the way up to like 30 something years old. And I never once had an issue because everybody was careful. Everybody was on their regiment. Everybody was, doing everything the right. Even during my days of like, where I had one every single day of the week type of thing, I was taking my precautions and everybody else was taking their precautions. And even if there was a mess up, there was secondary actions in place. I'm trying to be not too specific, but
yeah.
But again, it's like to me that felt intentionally deceptive, and that's where I felt like now it became a lie. Now it became a wrong. Now it became a sin. Like I wouldn't do that to anybody ever. You know, I wouldn't try to. There's a possibility I can do this, but you know, I'm gonna tell them I can't, and then go through with that. That's evil. That's at the bottom line of everything. That's evil to me.
Yeah.
But whatever. Anyway, man, I'll let you end this.
I need to go.
Mess. Yeah, this is a disaster.
No, it was pretty good. I'm just way late. Like this is supposed to be a 3-hour. It's supposed to be a 3-hour show, and I keep going to like 5. Now I'm at like 7 hours.
Nice. Hey, you're a champion, man. It's hard. It's hard to do this. I've done 6-hour shows, and it's I have to delete it. You know, at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Because who knows what happens after that point. But
I won't delete
man.
this one. It's
Thanks
pretty
for having
good.
me again, huh?
I said I don't need to delete this one. This was fine.
I think this was okay. Yeah, I don't think we got out of line here. I don't think anybody.
Actually, if I get in trouble, it's going to be because of that crap I read about that cult.
Yeah, I think that one part that you were talking about that I kind of mentally checked out of.
Yeah,
I don't think you should clip that out. If you can,
I was just reading. I might have to clip that part out.
I think omit that portion because I don't think that's for the that's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah.
Even look, if I'm shuddering a little bit, I think this is a problem.
Yeah,
I've got a pretty strong stomach when it comes to these types of things, but yeah, if that one, if I gotta tell you, like, come on, I don't want.
Yeah,
that's an issue, man.
That was a mess. I didn't know it was gonna get like that.
You should have just ended it right then and there. You know? So on to the next topic.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, good talking to you.
Yes, sir. I'll let later.
Later. All right, guys, we gotta go. Let's play a little song. Play us out. Yeah, I might have to go in and cut that Anthill Kid part out. Well, some guy on YouTube did a whole video about them, but I was just reading, and then then I kept reading. I read fast, and I sometimes say it and read it, and my brain takes in what I'm saying afterwards. I might have to cut that Anthill Kid out of the stream. That was a mess. Let me play a little song. Play this.
Have you heard about this?
This world will leave you blinded, so hard to burn down.
Yeah, don't get distracted by this earth. This place that we live for a small
All right, guys, have a
time.
good night.
These
Monday
things
night,
we think
keep
we
weeks
can
off
take
right.
with us when we die.
Hit the like button on your way out. The world's a crazy place. I'm just reporting on it.
We looking around, but we gotta stay focused. This life about a moment. I don't wanna let it pass, I wanna own it.
Don't feel the need to delete. Freedom of speech doesn't apply on a private platform that I signed a terms of service agreement for. Jalen. Thank you, DJ on Paul and Jalen, for the super chat. I'll see you guys next week. I'll see you in the game streams, all the good stuff. Didn't read all the comments. Yeah.
You blink and he's sinking in quicksand. If you're reaching up, God got a big hand. Surrender to him and his big plan. Now that we falling on harder times, we wide awake with sober minds. We gotta look for peace within. Through all the evil we witnessing. Material world is all a facade. The way that we carry, give it to God. Yeah.
Give it to God.
Give it to God.
Good night, Jay. It's a Chad. Good show, even though it was crazy. Yeah. Go over the 10 Commandments. Love your Lord, your God, and love your neighbor as yourself. That's all the 10 Commandments.
Oh, what we lost lost in the trenches. AI blinding our senses. Stuck in the screen.
Urbanites.
Make you defenseless.
I'll see you guys next Monday night. 5 o'clock Pacific. 8 o'clock Eastern. 7 o'clock Central. 6 o'clock Mountain.
We wide awake with sober minds. We gotta look for peace within. Through all the evil we witnessing. Material world is all a facade. The way that we carry it, give it to God. Yeah, just give it to God. Hey, this world will leave you blinded. So hard to see the signs. Surrender to the light, and one day I'll find you in paradise. Give it to God. They wanna keep you fighting. The devil will divide.
Have a good night, everybody.
Surrender to the light, and one day I'll find you in paradise. Give it to God. Give it to God. Give it to God.
God. All right, guys. Have a good night. God bless everybody. See you next Monday. See you in some game streams and some other streams throughout the week. I'll catch you guys later. Shout out. Hit the like button on your way out. If you like it, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell everybody. We out. Peace. That's receiver music. What did I say the 10 commandments were? Love the Lord your God and love your neighbor as yourself. That's all the 10 commandments wrapped up in one right there. Shout out, everybody. We out. Peace.